Ario stands in the ceremony hall, as his skill is revealed to be cheat code management. That same day, the household judges the skill as useless. Before this moment, he trained under high expectations as the Sword Saint's son. Memories of strict lessons and public hope weigh on him as the crowd observes his awakening. A strange interface appears before him. Arios activates a command, beginning to grasp the true potential of his skill. Whispers spread as people label it useless, and doubt fills the room. Memories of harsh training surface in his mind. Years of effort and belief in becoming a Sword Saint begin to feel uncertain. Dudley manifests the rare Silver Sword Saint talent, drawing admiration and attention. Excitement surrounds Dudley while Arios stands frozen. Praise shifts away from him as expectations change. Stripped of status and family ties, Arios is expelled from the Makia household, leaving the estate behind. Arios walks alone through the gates. News of his disgrace spreads quickly. On the road, he finds several red wolves lying dead despite protective wards. There, a bear corners Princess Lamilla. As danger closes in, a notification announces a new cheat code and magic ability. Through him, remembering a spell, he releases a massive blast toward the beast. Dust settles across the field, the bear collapses, and Arios rushes forward to check on her. After defeating the bear, Arios studies the strange power within him. Princess Lamilla approaches and insists he treat her more casually. Their familiar bond softens the tense aftermath of battle. Childhood memories return as they recall promises and shared dreams. Arios admits he failed to become a Sword Saint and cannot remain by her side as before. With quiet resolve, he declares his departure, choosing to walk forward without relying on his family's name. Lamilla angrily declares the country unfair and insists on leaving with Arios. Questions her choice, but she reveals she already left a letter behind and plans to follow him anyway. Clinging to his arm, she refuses to be separated. Arios stands stunned by her sudden resolve. He recalls her strength in battle and considers relying on her. Explains they will head to Lastral Village, her mother's hometown, marking the start of their shared journey. Arios decides to escort Lamilla back toward the capital first, planning to secure transport before continuing. Upon reaching town, crowds gather to discuss the defeated Black Grizzly. Rumors about a failed Sword Saint spread while Arios passes quietly. A voice suddenly calls out to him from nearby, interrupting their steps. 3 adventurers block the path and claim priority, mocking him as a worthless failure. Tension rises as Arios firmly denies their false claim, refusing to step aside. Lamilla boldly rebukes the adventurers for their rude behavior. Without hesitation, he steps forward and strikes one of the men. The impact sends the adventurer flying across the square. Shock spreads through the crowd as Arios realizes the force he used. Calmly, he explains that he enhanced his strength before attacking. The remaining adventurers falter at his composure. As they retreat in anger, Lamilla looks at him with awe. Arios stands quietly, still unsure of his growing power. Arios studies the floating interface and senses that cheat code management may be far greater than he first believed. Another notification appears, granting him a new ability after battle. While walking through town, he hides his thoughts and avoids drawing attention. Her detailed knowledge about skills surprises him, prompting suspicion. Instead of answering clearly, she laughs and brushes it off, leaving Arios more curious as they approach a grand building. Inside the mansion, Dudley acts arrogantly as the new Sword Saint successor, ordering servants around and treating them harshly. One maid watches his behavior with discomfort, remembering how different Arios once was. Regret fills her as she recalls Arios's quiet sadness on the day he was cast aside. Determined to correct her mistake, she resolves to leave the mansion and find Arios, choosing to stand by him this time. Explaining that many viewed him as unpleasant even before he received any power. An unexpected twist followed, when the prayers for Dudley to gain a weak skill resulted in him obtaining the strongest ability instead. Who learns that Rennie was originally meant to remain at his side as his escort. Curiosity leads Arios to ask about her background, discovering she belongs to a small adventurers guild. To avoid drawing royal notice, Rei secretly registers under an alias. Rei suddenly loses balance and falls onto Arios inside the carriage. Outside, Arios meets Yuya Astray, a rank B adventurer. Yuya explains a giant orc has appeared beyond the bridge, preventing passage. Although not a sword saint, Arios states he can support the battle. He plans to test his skill that reveals an enemy's physical strength. As higher-ranked adventurers move out, Arios follows Yuya toward the threat, ready to face the giant orc. Yuya explains that only rank A adventurers are sent to defeat the giant orc. He adds that rank B fighters will eventually need to replace rank A since they cannot rely on them forever. As they approach, Yuya mentions the battle has been going on for some time and should be nearing its end. Upon reaching the scene, Arios and Yuya find fallen adventurers scattered across the ground, overpowering its opponents and turning the battlefield into a one-sided struggle. Blood drips near Arios as Yuya urges him to retreat and report to the guild. Nearby, a wounded adventurer lies on the ground, struggling to survive and quietly begging for help. Resolving himself, Arios activates his cheat code skill to enhance his attack power. With swift movement, he launches forward and unleashes a powerful slash against the giant orc. The massive blade strikes true, staggering the monster and forcing it back as Arios stands firm before it. After striking the giant orc, Arios rushes to a fallen girl and apologizes for acting without thinking. Exhaustion shows on Arios's face as he admits he pushed his power further than expected. The orc rises again, furious and roaring. Despite holding a damaged sword before he advances, the girl asks for the name of the swordsman who saved her life. She introduces herself as Kaya Roots and learns his name in return. Orc releases overwhelming pressure, forcing Arios to brace himself against the impact. Steadying his breath, Arios activates his cheat code again, selecting the ability to visualize the target's physical strength and confirm its status. Data appears before him, revealing the monster's condition in detail. The orc stands towering above the broken ground, while Arios studies the information carefully, searching for weakness. Data reveals only the creature's right foot is damaged, giving Arios a narrow opportunity to act. Arios tightens his grip and shifts into the Makba sword style. Flames erupt along his blade when he activates fire magic through cheat code. Attack collides with the orc, followed by a barrage of sharp lances that crash into its massive body. Seeing an opening, others urge retreat and attempt to pull the wounded away from danger. He remains steady and refuses to flee, questioning why they should run while the enemy still stands. The giant orc collapses, lifeless on the ground. Arios modestly claims he only delivered the final blow after it had been weakened by rank A adventurers. Attention shifts to the monster's body as something unusual is noticed near it. Arios picks up a dark stone from the remains, recognizing it as similar to one connected to the Black Grizzly. The calm streets and wooden houses contrast with the capital's noise. Later, one of the girls formally requests sword training from him. She praises his previous performance. Suddenly, the other girl presses close to him, declaring she will be the one to receive instruction instead. Her bold behavior prompts a reminder that she must act according to her status and show proper respect. With a serious expression, the first girl brings up his past confrontation with the swordmaster. Both girls passionately defend Arios, declaring him more honorable than Dudley after witnessing the recent battle. Remembering the past, Arios reflects that his father chose Dudley as the Silver Sword Master. Later, distant whispers question why Dudley favored someone else over his own son. That night, while Arios sleeps, a girl approaches him quietly and tries to get his attention. As he wakes, he reminds her that he is merely an outcast of the Magbaba family. The girl confesses that she does not care about his status, and hopes they can return to how things once were. Soon after, she settles beside him under the blanket and wishes him good night. Sleep does not come easily to him. Later, he steps outside the village. Determined to test them, he activates his cheat code skill and reviews the list of effects. Sudden pain strikes his head, and his vision distorts as an unfamiliar sensation overtakes him. Arios suddenly finds himself inside a grand palace hall, confused about how he arrived there. A stern man swings a sword toward him, and Arios senses that he has seen this person before. Glowing presence appears nearby, speaking casually while the swordsman reacts with alarm. The scene shifts to a regal figure identified as the first king of Arceus, standing proudly despite comments about his duties. Another man is revealed as the strongest swordsman since the first king. Within the vision, the king declares that the reincarnation spell must be entrusted to the next generation. The king calmly seeks agreement, as if confirming a long-awaited decision. In an instant, Arios returns to the field outside the village, shaken and unsure what just occurred. A message appears before him, stating that the legacy of the legendary swordsman is ready to be transferred. Power flows through him as he acquires the origin form of the Makba style. Arios swings his blade, and a massive force erupts, splitting the tree stump apart in an instant. Under the night sky, he questions whether he truly caused that destruction. Overwhelmed by confusion and disbelief, he decides to rest, unable to fully process the sudden change. Elsewhere, unrest grows around the Makba household as servants leave. Despite the tension, Leon insists they must endure the hardship to preserve their ties with royalty and protect the family's remaining hope. A young man angrily asks about Mr. Leon's biological son. The young man clenches his fist, unable to forgive what he believes happened in the past. His anger grows as he hears that a woman named Mary has left with Arios. Meanwhile, in the village, Arios wakes to find a girl sleeping against him, clinging comfortably to his side. Still half asleep, she smiles and murmurs playfully while he awkwardly tries to rouse her. Morning arrives as another companion steps inside, politely checking on them. Soon after, the three walk through the village streets, discussing their next step and deciding to register as adventurers. During the conversation, one girl shyly asks to be treated less formally. The other boldly suggests being acknowledged as his wife in private, while he hesitates. As they continue forward, the girls sense a subtle change in Arios, noticing that something about him feels different from the day before. Arios calmly explains that he has not exhausted himself in battle. In the village, Rei greets her grandmother warmly while reaffirming her determination to learn swordsmanship from Arios and continue moving forward. The elder woman accepts their resolve but warns them to avoid drawing the attention of the knights again. As they walk together, villagers whisper about their closeness and unusual confidence. At the guild counter, they meet Elisa and formally declare their intention to register as adventurers together. Elisa confirms that Reddy must take an examination to register. She explains that Arios does not need a formal test, but must defeat an adventurer ranked C or higher to prove his skill. A rough swordsman steps forward, proudly identifying himself while laughing at Arios. The man taunts them further, demanding a fight and belittling their presence. Grinning with confidence, the swordsman orders Arios to face him, declaring himself the strongest and challenging him to prove otherwise. Arios politely asks Elisa if he may take the test by facing the challenging swordsman. Resi quietly advises him to treat the opponent seriously, acknowledging the man's strength. Elisa agrees. Standing across from each other, the swordsman insults Arios' background and heritage. Ignoring the taunts, Arios studies his opponent's stance, analyzing weaknesses while preparing to test his newly gained deep flow power. The swordsman urges him not to hold back, then launches a powerful descending strike toward Arios. Duel erupts as Arios' strike sends a shockwave across the room, blasting his opponent into the wall with overwhelming force. Seeing the damage, Arios realizes this cannot remain a simple test. Resolving himself, Arios activates deep flow and prepares to move. Arios dashes forward with extreme speed, executing a technique known as infinite flash. Within fractions of a second, he slips past the swordsman's guard, positioning himself precisely as the decisive moment approaches. Arios moves within the opponent's reach, his blade tracing multiple arcs that overwhelm the swordsman's defense. The final strike lands cleanly, sending the man crashing to the ground, unable to withstand the decisive blow. As the crowd reacts, Elisa explains that the defeated fighter was newly promoted to rank C and known for harassing beginners. She calmly adds that his special ability allows him to survive powerful attacks. Furious yet injured, the swordsman struggles to rise and threatens revenge. The defeated swordsman is confronted by the second princess, Raimeralise Arceus. Moments later, he bows deeply and offers a sincere apology. With the outcome decided, Arios is officially declared to have passed the test with ease. Rai celebrates becoming an adventurer while her companion expresses unwavering trust in Arios' strength. Even without becoming swordmaster, he feels satisfied with the direction his life is taking. At the guild counter, Arios finalizes his registration and officially becomes an adventurer. Despite being assigned E rank like every newcomer, the receptionist recognizes that his abilities far exceed that level. A quiet sense of resolve fills him as he steps into the beginning of his professional journey. Curious about guild services, he inquires whether battle materials can be handled and sold there. To demonstrate his capability, he reveals black grizzly fangs and fur taken from a defeated giant orc. Elisa panics after seeing the rare materials and rushes to call someone more qualified to examine them. Moments later, the guild master, Altro Wister, inspects the items carefully with growing interest. A serious look crosses his face as he recognizes the material's exceptional quality and rarity. Upon hearing Arios' full name, Altro recalls a past connection linked to the Macbar family. Recognition settles in as Altro reveals they had met more than 10 years ago, surprising Arios. Altro recalls his past as the finest blacksmith in the royal capital, and remembers Arios' father visiting him often, reflects on the rumors of Leon's disappearance and the belief that he abandoned his own son. Arios admits his path was difficult, yet he feels fortunate to have supportive companions in his present life. He offers to forge a sword from the rare materials himself. With confidence, the guildmaster assures them the blade will serve a worthy purpose. Arios decides to spend his free time exploring the village and learning more about its surroundings. Ray eagerly offers to guide him, taking responsibility while their other companion is away on a mission. As they walk through town, she proudly points out the inn and the central fountain that symbolizes the village. Attention from nearby townspeople makes Arios uneasy, sensing the curiosity directed toward them. Despite his concern, Ray expresses genuine happiness, cherishing the outing as a special moment together. Arios begins to relax, realizing that spending time like this is not unpleasant at all. Pulls him along energetically, greeting townspeople, who warmly respond and invite him to visit again. Gradually, he becomes acquainted with many villagers and notices how different the atmosphere feels from the royal capital. Though once labeled as a useless skill holder, he senses genuine acceptance for the first time. Ray laughs freely, her joy reflecting the warmth of the village around them. Memories surface as he watches children running around the fountain, reminding him of simpler days. After their walk, he expresses sincere gratitude for the time spent together. Gentle reassurance eases his lingering doubts, acceptance replacing worry as village rooftops stretch beneath open sky. Night falls, and a newly forged blade is presented, its polished edge shining under starlight. Craftsmanship reveals unmatched quality, confirming masterful skill behind weapon. Now resting in his grasp, blade arcs smoothly through air, leaving a clean trail of light as its new owner tests balance and weight. Conversation shifts toward lineage and past mistakes, recalling how pride once led his father away from what truly mattered. Praise follows, noting steady eyes and growth beyond old legends. Gratitude is offered modestly, brushing aside grand titles while respect remains clear between them. Sudden alarm interrupts calm moment as news arrives of massive white wolf outbreak near Lul village. Urgent orders fill guild hall as evacuation of villagers is prioritized and higher rank adventurers are summoned. Explanation follows about white wolves, D-rank beasts whose danger rises sharply when they hunt in coordinated packs. Encouragement urges him to surpass his father and previous generations. Scene shifts to battlefield where numerous white wolves surround armed defenders. Clashing begins as blades meet charging beasts, tension spreading across chaotic field. Amid chaos of battle, a wounded ally feels relieved upon spotting him arriving at front lines. Quick observations reveal familiar holy magic supporting fighters, confirming presence of trusted companion nearby. Field shows harsh reality. Barely 20 adventurers stand against more than 100 white wolves. Howls rise across night, strengthening beasts while fallen pack members drive them into greater frenzy, using health visualization. Weakened targets are identified. A swift technique cuts through charging wolves, blade tracing wide arc as several beasts fall in a single motion. Surrounded moments earlier, he now stands amid stunned pack, their numbers rapidly shrinking, within minutes. Nearly every wolf lies defeated. Strange chill spreads from sword, freezing nearby monsters regardless of condition. Allies stare in disbelief at overwhelming display of strength, while he scratches his head awkwardly. Praise and shock follow, realizing quiet adventurer has surpassed every expectation on battlefield. A fellow adventurer mocks him, repeating rumors from royal capital and calling him disgrace to his father. Accusations grow harsher as man claims victory was achieved through cheating rather than skill, ignoring gratitude owed for saving everyone. He insists wolves were defeated by his own strength and demands recognition for himself. Instead of arguing, calm acceptance settles in, deciding stolen credit holds little value. Before tension fades, ground trembles as another large pack of white wolves emerges. Movement in nearby forest catches his attention, raising suspicion that unseen presence is manipulating recent monster appearances. While others focus on remaining wolves, he notices something retreating into trees. Without hesitation, responsibility for battlefield is entrusted to companions, as he decides to pursue hidden source alone. Shouts of cowardice echo behind, yet steady pace continues toward forest edge, forming clear conclusion that sudden surge of monsters is no coincidence, but part of larger scheme. Thoughts race as he recalls how every recent monster, from black grizzly to giant orc, possessed unusual strength. A companion catches up, suspecting hidden manipulation behind his sudden departure into forest. Ease close briefly, breathing steadies, and a refined technique is invoked to sense distortion in surroundings. Target located, body launches forward in decisive motion, blade aligned with pinpoint accuracy. A single swift slash crashes down, tearing through concealed presence and shaking ground with overwhelming force. After impact, dust clears, revealing hidden underground stairs beneath shattered earth. Arios and his two companions discover a hidden entrance in the rocky ground. After confirming the location, Arios decides to enter without delay. The others follow, trusting his judgment despite their uncertainty. Inside, the stone structure appears old yet organized. While observing the surroundings, Arios senses something unusual. Mary offers him a handkerchief as he suddenly rushes ahead, focused on a presence deeper inside. They encounter a maid named Mary, revealing someone unexpected awaits within. Arios is startled after learning the maid from the Mikbah household is inside the hideout. Suddenly, several wolves materialize before the group without warning. Recognizing the strange situation, Arios draws his sword. Yuya urges Arios to move forward, reminding him that someone deeper inside may require rescue. With confidence, Yuya steps ahead to confront the wolves alone, determined to handle the threat and protect his companions. Arios rushes deeper into the underground passage while his companions encourage him. Within a chamber, Mary hangs restrained by chains after being abducted by a mysterious group. The captor grabs her face as she struggles helplessly, fear visible in her expression. Bursting into the room, Arios witnesses the scene and feels anger rise as he recalls the rumors questioning his worth. Without hesitation, he unleashes a swift sword strike, cutting down the hooded man and freeing Mary. Arios reaches Mary and confirms she is safe after cutting her restraints. While Arios explains he followed a strange sense that led him to the hideout, noticing his injuries, Mary steps closer and begins to heal him despite her embarrassment. Behind them, the wounded hooded man struggles to rise, still alive and glaring at Arios with anger. Calmly, Arios decides to question the captive, revealing that his earlier strike was meant to keep the man alive for answers. The injured man glares at Arios and swears revenge, anger replacing his earlier fear. From the shadows, two hooded swordsmen step forward and block the stairs. Mary trembles and urges him to escape, worried he cannot face them alone. Instead of retreating, Arios gently wipes her tears and steadies her. Turning toward the enemies, he declares his resolve to fight and promises they will survive together. The bald swordsman mocks Arios, calling him weak and unworthy. His allies laugh, convinced their strength will easily crush him. Without reacting to their insults, Arios lowers his stance and prepares his blade. Steel clashes as Arios moves swiftly, deflecting their strikes while watching for an opening. He activates his cheat ability, enhancing his power and shocking his opponents. In one decisive motion, Arios unleashes a rapid slash, overwhelming the swordsman and turning the battle in his favor. Mary stares in disbelief while Arios relaxes, certain the fight has ended. After confirming their weakness, Arios questions them about their group, recalling the name they used earlier. From their explanation, he learns they belong to a radical faction operating in the kingdom's shadows and stirring unrest through violence. Insists their hideout was protected by layered defensive magic and should have been impossible to breach. Scratching his head calmly, Arios admits he simply destroyed the barrier and walked inside. Arios stands over the captured man and states that their hidden activities have already been exposed. With steady eyes, he warns the captive to reveal their plan if he wishes to avoid further pain. Desperate, the captive crushes a small gem in his hand. The shattered gem releases a surge of energy that spreads across the chamber. In an instant, wolves materialize around the room. Arios steps forward and prepares to defend everyone. Arios moves through the summoned wolves with swift, controlled strikes. As the chamber quiets, Yuya rushes in to check on him. Arios stands unharmed, lowering his blade calmly. He instructs Yuya to restrain the surviving attackers and call for other adventurers to assist with questioning them. Elsewhere near Lul village, another swordsman slays monsters while laughing confidently. Villagers praise that fighter and mock the boy once labeled useless, unaware of the battle just won beneath the ruins. Near the village, a confident swordsman boasts about defeating the white wolves while speaking to villagers beside a wagon. Suddenly voices call out Arios and Yuya's names from a distance. Irritation spreads across the swordsman's face as he hears Arios praised instead, unable to accept the shift in attention. Arios informs the gathered adventurers that he discovered the Arceus Salvation Party's hideout and suggests organizing a search for evidence. As night falls, the group heads toward the ruins together. The boastful swordsman complains as attention shifts away from him. Inside the hideout, Arios and the others are approached by frightened villagers. They discover imprisoned women and propaganda, praising the kingdom's prosperity displayed on the walls. After securing the area, Arios notes that no additional members remain and suspects similar hideouts may exist elsewhere. With the captured criminals sent for interrogation, the group reflects on the unclear motives of the Salvation Party. Arios listens as the others acknowledge the importance of uncovering the hideout and the recent disappearances linked to the group. One adventurer admits they struggled to locate the enemy base and invites Arios to join their party. The man then confirms Arios is the son of Lord Leonis Mikbah. Arios calmly admits it. Hearing that he differs from the rumors, Arios responds with polite gratitude. He reflects on losing his status and family because of his misunderstood skill. Alone with his thoughts, Arios reflects on his cheat ability and realizes it holds the potential to reshape his future. A nobleman reacts in disbelief upon hearing that Arios defeated the Arceus Salvation Party's base. Prince Rayfar considers the reports carefully, noting that although many mock Arios, he criticizes the decision to banish Arios, warning that such judgment may have harmed the kingdom. Enraged, Dudley insists he will prove his superiority, while the prince calmly reconsiders existing loyalties. Under the night sky, the prince decides to sever ties with the Macbaffa family. A carriage moves along a quiet forest path, while Arios reflects on the recent investigation. Nearby, Mary appears before him after traveling a long distance. With firm resolve, she expresses her desire to remain at his side, rather than return to the royal capital. Calmly, Arios declines her request, stating he lacks the money to employ her, and does not require her service. Resolutely, Mary refuses to serve Dudley, while another woman steps forward and agrees with her decision. Mary boldly suggests living together, unwilling to be escorted by Dudley. After brief hesitation, Arios agrees to let her stay for as long as needed. Later, a proud villager praises Arios as the true holy swordsman. The recognition strengthens his standing in Rastal village. Night falls, and he returns to his room, reminded to claim his guild reward. The next day, exhaustion settles in. Suddenly, his cheat ability activates, listing new powers. Arios studies the newly unlocked ability, noting its unusual nature. The skill allows him to alter a target's attack power. Deciding to rest for the night, he closes his eyes. Suddenly, Mary leaps toward him, attempting to seize the moment. He swiftly dodges, causing her to tumble onto the bed in frustration. Undeterred, she lunges again, but he evades her once more. The playful struggle ends as he calmly explains he is no longer her bodyguard. Using swift movement, Arios pins Mary down and retaliates with playful tickling. Another maid enters the room and announces that dinner is ready, catching them in the middle of their antics. Her unimpressed stare questions their behavior, shifting the mood instantly. Mary refuses to assist Arios and pouts, unwilling to admit defeat after losing the exchange. Later, calm returns as Arios offers help. Mary smiles softly, feeling content simply staying by his side. In the quiet kitchen, Mary gathers her courage and tells Arios there is something she has long kept hidden. She explains that despite his banishment and the rumors surrounding him, tears fall as she admits her regret for being unable to help him during his suffering. Moved by her sincerity, Arios steps forward and gently embraces her. With relief, he promises they will build a peaceful life together, easing the burden she carried alone. Mary smiles brightly and promises to serve Arios with all her strength from now on. Outside, Arios walks through the village with a companion when a young girl runs toward him. Returning home, he is warmly welcomed back by the villagers. Soon after, he receives his official reward, handed over in heavy money bags. Counting the coins, Arios realizes the payment equals years of living expenses, leaving him stunned by the generous sum. At the guild hall, Arios is officially recognized as a rank D adventurer. Rady celebrates his sudden promotion, amazed that such rapid advancement is rare. Arios listens quietly as the news settles in. Several adventurers surround him, inviting him to join their group and praising his ability. Choosing not to accept their offers, Arios leaves with Reti, determined to continue independently. Their journey resumes in a forest where they search for the next objective and prepare for what lies ahead. While walking through the forest, Ray panics at the sight of insects and clings to Arios. Their discussion shifts to magical artisans who create enchanted tools and potions. Stories describe the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship as belonging to a woman named Lemina Liares. Arios examines the mysterious black gem and learns that only a master artisan can properly analyze it. Soon they arrive at a strange house hidden among the trees, wondering what kind of person awaits them inside. As Arios and Riai approach the secluded house, a voice acknowledges his arrival and reveals awareness of his past as a former Holy Sword candidate. Arios senses they are being watched through a magical device. Without warning, an attack is triggered. Arios reacts quickly, recognizing the encounter as part of a test. A towering armored knight materializes before them, radiating power and blocking their path. The knight raises its weapon and unleashes a fierce roar, signaling the start of battle. Facing the armored giant, Arios calmly activates his cheat code manipulation skill. A transparent interface appears before him, asking for code confirmation. Multiple code options display, and he selects one to reduce the enemy's strength. The system processes his choice instantly. The knight swings its sword with overwhelming force, claiming its power has been maximized. However, the blow weakens unexpectedly. Arios blocks the strike with ease, then boosts his own power and counters confidently. With a decisive motion, Arios unleashes Deep Flow style, Divine Flash. The massive knight collapses onto the ground, its strengthened body shattered by the attack. He calls out to the hidden artisan and demands she reveal herself to discuss the mysterious gem. The unseen watcher permits them to enter the house. Arios introduces himself formally as Arios Mekba. Inside, they notice various magical tools and devices. As they step further in, a voice tells them to wait. Inside the workshop, a young girl introduces herself confidently as the greatest magical artisan. She explains that although she appears older, her true age is only 2 years due to special circumstances. Arios studies the workshop filled with magical devices and praises its impressive operation. When she mentions that the armored knight was rank B, Arios reacts with mild shock at the information. Curiosity overtakes her, and she eagerly asks to examine his body, intrigued by his unusual strength. The young artisan leads Arios and Rai deeper into her house, explaining that the entrance was not suitable for discussion. Seated in a study filled with books, she asks about the mysterious crystal Arios carries. She notices a formed magic circuit within the crystal and realizes it can be activated. Excitement flashes across her face as she confirms her findings. Suddenly, wolves materialize inside the room and attack. Arios reacts instantly, drawing his blade to defend them. After Arios swiftly defeats the wolves, the artisan watches in disbelief at his overwhelming strength. Composing herself, she begins explaining the final results of the gem's analysis. Her conclusion reveals that the crystal structure surpasses current knowledge and cannot be properly analyzed in this era. Arios and his companions gather around a small gem resting on a table. The princess reflects on its origin, considering that it could be a sacred artifact once left behind by the gods in distant times. A system message appears, declaring the goddess's blessing and beginning initialization. Pain strikes Arios as a transparent interface forms before his eyes. The space around him starts to shift. Moments later, they stand inside a grand chamber, confused and searching the unfamiliar room. Inside the grand chamber, a radiant goddess appears before Arios and a stern swordsman. Swordsman listens while she speaks of reincarnation and responsibility toward future generations. The discussion turns to Arios' unique ability, cheat code operation. Arios accepts the weight of the title and vows to limit its misuse within the Mekbala family. With a calm smile, the goddess hints at an unexpected turn, leaving him unsettled. The goddess smiles gently, explaining that thousands of years later, Falua's descendants would witness this very moment. Arios attempts to confirm whether she can truly see him, but no response comes. She acknowledges his rare ability and the disappointment he endured. Extending her hands, the goddess reminds him that he is stronger and more remarkable than anyone else. The swordsman adds that their bloodline stands with him. Encouraged by their support, goddess advises Arios to carry the mysterious gem with him to prevent accidental activation. A faint smile crosses Arios' face as he reflects on the guidance, recalling that Lemina once triggered the gem before. They assure him that their blood flows within him and that he will meet his descendants again. The chamber disappears, and Arios awakens on the ground beside Lemina. Overcome with relief, Lemina throws her arms around him, while he struggles to steady himself. Back in the room, Arios discusses the possibility that his consciousness was sent to another dimension, suddenly startling Lemina as she turns toward the sound. Realizing it is a call, she quickly answers, while informing Ultro that Arios has returned and will arrive shortly. After listening carefully, her expression grows serious as she prepares to relay urgent news. She informs Arios that his servant Mary is in danger, as Dudley has appeared in the village of Rastral. Arios races toward Rastral after learning of the threat as he runs. Anger sharpens his expression while villagers shout in panic. Determined, he refuses to forgive Dudley for harming those under his protection. In the village square, Dudley and his men surround Mary. Despite her fear, Mary declares that her true master is Arios, and insists he is a noble man. A sudden strike descends, but Arios blocks the blade and confronts the Sword Saint candidate directly. Facing Dudley, Arios calmly activates his ability. He reduces his opponent's attack power and slightly enhances his own strength. With a swift strike, Arios overwhelms him and sends him crashing backward. After securing the area, Arios checks on Mary and ensures she is unharmed. Overcome with relief, Mary expresses her deep affection, leaving Arios flustered by her sudden confession. Dudley, refusing to accept defeat, shouts that Arios only possesses a flawed ability, claiming his own strength is superior, insisting his swordsmanship surpasses him, and claiming that abandoning Arios was the correct choice. Dismissing Dudley's arrogance and telling him to stop his foolish boasting. With arms crossed, Ramira criticizes his actions in the village and questions his twisted judgment, pointing out the harm he has caused, warning that insulting Arios will not go unchallenged, and demanding he consider the consequences. Yet Arios calmly notes that fear drives his behavior and reminds him of the McBaugh family's standing. Rhaenyra smiles coldly and states that Dudley still fails to understand the situation. Enraged, Dudley lashes out and calls Arios unworthy. A sudden impact strikes Arios from the side as he shields himself. Another woman steps forward, declaring that Arios surpasses Dudley as a swordsman. Amid the chaos, stones scatter as Arios endures the assault. His supporters shout in his defense and reject Dudley's accusations. When the dust settles, Arios stands stunned, realizing how deeply the conflict has escalated. Amid the chaos, Arios is struck by flying debris while trying to shield himself. Villagers gather behind him, cheering his name and expressing their trust. Lowering his gaze, Arios quietly reflects on everyone who stood by him during the conflict. Before Dudley can continue, a commanding figure steps forward and orders him to stop. The man reveals himself as Dudley's father and formally apologizes to Princess Rhaenyra and the villagers. Leon bows repeatedly and claims he has no words to apologize. Another man rebukes Leon harshly, warning that if this conduct continues, the McBaugh family will decline. Arios steps forward and states bluntly that he no longer wishes to see Leon's face, shifts the topic mentioning Arios's recent achievements in the Salvation Party, and acknowledging his growth as a former colleague. With a measured smile, Leon questions whether many rank B adventurers now surround Arios, probing his current standing. A young girl steps forward and insists that Arios was the first to help them, but tension rises as the accusation fails to gain support from those present. With a steady voice, Arios cuts the exchange short and asks them to leave. Smirking, Leon presents a message from Lord Rayfur announcing that a duel between Dudley and Arios will take place on the battle. Reading the notice, Arios learns the match will be held in the capital's vast arena. Arios smiles calmly and tells Leon that he understands the situation. His tone makes it clear that lingering resentment no longer matters to him, even if the famed Silver Sword Saint stands against him. She then points out that the duel offers no benefit to them and states that compensation will be required. Rhaenyra demands funds equal to a year of Arios's expenses and insists on remaining away from the castle for an extended time. Arios reminds Rhaenyra that he is meant to protect her, but she questions his concern. Leon admits the financial demand is manageable, yet her wish to stay away from the castle creates complications for them. Keeping his composure, Arios states they will reconsider whether to accept the duel. With the matter unsettled, Leon departs after giving a formal response. Soon after, the date and location are confirmed 1 week later in the capital's grand arena. Inside the guild hall, Kaya reminds Arios that the duel will happen in a week. She encourages him not to feel intimidated and promises to support him. With a shy expression, Kaya suggests spending time together after the duel. Another girl suddenly steps in, pulling Kaya back and reacting strongly to her bold proposal. The tension rises as she argues that Kaya is acting improperly, while others watch the awkward scene unfold. A seasoned warrior compares Arios to the first Sword Saint, praising his steady growth and determination. With a firm hand on his shoulder, the warrior acknowledges Arios's humility. Gratitude fills the moment as both Arios and Kaya thank the warrior. Maria steps forward and expresses deep appreciation toward Arios for saving her. Jealousy surfaces and the peaceful atmosphere quickly turns awkward. With 3 days remaining before the duel, Arios trains in the forest. During training, he senses a strange warmth surrounding him, as if someone is quietly protecting him. Reviewing his cheat code abilities, he examines a new skill called Absorption. Later, he rests in his room, reflecting on his peaceful life in Rastale, despite the coming challenge. Suddenly, a girl bursts through the window, startling him as she lunges forward energetically. The girl confronts Arios about avoiding her, but loses her balance and falls onto the bed in frustration. She complains about being treated unfairly and demands a light punishment for his distant behavior. After calming down, she studies his expression and admits he seems different from when he fought the duel. She reveals a large message board filled with words of encouragement gathered from the villagers, explaining that everyone supports him. She shows the collected notes. The girl suddenly leans close and kisses Arios on the cheek, leaving him frozen in surprise. Regaining composure, Arios clenches his fist and declares his resolve. On the day of the duel, the royal capital's arena fills with spectators. Cheers and shouts echo across the field as supporters call out encouragement and criticism. Facing Arios, his opponent greets him confidently and mocks his chances, while Arios remains silent and focused. Arios faces his opponent in the arena as the man taunts him repeatedly. Both draw their swords and prepare their stances. The tension between them sharpens as they measure each other's movements. The opponent mocks Arios's posture and boasts about the superiority of his Makuba style. An official steps forward and signals the start of the duel. The crowd quiets as both fighters lock eyes. At the signal, they launch forward simultaneously, executing swift opening techniques with blinding speed. The opponent swings first with a sharp horizontal strike, expecting to overwhelm Arios. Arios follows with a powerful upward slash that sends his opponent flying into the air. Rising unsteadily, he stares at Arios in disbelief, unable to accept the gap in their strength. Whispers ripple through the crowd as Arios reveals the deep flow style. He calmly deflects each blow and recognizes that the battle is finally becoming worthy of his effort. Their blades collide repeatedly, sparks scattering as Arios calmly blocks each strike without losing balance. Growing frustrated, the opponent launches a reckless attack, but Arios counters with a swift blow that sends him crashing across the arena floor. Standing over him, Arios urges him to rise and fight seriously. In the arena, Arios stands firm after defeating his opponent. He reflects quietly, realizing his connection with the Makuba family has ended. Nearby, two girls react with visible excitement while he remains composed. Suddenly, his body feels heavy, his grip weakens, and something drops from his hand. A black jewel on the ground begins to shine intensely. Arios looks around, sensing unexpected magic gathering nearby. Leon suddenly shouts a command toward Dudley, revealing his hostility. While Dudley prepares his hidden magic, Arios feels pressure building inside his body. Among the crowd, spectators notice something strange. Concern spreads as they sense Arios is in danger. On the arena floor, the black jewel emits a violent glow. A nearby mage concludes that the jewel is being fueled with magic, activating a circuit meant to summon monsters. Arios urgently tries to stop him, warning that everyone in the arena could be harmed. Dudley ignores the risk and prepares another attack, driven by anger and pride. Above the arena, the black jewel releases its power. A massive dark creature forms and crashes into the battlefield. The monster swings a heavy arm, sending shockwaves across the arena and scattering fighters. Amid the destruction, Arios is slammed into a wall, injured but still conscious as chaos spreads. Panic spreads through the arena as the crowd realizes Leon has summoned something unnatural. Slowly, Arios forces himself to stand. He steadies his breathing and regains control of his body. Before him towers a massive dark monster, radiating overwhelming power. Suddenly, the violent energy halts. A strange warmth surrounds him, and he senses a new presence. In a radiant space, a goddess appears before Arios, revealing herself as a lingering memory now standing before him. The goddess explains that as Arios grows stronger, he will gain the ability to control such moments himself. She reveals the monster's identity, an ancient being that once devastated the kingdom. With a serious expression, she asks for his help to break the long-standing curse binding the land. Before parting, she calls him the true Sword Saint, acknowledging his potential. As time begins to move again, Arios resolves to use cheat code absorption against the monster. Within the frozen moment, the goddess encourages Arios and reminds him of another ability that can weaken an enemy's power before disappearing. He steadies his heart as her final words echo in his mind and time begins to flow again. The monster charges and releases a destructive attack toward the arena, threatening the crowd. Arios activates cheat code manipulation, rewriting the creature's attack power and reducing its force before using absorption. Energy swirls around him instead of exploding outward. Flames swirl around Arios but curve away from the spectators. People in the stands stare in amazement as he orders them to evacuate. Facing the towering monster, Arios studies its presence and prepares for a direct clash, knowing retreat is no longer possible. Supporters rush toward the exits, shouting encouragement as they leave the battlefield behind. With sword raised, Arios steels his resolve, determined not to disappoint those who believe in him. Just as Arios prepares to fight alone, his companions step forward and refuse to leave him behind. Each of them declares that his burden is theirs as well. Their resolve strengthens Arios' heart. Smiling gratefully, he activates his skill and rewrites their attack power. Energy surges through the group as they feel their abilities dramatically increase. United as one, the team forms a battle line beside Arios, ready to defeat the ancient monster together. Watching from above, Leon senses the monster's overwhelming strength and feels unease, despite his title as Sword Saint below. Arios and his companions continue their assault. Leon rushes into the arena and launches a direct attack at the monster. In an instant, the monster retaliates and sends him crashing across the arena. Injured and stunned, Leon collapses, proving that even a saint can fall before such a threat. Arios concentrates and visualizes its physical strength, preparing a countermeasure. His allies rush in from both sides, striking its legs to disrupt its balance, while Arios coordinates their movements. Sensing the creature gathering power, the team continues attacking without retreat, waiting for the right moment to finish it. Holy magic binds the monster in place, sealing its movement. A blazing divine strike descends and engulfs the creature. When the light fades, the group stands victorious together. After the battle, Arios finds himself in a quiet white space. She praises him as a true sword saint, and explains that defeating Vanita's Roa has restored part of her lost strength. Soon, the spirit of the legendary first sword saint reveals himself as Arios' ancestor. The goddess lightly teases the ancestor, but he sets aside the banter and focuses on the present moment. With pride, the ancestor shakes Arios' hand, recognizing him as a worthy descendant and a true swordsman. Arios explains that the victory was not achieved by his strength alone. His ancestor acknowledges this and urges him to grow even stronger. He reveals that their lingering memories exist only to prepare for that future calamity, leaving Arios stunned by the scale of it. The goddess states that when the time arrives, they will rely on him above all others. With pride and hope, they entrust the future to Arios before their presence begins to fade. Monster collapses into rubble, confirming their victory. The crowd erupts in relief and admiration as Arios stands quietly in the arena, realizing the battle is finally over. As cheers surround him, Arios lowers his gaze and smiles softly, feeling grateful that he was able to protect everyone from harm. In the arena, Arios stands beside a young woman as cheers echo from the crowd, wounded yet proud. Sword Saint Leon steps forward and recognizes Arios as worthy of the Makba family name. With an outstretched hand, Leon urges him to return home and reclaim his honor. Silence follows as Arios recalls his past exile. Behind him, his companions observe while Leon insists the family needs his strength. Calm and composed, Arios accepts the invitation with firm resolve. Firm resolve fills Arios' expression as he refuses to return to the Makba family. Shock spreads across Leon's face as he questions Arios' choice. With calm reflection, Arios thinks about the many encounters that shaped him. After leaving home, supportive companions stand behind him, reminding him that true strength requires kindness and sincerity, not only power. Steady conviction guides Arios as he chooses his own path, believing his exile and training were never meaningless. Anger erupts as Leon shouts at Arios, but Arios calmly declares he is cutting all ties. Panic replaces pride on Leon's face as he realizes the family may collapse without Arios' strength and support. Desperation drives Leon to beg for his return, yet Arios walks away without hesitation, repeating his firm refusal. Nearby, a young woman mocks Leon's persistence and points out that a successor already exists. She claims Arios will now spend his days freely alongside them. Defeat weighs heavily on Leon as a young woman coolly remarks that this may be checkmate. Soon after, a composed nobleman arrives and addresses Leon formally. Disbelief overwhelms Leon as the nobleman calmly proposes advancing their relationship for political reasons. Attention then shifts to a reunion, where the nobleman greets Riamira warmly while Arios watches from a distance. The nobleman introduces himself as Riamira Lee Arceus and speaks of negotiations, while Riamira responds steadily beside him. With a gentle smile, the nobleman encourages Arios to follow his own path freely, and without restraint. Riamira calmly accepts the proposal beside him, while Arios and his companion watch in quiet surprise. After offering a final warning to take care, the nobleman departs later. Arios rests in the waiting room, reviewing the new abilities he acquired and deciding to return to Raster village. Townspeople notice his arrival at once, calling out as he steps into the familiar streets. Arios is praised for defeating Dudley and protecting the spectators. Suddenly his blonde companion steps in sharply, stopping the maid from teasing him further and pulling her back. Smiling awkwardly, Arios credits his victory to his cheat code manipulation skill. Playful tension rises as both girls press him at once, forcing him to stay alert around them. As calm returns, the blonde girl asks about his future plans and whether his stay in the village is only temporary. Arios announces his wish to live there if the residents accept him. An older man laughs and pulls him close, while Arios humbly admits there is little he can do, but hopes to be useful, declaring he already belongs and encouraging him to stay as long as he wishes. Gratitude fills his expression as he thanks everyone sincerely. Beside him, Riamira clings happily to his arm, teasing him gently while he admits he is truly glad to remain. A week after the duel, Arios rests peacefully in his room, believing his quiet days in the village would continue without trouble. Suddenly, Leon appears in the street and loudly calls him out. Arios asks Leon's purpose, while Leon claims he returned to confirm the truth behind the duel. Frustration hardens Leon's expression as he insists that someone with a flawed skill could not surpass a sword saint. Realization dawns on Arios as he questions whether Leon is accusing him of cheating. Leon openly accuses Arios of cheating, claiming the duel's outcome made no sense unless dishonesty was involved. Driven by wounded pride, Leon draws his sword and declares he will prove his righteousness through another battle, remaining calm. Realizing he may be trying to hide his dismissal and protect his reputation, while Leon grows uneasy under scrutiny, Arios dismisses the family's wealth and status as irrelevant to the truth. With steady resolve, Arios prepares himself and accepts the challenge. As tension rises, a new man appears behind Arios, standing calmly with folded arms while Leon looks startled. The stranger introduces himself as Faluas, founder of the Mangba style, greeting Arios like an old acquaintance. Shock overwhelms Leon when Faluas formally addresses him as the current sword saint. Faluas declares it his duty to correct Leon's arrogance and challenges him to fight seriously. Recognizing his true master, Arios stands firm while Leon angrily denies the man's identity. Fueled by anger, Leon raises his sword and declares he will cut down anyone who challenges him. In response, Faluas dismisses the need for weapons and calmly invites Leon to attack. Rushing forward, Leon swings with full force, convinced his strike will end the confrontation. Without drawing a blade, Faluas counters effortlessly, unleashing the Mangba-style technique that overwhelms Leon's assault. Blows land in rapid succession, exposing countless openings, and Leon collapses in shock as his defeat becomes undeniable. Proving the gap between them is undeniable while Arios watches in stunned silence. Landing lightly, Faluas tells Leon to start training again from the beginning, stating that he is nowhere near Arios' level. Desperate and humiliated, Leon attempts one final strike. Leon collapses onto the ground, unable to comprehend his defeat as blood spills from his mouth. With the fight settled, Faluas stands calmly over him while Arios reflects on the harsh conclusion. Defeated and humiliated, Leon flees the village streets while Arios and Riamira watch his retreat in silence. Soon after, Riamira mentions hearing that both Leon and Dudley had already left the royal capital some time ago. Considering the situation, Arios suggests they may have been unable to endure the cold judgment surrounding them. Turning to Faluas, Arios asks whether his purpose there is finished. With arms folded, Faluas quietly concludes that his earlier suspicions have now been confirmed. Faluas apologizes for not having enough time and hints that many matters still remain unspoken, reminding him that guidance from the past alone will not be enough, revealing that a dreadful calamity is drawing near and that these events are far from over. He urges Arios to cultivate not only swordsmanship but also a strong heart to face what is coming. As his presence fades, Faluas expresses firm belief that Arios will become the light of a new age. Arios stands resolute with companions, vowing to become a true sword saint. In a forest clearing, Arios faces a rank C-sharp fang beast. The monster lowers its body and prepares to attack. Arios studies its movement and calculates the risk of its fangs. Arios activates cheat code manipulation and grants himself minimal invincibility. The beast charges forward with force. He remains steady as the attack approaches. The beast's strike fails to injure him. Arios confirms the skill's effectiveness against weaker monsters and prepares a counterattack. He unleashes Deep Flow style, second form, sending the beast flying through the trees. After defeating Dudley, 2 new abilities are added, increasing his power again. She reflects on Arios' strength and admits he remains unharmed even after facing the Fang beast. His companion realizes she can no longer match his pace. Arios calmly explains that his invincibility lasts only 5 seconds, earned through cheat code manipulation. Discussion shifts to ranks and potential. Promotion to C rank seems certain, yet his talent hints at something beyond S rank. His progress draws quiet admiration. They decide to complete the formalities quickly and return home. Praise surrounds him, though he remains modest. A sudden sensation catches his attention, and his focus sharpens immediately. Faint cry for help reaches Arios and his companion. Both freeze for a moment before rushing toward the sound through the trees. They discover an injured child lying on the ground, covered in dirt and wounds. The child struggles to stay conscious, clearly abandoned and mistreated. Kneeling beside the child, they notice a strange mark. Suspicion grows as they consider the possibility that the child is a slave. Arios studies the crest carefully and confirms it is a slave mark, proof of ownership enforced by magic. Realization strikes when they connect the mark to the Aldo family, rulers near Raster village, known for corruption. The injured child trembles on the ground, begging for forgiveness and promising obedience. Fear is etched across the child's face, showing deep trauma from past punishment. Arios understands the risk of interfering. Returning the child to the master would avoid conflict, especially if the owner holds influence. Doubt briefly crosses his mind. He recalls that the guild exists to protect civilians. Leaving the child behind would contradict his duty as an adventurer. With resolve, Arios lifts the child onto his back and decides to provide temporary protection. Responsibility outweighs hesitation. Gratitude fills the child's expression as they walk away together, choosing compassion, despite possible trouble ahead. The child rests in a bed inside a small house. Thanks to Risi's holy magic, most injuries have healed. Arios learns that the scars on her body are deep and old, evidence of repeated abuse. Rii notes that the wounds she carried were severe, despite the healing. When the child awakens, confusion fills her eyes. Arios gently explains that they found her collapsed and decided to care for her temporarily. Fear suddenly overwhelms her, and she kneels in panic, expecting punishment. Arios quickly introduces himself as a rookie adventurer and assures her she is under protection, not ownership. The child looks at Arios with uncertainty, slowly realizing he was the one who rescued her. Doubt still lingers in her expression as she tries to understand the meaning of protection. Overcome with guilt, she bows deeply and apologizes repeatedly, believing her existence only brings trouble to others. He gently asks for her name, shifting the mood away from fear. After hesitation, she introduces herself as Emu. The seriousness of her situation remains clear. Arios reassures Emu that she has no reason to feel guilty. He makes it clear that they are not her enemies. Gradually, Emu begins to accept that someone is finally standing on her side. Emu hesitates and asks if protection truly means she will not be hurt again. Arios calmly assures her that no harm will come from him. Understanding the slave crest carved into her arm, he realizes no one helped her because of fear toward her powerful master. Isolation had become her normal life. He tells her that her past and origin do not matter. What matters is her safety now. He encourages her to rest and recover. Overwhelmed by relief, Emu breaks down and clings to him. The warmth of being accepted begins to ease her despair. After calming down, she apologizes softly, while Arios reassures her without hesitation. Arios gently urges Emu to speak honestly about her past. Though hesitant, she begins to explain how she ended up in such a place. She reveals that she ran away from Lord Aldo's mansion. The name confirms Arios's suspicion about the powerful household connected to her slave crest. Believing she will only cause more trouble, Emu tries to leave and thanks them for their help. Guilt weighs heavily on her heart. Reddy reminds her of Arios's strength and recent victory over Dudley. Arios firmly refuses to let Emu walk away, determined to protect her. Hearing about events at the mansion, Emu realizes something serious has happened and struggles to believe the news. Excitement fills Emu's face when she hears about Arios's duel with Dudley. Learning that he won surprises her and changes the way she sees him. She recalls the spectators who witnessed his victory and realizes he defeated the Silver Sword Saint despite being cast out from the Mangba household. Moved by his determination, Emu admits she has always admired him from afar. His strength teaches her that people can endure hardship and still stand firm. When she tries to move too quickly, Arios steadies her and reminds her that her body has not fully healed. Blushing yet determined, Emu gathers courage to move forward without hesitation. Flustered by her own boldness, Emu realizes she is still holding Arios's hand. Embarrassment colors her face as she quickly reacts to the sudden closeness. With steady resolve, Arios explains that leaving her alone is not an option. He offers her a place to stay under his protection for the time being. Risi warmly welcomes Emu, encouraging harmony between them. Emu humbly admits she is the one who should be asking for kindness. She playfully declares she will not give Arios away, lightening the atmosphere inside the house. That evening, the three share a meal together, marking the beginning of a peaceful chapter in Emu's new life. At dinner, Emu steps away from the table and says she will pass on the meal. She claims it is simply her usual habit during mealtime. Rii reacts dramatically, saddened by the thought of Emu refusing to eat. She insists the food was prepared with care and should not be wasted. Arios studies Emu's expression and realizes she truly wants the meal but feels restrained. He gently points out her hesitation. Emu nervously denies being treated as a servant. Arios firmly clarifies that they are not her masters and never will be. Finally seated before a warm plate of food, Emu quietly asks for reassurance. Before taking her first bite, hesitation fades as small bites turn into steady eating. Warm bread fills her mouth and she chews carefully, still unsure if she truly deserves it. Emotion suddenly rises. Tears mix with each bite while gentle encouragement urges her not to hold back. Gratitude replaces fear. With trembling voice and watery eyes, She offers repeated thanks, smiling through tears while clutching what remains of her meal. Joy spreads across the room as praise follows her honest reaction. Satisfaction shows clearly on her face after finishing every bite. Conversation turns serious when past treatment is mentioned, revealing how little food she once received compared to livestock. Concern grows as thoughts turn to Aldo household, a powerful feudal force that could retaliate and disturb village peace. Letting her return there is not an option. Facing her directly, he offers a simple choice: remain here and start a new life from today. Surprise fills her eyes at such unexpected kindness. Worry surfaces about causing trouble, yet reassurance follows. Life may not be perfect, but it will be safer. Tears fall as gratitude overflows. Warmth from everyone in house eases, fear that once controlled her heart. Night settles quietly, while she sleeps peacefully. Discussion continues about harsh reality of slave system under Lord Rayfar's rule. Discussion turns to risk. Hiding her improperly could become a crime, yet abandoning her is unthinkable. While plans are weighed, uneasy murmurs drift from another room. Fearful words slip from her lips even in sleep, begging that no one else be harmed. A sudden presence is felt. Silence fills the air as instinct sharpens. Suspicion grows that someone is nearby with unclear intent. Warning is given to stay inside and seek help if trouble starts. Possibility of a spy from Aldo household crosses his mind. Without hesitation, he rushes into the night streets, hand gripping his sword as tension tightens around him. Footsteps echo ahead as pursuit begins. Opponents notice movement and attempt to retreat quickly, showing experience and coordination. Distance remains steady, despite increased speed. Focus sharpens while resolve hardens, understanding that stronger determination will be required. Presence is concealed while closing gap under cover of night. Intention forms to identify them before striking. Two silhouettes appear along forest path, moving with caution. Suspicion deepens at sight of their synchronized escape. Gray cloaks flutter under moonlight, revealing unmistakable identity. Recognition dawns instantly. Members of Arceus Salvation League have entered village grounds. From behind the trees, Arios notices two hooded figures rushing along a forest path at dusk. Their gray robes remind him of the faction threatening Arceus. As he moves through the shadows, thoughts of the secret organization surface in his mind. Ahead on the trail, the cloaked men proceed with confidence, assuming no one is tracking them. Maintaining steady pursuit, Arios studies their direction and considers how to report this discovery. Careful steps help him remain unnoticed while narrowing the gap. Under the moonlit sky, a sudden presence halts him. His eyes shift toward the darkness ahead, sensing that someone else is waiting in silence. Two hooded figures arrive at the Aldo family estate under the night sky. They stop before the main gate and force their way inside. Near the entrance, the men speak about confirming the situation. They believe the Sword Saint's sensing ability has not detected them. Another cloaked member steps forward and reports that Vayne Taro has been defeated. The leader listens calmly, concluding that the enemy responsible is no ordinary opponent. They question whether he truly secured the artificial human as planned, trying to confirm the truth behind recent events. Hidden nearby, Arios hears everything, realizing they are targeting Euphias and planning to retrieve something for their experiment. Arios listens as the cloaked men decide to leave for Rastal village. Their discussion confirms connections between the Aldo family, the Arceus incident, and the artificial human. Unable to ignore their movement any longer, he steps out from cover and draws his sword. Determination replaces hesitation as he prepares to stop them before they escape. Activating cheat code manipulation, Arios enhances his physical strength and lunges forward, forcing the enemy back. Instead of killing him, Arios chooses to gather information, analyzing the opponent's condition with his skill. Facing the remaining enemies, he demands an explanation. The confrontation begins in earnest. The remaining cloaked men charge at Arios together, attempting to overwhelm him with coordinated strikes. Their blades swing down, but he moves faster. With precise counterattacks, he cuts through their defense and strikes both opponents in a single motion. Silence returns to the forest. Arios stands over the fallen men and decides to hand them over to the guild for questioning. After the battle, he reflects on the difficulty of facing three enemies at once. Considering his options, he opens his status interface and reviews a newly acquired ability. Choosing to experiment, Arios activates Ancient Weapon Summon. A dark vortex forms before him. From the swirling vortex, a small armored figure emerges instead of a massive weapon. The creature resembles a compact knight with a round helmet and sturdy limbs. Arios stares in confusion, realizing that his Ancient Weapon Summon has produced something unexpected. Kneeling slightly, the summoned being waits for instruction. Arios gestures toward the fallen enemies, signaling that he needs assistance. Without hesitation, the small knight lifts a heavy club and prepares to act. Its compact body moves efficiently despite its size. Carrying the unconscious men with surprising strength, the summoned warrior supports Arios's plan. The small armored summon introduces itself with a formal tone, pledging loyalty to Arios, although its words are stiff and difficult to understand. As they walk through the forest, Arios recalls a legend about ancient weapons serving under a goddess. Carrying one of the unconscious men over his shoulder, he wonders if this creature is truly a relic from that era. Deciding to shorten its name, Arios gives the small knight a simpler title. The summon accepts the change without hesitation and continues assisting him. Suddenly, Arios senses a group of monsters gathering deeper in the forest. Realizing escape will be difficult while carrying prisoners, he prepares for another confrontation. The small knight informs Arios that it can handle the approaching threat. Arios kneels beside the unconscious men. At his signal, the tiny warrior activates a battle mode. Its body begins to shift, metal plates rearranging as power surges through it. In an instant, the compact figure transforms into a larger armored form. Its presence becomes heavier, and its stance turns aggressive. Charging forward, the transformed knight unleashes a barrage of metallic projectiles. Explosions tear through the forest, overwhelming the monsters with reinforced attacks. When the dust settles, the area falls silent. The summon returns calmly, declaring the battle finished while Arios watches in stunned approval. The forest falls silent after the explosions. Dozens of monsters lie scattered across the ground, completely defeated in moments. Turning to his summon, he acknowledges that relying on this power too often could become dangerous. Even so, he admits the assistance was necessary this time. Small Knight proudly credits Arios for its strength, claiming it only reflects his master's potential. Arios listens, unsure how to respond to such praise. Night deepens as they move through the trees. Arios senses that events are unfolding faster than expected. Later at the village, allies gather around the captured men. Relief spreads as they confirm the immediate threat has been contained. Arios smiles awkwardly, explaining that the victory was a shared effort and not his alone. The guildmaster studies the tiny knight with crossed arms, clearly puzzled by its appearance. To him, the figure looks more like a toy than a warrior. After listening carefully, he concludes that the being must be an ancient weapon connected to a goddess from old legends. Light teasing follows as the group reacts to their unusual new ally. Even so, it becomes clear that their circle has grown stronger. Later, under the moonlit sky, they discuss the Aldo family's link to the Alcius incident and the artificial human named Emma. During their discussion, Arios asks about the captured suspects and the promise made earlier. According to his report, the prisoners suddenly vanished without leaving wounds or traces. The escape occurred so cleanly that it seemed unnatural. Even though they had been locked inside a secure cell, the men disappeared before the guards' eyes. No signs of forced entry or broken restraints remained. In response, a confidential search team was formed to investigate the incident. However, no useful leads have been found so far. As the explanation ends, the small knight raises a possibility about a mysterious jewel emitting strange waves, suggesting a hidden force behind the escape. Arios considers the theory that powerful magic could move people instantly, recalling how Alcius had been rescued in a similar way. The small knight analyzes the idea and admits it overlooked that explanation. Its tone becomes more serious as it reassesses the situation. Reviewing everything they know, Arios summarizes the growing complexity of the case, including the artificial human and the hidden forces supporting the enemy. Guildmaster listens with a confident expression, acknowledging Arios's reasoning and recognizing his capability. With firm resolve, he officially requests Arios to act as the guild representative and lead the effort to resolve the crisis in Rastal village. Determination fills his eyes as he decides he cannot ignore Emma's situation. Aldo family's reputation and Alcius rescue are being twisted. Later, exhaustion catches up with him. While resting indoors, a girl suddenly collapses onto his chest. Fast asleep, confusion deepens. When he realizes she had been sleeping on floor earlier, now she clings tightly, murmuring softly while pressing against him. Before he can react, another girl joins, wrapping her arms around him from other side. Trapped between them, he stiffens in shock. Embarrassment replaces tension as both remain asleep, holding him firmly. Unable to move, he wonders how situation turned into this unexpected scene. Morning brings discomfort as he wakes trapped between two sleeping girls. Their arms tighten around him, and pain spreads across his body while they remain unaware. Door suddenly opens, and a maid steps inside to announce breakfast. Shock fills her face at sight before her, while he freezes in embarrassment. Later at table, everyone eats together. Light teasing surrounds him as he looks exhausted. Concern mixes with amusement among those present. Serious thoughts return when Emma's origin comes up. She was created through experiments, born as an artificial human without parents. Elsewhere, captured criminals are shown bound with magic sealing restraints and transported to capital. Concern lingers in his mind as he considers how enemies previously escaped using a mysterious jewel. Sitting quietly, she questions whether it is truly acceptable for her to remain with everyone. With steady resolve, he reassures her that none of it matters. Strength of Aldo family and coming conflicts are his responsibility, not hers. Another girl steps forward, declaring she will stand beside him as well. Support surrounds Emma from more than one side. Tears finally fall from her eyes. For first time, she allows herself to believe she can stay and live without fear of being taken away again. Noticing her exhaustion, he encourages her to eat and regain strength while he handles remaining problems. Surrounded by supportive companions, she begins to smile. Warmth replaces fear as she realizes happiness is possible in this place. In the village square, Arios stands with his sword lowered, while a young woman faces him from across the open ground. She moves first, releasing precise bursts of magic toward him. Arios shifts his stance and adjusts his footing, tracking the path of each attack. Her skill allows her to use attack, recovery, and support magic efficiently. Despite her rank matching his, her practical combat experience remains limited. Determined to grow stronger, she formally asks him to train her and help refine her control in battle. As they continue sparring, she feels her movements becoming sharper. Arios watches her progress calmly, recognizing her steady improvement. Arios reviews the abilities he recently obtained, realizing his power grows faster through real combat. Nearby, villagers cheer as Rhea steps forward with her weapon ready. Though ranked A, she accepts the challenge seriously, determined to measure herself against him. Steel clashes as she launches a direct strike. Arios blocks calmly, reading her movements and adjusting with minimal effort. Her spells fire repeatedly across the field, yet he advises her to focus and aim carefully. The exchange continues until the noise fades. Later, both women sit exhausted on the ground, admitting the gap in strength while Arios remains standing nearby. Inside, a grand hall, Lord Ufius Ardo sits on his chair while a young girl stands before him. After she leaves the room, the Lord strikes her from behind, reminding her of her role as a slave. He shows no concern for her pain and treats the situation as entertainment. A masked member of the Arceus Liberation Group watches quietly. He warns that sudden violence will ruin their plans and damage trust. Lord dismisses the concern, claiming wealth and resources are easily controlled. He believes no one would dare oppose him. The masked man questions whether their creations truly satisfy human greed, hinting that consequences may soon follow. During a quiet moment, the Lord recalls that Emma once fought bravely in the arena, despite her young age. Now he questions the masked associate about her current condition. Reports suggest her opponent's skill surpasses hers. He states that everything is proceeding as decided. He claims their actions are meant to save the nation, even if harsh measures are necessary. Emma stands trembling while presenting a simple meal she prepared under strict time limits. Sweat runs down her face as she waits for judgment. Instead of praise, the Lord violently rejects her effort and strikes her again. The masked figure watches silently as her apology echoes through the hall. Outside the large mansion, Rhea stands in the open field and prepares her magic. With a shout, she releases a massive blast forward. The spell surges across the ground in a straight line, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. The impact shakes the area and leaves the onlookers stunned. Arios remains calm, observing the scale of her improved power without losing composure. He congratulates her growth, noting that she can now use advanced magic instantly. Rhea listens closely, realizing how far she has progressed. Another woman steps forward, asking to receive the same training. Arios senses the challenge continuing as the next session begins. After the training session, Emma approaches Arios with hesitation. She gathers her courage and calls out to him while he turns to listen. With a firm expression, she states that she wants to fight alongside the others. Determination fills her eyes despite the faint tension in her posture. However, she admits that when real combat begins, she feels unable to control herself. Arios notices her unease and asks what she means. Emma explains that something inside her feels different from everyone else. A dark presence rises from within. Arios reacts with concern as he senses the strange energy around her. The word black lingers in his thoughts. He listens carefully as Emma speaks about the dark voice inside her. He tells her to face him with full strength if she truly seeks help. Suddenly, black energy erupts from her body. Power surges outward, cracking the ground beneath her feet as her expression changes. Arios senses that the energy matches the ominous black gemstone they encountered before. The familiar presence confirms his suspicion. Overwhelmed, Emma draws her weapon and releases violent waves of force. The watching adventurers feel pressure comparable to that of an rank fighter. Through tears, she struggles to resist the influence and begs for it to stop, barely maintaining control of herself. Arios lowers his head, recalling that the enemy once mentioned an experiment. He questions why such cruelty was inflicted on an innocent girl, activating his cheat ability. A system window appears before him. He gives a firm command and prepares to intervene. At that moment, the goddess Dias manifests beside him. She greets Arios calmly while he realizes she has descended at a critical time. The surrounding adventurers stare in shock at her divine presence. Whispers spread as they struggle to comprehend what they are witnessing. Dias explains that Emma's condition results from a sealed disaster placed within her body. Arios focuses, understanding that decisive action is now required. The goddess steps forward and tells Arios she will fight beside him for a short time. A radiant barrier forms in front of the goddess. Intricate patterns expand outward as the dark energy around Emma reacts violently to the divine presence. Emma lunges under the black influence, swinging her blade wildly. Arios intercepts her strike head-on, blocking with precise timing while holding his ground. Light pours from the goddess's magic circle and binds the raging power. Emma screams as the disaster is forced out from within her body. A mass of black energy erupts and begins to take shape. Arios stares at the emerging entity, realizing the true enemy has finally appeared. From the expelled darkness, a grotesque mass forms, covered in countless staring eyes. The goddess explains that this creature is the true source of the black voice. As Emma collapses nearby, Arios steps forward to confront the entity. Activating his ability, he boosts his attack power and charges. His blade moves with divine speed, cutting through the swirling darkness while the monster rages. With a final decisive strike, he commands it to disappear. The slash cleaves through the core of the creature. The mass breaks apart into fading smoke, its cries dissolving into silence as the battlefield grows still once more. After darkness vanishes, Emma collapses onto the ground, while others gather around her. Confusion fills her expression as she tries to understand what just happened. Relief spreads when she is told the black entity has already been defeated. A gentle hand rests on her head, reassuring her that danger has passed. She checks her body and realizes pain and strange. Whispers are gone. For the first time, her mind feels quiet and steady. Shock returns when she notices divine presence standing nearby. Realization dawns that a goddess descended to save her. With calm authority, Divine Figure explains that Emma can now control her power freely. Gratitude fills Emma as she steps closer, and declares she will fight for him from now on. Soft smile crosses the goddess's face while she announces that an important day is approaching. Resolve hardens within the young swordsman as he acknowledges the plan. Abuse inflicted on Emma by the Lord cannot be ignored, and justice must follow. Without warning, Divine Figure leans in and places a gentle kiss on his cheek. Brief apology accompanies gesture, leaving him frozen in surprise. Onlookers whisper about radiant beauty they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Emma tightens her grip on her weapon, watching Goddess with mixed admiration and tension. Surprise crosses Ria's face when she realizes Divine Figure standing before them is truly Goddess Dias. Young swordsman confirms it calmly, leaving her stunned. Thoughtful expression appears as he considers limits of his cheat code manipulation. If growth continues, even logic-defying abilities might become possible. Murmurs spread among gathered villagers who begin connecting him to divine presence. Uneasy whispers rise as they accept he truly knows a goddess. Attention shifts back to Emma when he gently asks about her condition. She smiles with relief, admitting fear and pain have faded. Confidence returns as she explains. Dark voice now feels different, almost restrained. Request for a little more guidance follows. Emma stands facing him as dark energy begins to rise again. Power gathers around her body while he watches carefully from a short distance. He activates his skill and adjusts the output of her strength. A system panel appears, showing controlled changes to her attack power. Energy stabilizes as he explains that she must first understand her own limits. 1 week later, Arios gathers his companions around a table covered with documents and small bags of evidence. Arios explains that during the past week, they infiltrated the territory and confirmed suspicious movements. Further findings reveal that the Areld Lord has been trading resources and people to the Arceus Salvation faction. The truth shocks everyone present. They uncover proof that women were secretly confined in the mansion. The images confirm organized abuse. He concludes that the Lord's cruel nature explains the cries heard at night. The young woman lowers her head, troubled by the suffering of the captured victims. Arios firmly states that no one should blame themselves. Another member points out that new women were brought in repeatedly without explanation. This pattern strengthens the suspicion that the Arld Lord is tied to the Arceus Salvation faction. The team gathers around the table again. They decide to request official suppression of the Arld house and confirm Lord Euphas's involvement. Arios considers the coming battle. Though the enemy is strong and well-trained, he believes his cheat code manipulation can enhance everyone's attacks. Still, Arios' insight has revealed weaknesses, giving the group confidence to move forward. Under the night sky, Arios and his companion quietly approach the outskirts of the Arld estate. The massive outer wall of the Arld house stands before them. Two guards wait at the entrance, unaware that they are being watched from the shadows. Near the gate, the guards mock the idea that anyone would dare infiltrate the estate. Their overconfidence blinds them to the danger closing in. As they continue talking carelessly, they fail to notice movement behind them. The mission has already begun. Suddenly, a swift strike cuts through the air. One guard is knocked aside instantly, ending their false sense of security. A female adventurer steps forward and reveals herself as an A-rank fighter named Carlotus. Without hesitation, she unleashes a high-level ice spell. Crystals surge outward, tearing through the ground and shattering the entrance area in an instant. The freezing blast surrounds the guards, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to respond. She stands calmly amid the swirling shards, showing complete control of the battlefield. Watching from a distance, the men realize that even if they find a weakness in the group, Arios himself remains unpredictable and dangerous. At her call, a small bear-like magical assistant appears to support the attack, pushing the shaken guards further into despair. A small bear-like magical assistant appears, and formally declares absolute loyalty to Arios. Its sudden arrival deepens the guards' confusion. The two men stare in disbelief, unable to understand how Arios continues to reveal unexpected allies and abilities. Nearby, Arios stands calmly with a composed smile, holding his weapon with ease. A companion warns him not to toy with the enemies, but his relaxed posture shows control. The shaken guards recall reports about powerful adventurers supporting Arios. Realization dawns that they are facing opponents far beyond their level. Desperation drives them to shout and prepare to fight. Yet the magical assistant watches closely, ready to strike at any opening. Small bear-like assistant suddenly activates, its eyes shining as its body transforms into a heavily armored combat form. One of the guards freezes in terror, sweat running down his face as he stares at the towering machine before him. A glowing core is revealed within the construct's arm, radiating intense energy. The armored figure lowers its stance, preparing to fire. Observers quickly realize that the red jewel embedded in the machine is linked to Arios' power, enhancing the weapon beyond normal limits. Panic spreads among the guards as the weapon charges. Recognizing the overwhelming force aimed at them, they understand escape may be their only hope. Armored construct fires, and one guard is struck directly in the torso. His body is hurled backward by the force, collapsing violently onto the ground. The second guard watches in horror as the weapon reappears above him using spatial movement. Explosion shakes the night, and the remaining guard falls, realizing too late that victory was never possible against such power. With the outer guards defeated, the group regathers near the fortress wall. Arios orders everyone to stay calm as the next phase begins. While attention focuses on the front assault, he and his companion prepare to infiltrate from another route to secure control of the Arld estate. Above the fortress walls, mysterious armored figures begin appearing, responding to the disturbance. Reaching the outer wall, Arios examines the surface and senses layers of defensive magic, reinforcing the structure. A confident smile forms on his face as he dismisses the concern. He declares that the barrier does not matter. Activating his cheat code manipulation, Arios rewrites the combat parameters, multiplying his attack power several times beyond its normal limit. He drives his enhanced strike into the wall. The reinforced stone shatters violently, blasting open a path and shaking the entire Arld estate. Chunks of reinforced stone rain down as Arios and his companion step through the shattered wall. He calmly remarks that breaking this level of defense is simple for him. Behind them, cracks spread across the courtyard, splitting the ground and damaging nearby structures. His companion worries that innocent residents might be caught in the destruction. Arios assures her that only members of the corrupt faction live near this section. When questioned about his sudden surge of strength, he explains that he merely adjusted his skill to amplify his power. Without wasting time, Arios moves forward toward the largest building, certain that the estate's lord awaits inside. As Arios advances toward the main building, a sudden voice calls out to him from nearby. He pauses and turns, sensing a familiar presence. A young man steps forward with a blade drawn. declaring that it has been 3 years since they last met. He boldly challenges Arios, demanding a direct fight. Recognition flashes across Arios' face as he recalls rumors about this former acquaintance and his troubled family. The challenger admits he has endured hardship and refuses to back down. Arios listens calmly but remains focused on his objective. Growing impatient, the young man accuses Arios of bringing others into danger and insists on confronting him without interference. Challenger lunges forward with anger, swinging his blade at Arios. Arios remains composed and states that Ray is still assisting the operation from another location. Footsteps echo as 2 estate members rush toward them, shouting that they have found the intruders. Newcomer tries to continue the duel, but the arriving men block his path. Arios moves instantly, refusing to let the situation spiral further. Steel clashes in rapid succession. Arios overwhelms both attackers with precise strikes, disarming them before they can mount proper resistance. Moments later, the 2 men collapse at his feet. Arios steadies his breath, proving that his strength far surpasses theirs. Arios faces his opponent and admits that he never intended to show real hostility. Despite the tension, he remains steady and composed. The challenger grins sharply and declares that their long-awaited duel will finally begin. He raises his weapon, eager to test his strength. Energy surges around him as he shouts, releasing his power without restraint. His confidence grows as he prepares to overwhelm Arios. Boasting loudly, he credits his growth to a skill that increases his attack power. He believes this ability makes him unbeatable. He listens with a calm expression and explains that such enhancement is ordinary. In contrast, his own cheat code manipulation simply rewrites the rules entirely. An explanation unfolds about how most people receive a single skill at 18, though rare individuals gain more. With a sharp grin, the challenger boasts that his power proves his superiority. Confidence radiates from him as he prepares to demonstrate his strength. 2 glowing jewels suddenly appear in mid-air, shining intensely before a mysterious panel forms. Surprise flashes across Arios' face, but hesitation fades quickly. If such power comes from a goddess, there is no reason to refuse. Confirmation appears within the glowing display. New abilities Principal Destruction, Flight, and Teleportation are successfully acquired. Shock spreads across his face as he reads the details of newly granted abilities. Both powers appear overwhelmingly strong, far beyond normal skills. Explanations fill the glowing panel, describing how Principal Destruction adapts to any situation and can be strengthened further through special jewels. Across from him, the challenger laughs wildly and claims that victory will earn him both glory and companions. Ignoring the taunts, focus shifts toward testing this unfamiliar power. There is no need for long arguments when results can speak instead. Energy surges as both sides activate their abilities at once. Attack enhancement against Principal Destruction, setting the stage for a decisive clash. Shock spreads across the challenger's face as Arios activates Flight. Wind swirls violently, lifting him off the ground and breaking the rhythm of the duel. Rising into the air, he observes from above while his opponent struggles to respond. After gauging distance, he prepares another ability. Spatial energy gathers as teleportation is readied for a precise strike. In a blink, he appears behind his opponent and delivers a decisive blow, sending him crashing away and proving the overwhelming gap in power. Arios stands in a forest clearing with his companion. She questions him about a certain person, but he remains calm and unreadable. From behind bushes, Arios studies the mansion carefully. He analyzes its structure and distance, deciding that entering through the front would be unnecessary. They move closer and observe the building. His companion points toward a section of the house, indicating a likely location. Dark presences appear behind the windows. Arios senses danger and evaluates their numbers. Several armed men gather outside. Arios determines they can break through and prepares to strike. Arios grips his companion's hand and calmly adjusts his attack power to a controlled level. With steady focus, he rushes forward, pulling her behind him as they charge toward the waiting enemies. As blades swing toward them, he activates his skill and launches both of them high into the air. Floating above the battlefield, Arios keeps her secured against him while maintaining balance in mid-air. The attackers hesitate, suspecting an illusion or hidden trick as they struggle to understand what they are witnessing. Raising his hand, Arios triggers cheat code manipulation and prepares to nullify the enemy's magic completely. A massive explosion erupts from above, engulfing the ground in fire and smoke. After the impact, he senses 2 dark presences still inside the mansion. Black shadows linger behind a window, signaling that the threat is not over. Determining their target is inside, Arios prepares to move. He notes the warning spell placed on the door and confirms the room is protected. Instead of using the entrance, he enhances his power and approaches the window. With precise control, he neutralizes the defensive magic. Glass shatters as he bursts into the room. Armed men turn in shock, while Arios lands firmly ready to confront them. Inside the room, a sharp-eyed leader recognizes Arios and studies his movements. Arios observes calmly, noting that the man's strength surpasses the others guarding the mansion. Armed subordinates step forward while Arios exposes their crimes, explaining how they deceived territories and lured victims. A heavy-set noble panics under the accusation. Sweat forms on his face as he realizes his plans are collapsing. The noble desperately orders his men to kill Arios. Behind him, the captured girl lowers her gaze, remaining silent amid the chaos. Even the composed leader shows surprise at Arios's resolve. Sensing that the balance of power in the room has shifted, captured girl steps forward, her expression firm as dark energy lingers behind the enemy leader. Standing tall in the center of the room, she rejects the noble's authority. Her posture shows resolve as she refuses to obey any further commands. The noble reacts with anger and disbelief, trembling as he realizes his control over her mind has failed. Arios watches closely, sensing the shift in power. With calm conviction, she admits she is different from ordinary people, yet accepts that truth without fear. A gentle smile appears on her face as she acknowledges that Arios accepted her completely, strengthening her resolve to stand by his side. She gathers her strength and declares her intent to repay Arios. Energy surges around her as she accepts her nature and prepares to fight on her own will. Arios nods and moves beside her. She asks him to conserve his power while she handles the enemies in front of them. One of the remaining men reaches for a device, planning to summon reinforcements. A familiar warrior suddenly appears, stepping forward with confidence. Arios recognizes him at once, sensing a far greater threat than before. The warrior reveals his identity and speaks of past ties to Arios's father. The atmosphere tightens as an old connection resurfaces on the battlefield. Arios questions the warrior's sudden involvement and reflects on the organization behind the conflict. Admits he once rejected entry into a powerful faction and now seeks recognition through strength. He claims that relying solely on personal power is the only path to becoming stronger. Arios listens carefully, realizing how much this belief has shaped the man's choices. Drawing a dark blade infused with magic, the warrior boosts his abilities and prepares to strike decisively. As the enemy charges forward, the girl steps in to face him, asking Arios to trust her while he steadies himself for the coming clash. The warrior swings his dark blade with full force, unleashing a powerful technique. Shaken by the exchange, the warrior realizes Arios has mastered a superior style. Arios calmly recalls how his family once suffered because of this man's actions. Standing firm, Arios states that the difference in their abilities cannot be bridged. The warrior refuses to accept this and tightens his grip. Arios declares he will not lose, even without relying on his cheat ability. Determination sharpens his focus. Across the room, the girl faces the remaining enemies alone, holding them back as the decisive duel continues. Facing her opponent, the girl raises her blade and makes a firm request. Determination shows in her eyes as she demands her freedom from control. Shock spreads across the noble's face, while she declares that only he can release her now. Fear overtakes him, and he quickly agrees to spare her life. Power gathering around her sword makes his surrender inevitable. Energy surges through her stance as she prepares to fight properly. Across the hall, a cloaked swordsman underestimates her, dismissing her lack of experience. Steel clashes in rapid bursts as strikes are exchanged. Frustration grows when attacks fail to land. A decisive strike flashes across the hall. Blade moves with overwhelming speed, cutting through defense and sending opponent crashing backward. Body hits ground hard, yet he forces himself upright. Pride keeps him standing, as he insists his strength has reached its peak. Sweat runs down his face while disbelief replaces confidence. Even so, he refuses to admit defeat. Calm voice declares judgment, stating that every conspirator involved in the scheme will be captured. Fate awaiting them is imprisonment and lifelong regret. Kneeling in shock, wounded swordsman finally understands gap in power. Fury drives the wounded warrior into another reckless charge. Swift movement meets him head-on, blade cutting across his defense and forcing him back again. A final technique surges forward, light splitting the air and crashing through the hall. Impact roars as power overwhelms resistance. Elsewhere in the chamber, she struggles against two attackers. Steel collides repeatedly, yet strain begins to show as pressure mounts, noticing her limits. He refuses to give up. Determination hardens his voice as he promises to face every hardship together and shifts his power to support her. Rapid strikes rain down on remaining enemies, forcing them into panic as momentum turns completely. blades whirl in a final exchange, and both attackers are struck down in rapid succession. Their bodies crash across the floor, unable to rise again. Silence follows as she lowers her sword and faces the trembling noble. He scrambles backward, panic replacing arrogance. With steady composure, she informs him that his organization has already been dismantled. Nearly all members have been captured. Heavy doors open, and royal figures step inside. Authority fills the chamber as the noble recognizes the princess before him. Guards surround the defeated man, while others gather in the hall. Shock leaves him speechless, realizing his schemes have collapsed beyond recovery. Arms crossed, Princess declares mansion secured, and warns that no allies remain to protect disgraced. Noble accusations follow, detailing how he took funds and formed ties with suspicious factions. Motive behind his alliance with Rescue Group is brought into question. Sweat pours down his face as excuses spill out. Desperation replaces arrogance while he denies every charge placed before him. Sharp questioning corners him further, forcing hesitant admissions. Fear tightens his voice as truth begins to surface. Standing nearby, young swordsman observes quietly. Suspicion grows that deeper schemes still linger beneath Noble's frantic words. While others believe conflict has ended, he senses something unusual. Preparation to secure remaining captives pauses as suspicion rises. Sudden movement triggers immediate action. Hand lifts, activating hidden ability, and a burst of fire shoots across hall toward unseen presence. Flames reveal a cloaked man emerging from concealment. Surprise flashes across intruder's face as detection ruins his stealth. Man retreats a step, frustration clear, as he realizes awareness has exposed his position. Calm stance opposite him shows no hesitation. Observation follows, analyzing strange ability that allowed concealment. Conclusion forms that enemy possesses rare skill tied to thought-based control and shadow manipulation. After mansion falls, he reflects that Noble's arrest will not end conflict. Several core members of organization remain unaccounted for, leaving situation unresolved. Calm ally explains that third-ranked member has appeared at scene. Presence suggests rescue faction's leadership is directly involved. Cloaked man stands with arms crossed, exposed at last. Recognition spreads as identity of high-ranking operative becomes clear, signaling deeper confrontation ahead. Inside a grand hall, Arios observes a bound man forced to kneel before armed soldiers. Nobles and attendants surround them, watching the tense scene unfold. Suddenly, a young woman steps forward and demands clarification. Her posture shows urgency as she questions the harsh treatment of the prisoner. With visible resolve, she reveals that she is an artificial human and challenges the reason for her creation. Shock spreads across the chamber. Calm yet distant, a priest refuses to explain, insisting that silence is necessary. Determination hardens in Arios as he faces the priest, ready to expose the hidden truth. Arios firmly declares that he will not allow the priest to proceed. Surprise crosses the priest's face as Arios activates his skill. A wide arc of energy sweeps through the hall as Arios uses a skill called Principal Destruction. The attack surges toward the priest, distorting the space between them. In an instant, Arios vanishes from his original position. The priest stares in confusion as Arios reappears across the room, avoiding the counterattack. Realization strikes the priest when Arios calmly explains the effect of his ability. Doubt replaces confidence. He concludes that the body cannot fully transfer, only consciousness, and prepares to locate the hidden real body. Under a quiet night sky, the royal castle of Ulcius Kingdom stands tall and silent. Its towers rise above the city, hiding the turmoil unfolding within its walls. Deep inside the castle, rows of large pods hold unconscious figures curled in liquid. With firm resolve, he demands a full explanation about what is happening in the kingdom. His posture shows that he will not ignore the truth any longer. A dark smile spreads across the priest's face as he confidently declares his intention to save the kingdom. Raising his hand, he claims the country has already begun to decay, insisting that painful measures are necessary to restore its former glory. Images of authority and control reflect in Arios's tense expression as he listens, without lowering his guard. With a confident smile, the priest argues that Arios understands suffering better than anyone, suggesting he should accept this transformation. Arios rejects that reasoning firmly. He states that personal hardship does not grant permission to trample the lives and feelings of others. Dark energy gathers around the priest's hand as he prepares to strike, confident in his superior power. Shadows burst forward in violent waves, filling the chamber with destructive force, while Arios stands ready to counter the attack. Arios quickly reviews the information displayed through his skill, noticing that the priest's abilities are increasing. Stretching out his hand, Arios releases a basic non-attribute magic wave. The blast strikes the priest directly, knocking him backward across the chamber, without pause. Multiple magic waves fire in rapid succession. Because they carry no attribute, they cannot be nullified. Confidence grows in Arios as he understands why the attacks remain invisible to his opponent. Overwhelmed and injured, the priest collapses to one knee, struggling to breathe while Arios watches calmly. Bruised and breathing heavily, the priest admits he must rely on force. Even while injured, he questions whether Arios truly intends to oppose the organization behind him. A final magic wave surges from Arios's hand. The blast strikes cleanly, sending the priest flying across the chamber with overwhelming force. Moments later, the priest lies motionless on the floor. Arios approaches cautiously, confirming that the battle has ended. Exhaustion begins to settle in as Arios reflects on the sudden victory. Doubt flickers briefly across his face. Before he can rest, a girl rushes forward and throws her arms around him. Relief washes over the girl as she clings tightly to Arios, fearing his consciousness might fade. Nearby, two companions watch with mixed emotions, unsure whether to feel reassured or concerned about what just occurred. Regaining focus, Arios taps the small device connected to the artificial unit, confirming its link to the Alceus control center. Through careful analysis, he explains that consciousness can be transferred temporarily into another space. The group listens closely as the situation becomes clearer. With the immediate threat gone, the others gather around him. Discussion turns toward their next move and the uncertain future ahead. At night, a quiet resident stands under the stars while Arios reflects on the recent battle. Inside, his companions gather and discuss the growing movement within Alceus. Concern spreads among them as they realize the organization's base lies within the royal castle. Despite the risks ahead, cautious optimism remains. Trust in Arios's strength eases some of the fear, though everyone understands greater conflict may follow. Later, exhaustion overtakes Arios, and he collapses onto a bed. A girl quickly checks on him, worried but attentive. Seeing him respond weakly but safely, relief fills her eyes as tension finally gives way to quiet reassurance. In a quiet room, the girl gently presses on Arios's back as he lies face down on the bed, worn from battle. Emotion fills her eyes as she confesses her worries. She knows he is strong, yet she cannot stop fearing that one day his strength might not be enough. Arios turns his head slightly and reassures her. He reminds her how she waited for him the night before. Calmly, he tells her that staying by his side is more than enough even if the road ahead remains uncertain. Relief softens her expression as she thanks him, continuing to care for him while peace briefly settles over the room. After the battle, the Royal Guild cooperates with Alceus Guild to detain the remaining members of the organization. Inside another room, rescued young women recover safely. Confiscated magic stones connected to the operation are secured as evidence. News spreads that the kingdom and the organization have suffered decisive damage. With key members captured, their influence weakens significantly. Even so, uncertainty remains. If higher-ranking leaders react, the royal army could mobilize at any time, forcing rapid decisions. Back at the residence, Arios promises to survive and return safely. The girl listens quietly, understanding that greater trials still await them. The girl suddenly hugs Arios from behind, assuring him that everything will be fine. He promises that he will return safely no matter what happens. In response, she asks him not to push himself too far. Later, as he rests face down on the bed, she gently presses on his back to ease his fatigue. His thoughts drift to Reddy's mother, who disappeared years ago after being taken by a moving carriage and is now believed to be dead. Despite the grim report, Arios considers that new information may surface someday, leaving a faint possibility that the truth is different. Arios decides it is time to speak privately with Rei about the connection between the Alceus Salvation Group and the royal family. After a brief pause, he asks directly whether she noticed anything unusual about the organization's ties to the kingdom. Rei hesitates, but chooses honesty. She admits she had been thinking about it and wonders if he is truly prepared for what it could mean. Listening carefully, Arios reflects on the possibility that the royal family may have deeper motives beyond simple political control. Shifts to her older brother, whose ambitions and positions suggest that larger political forces are quietly moving behind the conflict. During their discussion, Arios learns that while Rei was at the castle, an assassin wearing a white robe attempted to take her life, with trembling hands. Rei explains that she fled from her older brother because remaining there would have meant certain death. He suspects the unlimited leave granted to her was not kindness, but part of a political move to remove her quietly. As he thinks further, he considers the possibility that the Salvation Group and the Crown Prince may be working together. Rei admits she does not understand her brother's intentions. Though Arios tries to ease her worry, the uncertainty between them remains heavy. seated across from each other. Ria admits that from the beginning she intended to ask for his help. Arios responds with a gentle smile and declares that he wishes to become her guardian. Embarrassment colors Rene's face as she protests the sudden proposal. Despite her words, she does not reject the idea completely. Gathering her courage, she asks to remain alone with him for a short while. Arios agrees, slightly flustered but pleased. Later, they rejoin their companions at a nearby house, where the group welcomes them back and prepares for whatever lies ahead. Arios insists that he did not win alone, but his companion confidently reminds him how strong he truly was. Soon after, a guild representative calls Arios forward. With a serious tone, he announces that there are official matters to address before moving on. The man reveals that Arios has been formally recognized by the Alcius Kingdom Guild headquarters. Surprise spreads across Arios's face as he processes the sudden promotion. His friends react with excitement, though he remains modest about the achievement. Composing himself, Arios listens carefully as the representative shifts to more important business, signaling that greater responsibilities are about to follow. At the guild hall, officials explain that the captured members will be handed over to the kingdom. Discussion shifts to how the guild will respond moving forward. Rather than escalate matters, they decide to accept the transfer and avoid unnecessary conflict with the crown. Arios listens carefully and acknowledges that the guild must follow its obligations. Ria points out that her older brother may already be taking action elsewhere. The possibility of further schemes deepens the tension. With a steady expression, Arios concludes that remaining cautious is the wisest course, as greater political struggles are quietly unfolding. Arios senses approaching footsteps and realizes a summoned guest from the royal army has finally arrived at their location. Arios and his companions hurried through the town street, sensing unrest ahead. Their formation tightened as they moved between buildings. They reached the main road and found it completely blocked by a massive army of armored soldiers. The sheer number of troops filled the horizon, leaving no path forward. The princess stared at the endless ranks in disbelief, realizing the kingdom had sent an overwhelming force against them. At the front stood the captain of the Royal Knights, calm and confident, signaling that this was an official military operation. As tension rose, Arios prepared himself while his allies stood firm behind him. Knight Captain questioned the gathering while armed soldiers surrounded the area. Suspicion spread as he demanded the purpose behind the crowd of warriors. With a cold expression, he declared that civilians were not entitled to explanations and ordered that the guild master be summoned immediately. An elderly man stepped forward, recognizing the princess. Arios watched quietly as she positioned herself between the villagers and the soldiers. Respect replaced tension when the captain realized her identity. He bowed formally, acknowledging her status and recalling their previous encounter. Despite the courtesy, concern remained. The princess questioned the military action, while the captain insisted the royal decree required strict enforcement. Attention shifted when the captain mentioned a dangerous black stone reportedly stored in the area. Raising his hands calmly, he stated that the object posed a severe threat and suggested the army should take custody of it for safety reasons. Arios immediately understood the target was the shadow stone he had recovered earlier. The princess questioned how the military learned about it. Firmly, she argued that proper procedure required direct contact with the guild headquarters. The captain dismissed her protest, calling it a military matter. With a faint smile, he insisted the stone might erupt dangerously, declaring the army would secure it to protect the citizens. The princess quietly questioned whether the captain had truly judged the situation fairly. Beside her, Arios reflected that the army might have sealed off the town in advance to corner him. Captain openly stated that reports claimed Arios possessed the black stone. He argued that securing it was necessary, and implied Arios must be prioritized for supervision. Realization struck Arios. The large deployment was not random, but intended to monitor his movements and prevent escape. While considering possible options, he sensed the pressure tightening around them. Even the princess understood the threat exceeded expectations. Suddenly, a message window appeared before Arios, instructing him to activate a specific cheat code immediately. Understanding the message's urgency, Arios activated the cheat code without hesitation. A faint interface glowed before him as the system responded. Light gathered around his arm, forming a transparent barrier that shimmered in front of him. The sudden display stunned those nearby. At that moment, a powerful presence emerged. A man identifying himself as the kingdom's first king appeared, radiating authority that unsettled the soldiers. Confidence replaced tension as the king stepped forward and told Arios to leave the matter to him. Facing the army, the king commanded the troops to lower their weapons, asserting that true respect required restraint rather than force. Shock spread through the ranks as soldiers recognized the legendary first king standing before them. The king moved closer and quietly questioned the army's justification, pointing out that they acted without clear proof about the black stone. Calmly, he revealed knowledge of the captain's lineage and past loyalty, reminding him of the ideals expected from a knight. With steady authority, he criticized the current conduct, suggesting that such behavior would disgrace the honor once upheld by true warriors. Finally, he declared that a ruler must embody courage and integrity, commanding the troops to remember their duty and restore order. The captain hesitated as the king warned that the matter should be reported to the current ruler. Despite his unease, the captain insisted the black stone posed undeniable danger. He declared the army would continue guarding the area to ensure the villagers' safety. Stepping forward confidently, the king introduced himself by name, declaring his identity openly. Arios stood beside the legendary figure, equally surprised by the unfolding truth. Tension tightened as the captain questioned how such a man could stand there. Calmly, the king placed a hand on Arios, acknowledging him as his descendant and reinforcing the authority behind his command. Before the kneeling captain, the first king stood firmly with Arios, and the princess behind him. Calmly, the king dismissed the captain's claims about protection. He stated that Arios, along with several skilled allies, was more than capable of safeguarding the village. Then his expression hardened. A strict order was issued, demanding that the armed group withdraw and allow 1 week without interference. Shock crossed the captain's face as he realized resistance was pointless. The overwhelming presence before him left no room for argument. In the end, he accepted the command, retreating with his men while tension slowly faded from the scene. The soldiers finally withdrew in formation, leaving the street quiet. The captain watched their departure, believing the conflict had settled for now. Meanwhile, the two powerful men remained facing each other. The captain admitted the legend of the first king had once inspired him, though doubt still lingered. Tension sparked again as pride clashed between them. Each measured the other's resolve, testing authority without drawing weapons. She stepped forward, confused by the sudden rivalry and questioning why such figures stood in this small village. With a firm hand on Arios's shoulder, the king declared that his return was tied to his descendant. King explained that Arios's cheat ability was a fragment of divine power temporarily entrusted to him. Hearing this, Arios began to understand the true source of his strength. The surrounding villagers reacted with amazement, realizing his power exceeded normal limits. Soon after, the discussion turned serious again. The king reminded Arios that the threat of the hostile faction still remained for 1 week. Deep in thought, Arios considered the risks ahead. He understood that facing royal forces and elite knights would not be simple. Finally, plans were set in motion, with secret information to be shared as they prepared for the coming conflict. The king declared that the princess was not yet fit to ascend the throne, and urged her to reflect on her role. With calm authority, he advised her not to rush such a decision, and to choose her path carefully. Arios listened quietly while the captain watched in silence. Turning to Arios, the king stated that he wished to see him grow as a true successor. The weight of expectation settled on Arios's shoulders. Arios accepted the responsibility without hesitation. His resolve became clear as he stood upright before the king. In the end, the king affirmed that the future of this era would be entrusted to Arios. Open clearing outside the village. Arios faced the captain in a formal duel. Villagers and companions stood at a distance, watching in tense silence. Whispers spread through the crowd as Arios raised his sword. He steadied his breathing, focusing on the weight and balance in his hands. The captain observed him closely and noted his potential to reach the level of a true holy knight. Drawing his blade, the captain revealed a sacred sword blessed by divine power. Its presence carried a heavy pressure across the field. Recalling past battles, Arios realized ordinary attacks would not work. He understood that magic flowing through the blade could nullify physical strikes. The captain revealed that divine threads were woven into his uniform, allowing even Arios's strikes to pass without effect. Without further warning, he charged across the clearing, sword raised. Arios held his ground, watching the distance close rapidly. Confidence filled the captain as he claimed their side had already staked everything on this outcome. His blade cut through the air with decisive force. Realizing he needed full power, Arios activated his cheat ability and amplified his attack strength several times over. Their weapons collided violently, shockwaves bursting outward as the spectators stared in disbelief at the overwhelming clash. Energy surged across the clearing as both fighters advanced again. The captain praised Arios's talent, sensing the battle had become truly worthy. In a sudden burst, Arios dashed forward and swung with full force. Their blades collided head-on, sending debris scattering across the ground. Steel rang repeatedly as they exchanged rapid strikes. The captain pressed him, testing whether Arios's strength was genuine. Without retreating, Arios answered every blow. Sparks flashed between them, while curved shockwaves spiraled outward from each impact. Faces set with determination, both warriors continued their fierce clash, neither willing to yield as the duel intensified. Shockwaves tore through the trees as Arios and the captain locked blades, their duel escalating while allies watched in alarm. On a shattered training field, two fighters knelt while gripping their swords for support. Heavy breaths escaped them. After an intense exchange, standing tall, the older swordsman observed the boy's condition and measured his growth. Noticeable improvement compared to earlier days was clear. Respectfully, the boy faced his mentor and awaited further judgment. A stern expression met him, signaling strict standards and continued discipline. With calm authority, the instructor concluded the training session. He recognized that the boy had gained meaningful experience from the trial. Later, quiet reflection followed. Newly acquired abilities from past battles surfaced in his mind, marking steady progress. The instructor acknowledged the boy's unusual absorption ability and recognized the steady rise of his strength. With firm authority, he revealed a hidden truth about the boy's lineage. The revelation carried weight, linking him not only as a student but as family with a deeper legacy. Surprise filled the boy's face as the instructor activated a glowing stone in his hand. In an instant, the surroundings shifted. The training ground disappeared, replaced by an empty white space where both stood facing each other. Calmly, the instructor explained that the red and shadow stones concealed unknown secrets, and the boy listened carefully to this new reality. A young mage analyzed the shadow stone and warned that it might contain power created by a god. Instructor explained that the shadow stone was born from a great enemy. His serious expression showed the weight of that history. Confusion crossed Arios's face as he tried to understand. The instructor clarified that the enemy's true name could not be spoken. Long ago, even powerful warriors failed to defeat that being. Knowledge about it was restricted to prevent panic and chaos. The red stone was revealed as a divine countermeasure left behind. Arios stood silently, understanding that this responsibility now rested on him. A radiant goddess appeared before Arios and gently greeted him. She explained that only limited time allowed her to share important truths. Stepping closer, she revealed that Arios carried the blood of her lineage. The connection tied him not only to Farless, but also to her divine heritage. Calmly, she reassured him that as long as he possessed the Shadow Stone, it would not spiral out of control. Divine blood within him acted as restraint. She confirmed that the power known as cheat code manipulation had been chosen specifically for him. Before departing, the goddess expressed gratitude and pressed a gentle kiss to Arios's cheek, leaving him stunned in silence. The goddess admitted she had little freedom to act and apologized for placing responsibility on Arios. Closing his eyes, Arios reflected on the people he wished to protect. Faces of friends and allies filled his instructor praised that determination, declaring him worthy of the Sword Saint's legacy. Pride appeared in his stance as he acknowledged Arios's growth. Light teasing followed, easing the tension. Even so, the message remained clear that Arios had matured beyond his earlier self. Finally, the instructor reminded him that strength alone was not enough. Support from trusted allies would be essential for the battles ahead. The instructor and the goddess prepared to depart, entrusting the coming era to Arios. Their forms began to fade, leaving the responsibility in his hands. Light dissolved, and Arios found himself back on the training ground. Realization settled in as he understood their presence had truly vanished. Soon after, the king approached with composed authority and expressed gratitude for the recent aid. When asked about the Sword Saint and the goddess, Arios explained that their role had concluded after guiding him through his final trial. With approval, the king acknowledged Arios's growth. Reaching a new stage of strength, he was recognized as a hero worthy of greater responsibility. King spoke privately to Rhaenyra, asking her to keep certain matters close to her heart. His tone carried quiet seriousness as he turned his back. Rhaenyra questioned her ability to fulfill such expectations. In response, the king assured her that fear was unnecessary and that she could continue supporting the world in her own way. A playful gesture followed as Rhaenyra lightly tapped Arios, drawing his confused attention. The king watched them with a knowing smile. He then addressed both Arios and Rhaenyra together, reminding them that shared blood and destiny bound them. With firm conviction, the king urged them to walk the path they believed in, without doubt or hesitation. Arios and Rhaenyra watched as the king's presence vanished into the sky. Silence settled over the field, marking the end of that chapter. Later, they sat together on a bench near the castle grounds. Rhaenyra reflected on how overwhelming the older generation had been. Arios considered the history of the first king and the alliances formed long ago. The weight of legacy lingered between them. Gathering courage, Rhaenyra declared her desire to become the next queen, despite her doubts. She explained that the kingdom faced growing threats and could not remain passive. Determination replaced hesitation in her eyes. Rhaenyra suddenly leaned toward Arios and asked for his help. Though aware of the dangers ahead, she admitted she could not face them alone. Rising to his feet, Arios reminded her of his promise to grow stronger and protect her. That resolve had not changed since the beginning. With firm conviction, he declared that she would remain as she was, worthy of being queen. Confidence replaced hesitation in his expression. Grateful for his answer, Rhaenyra thanked him and gathered her courage before asking one more question. She embraced him tightly, wondering whether his wish to protect her was only a dream or something far deeper. Still holding him close, Rhaenyra confessed that if she became queen, she wanted Arios to remain by her side. Her feelings were no longer hidden behind duty. For a moment, Arios hesitated, recalling the teasing words of his mentor about understanding a woman's heart. Their faces moved closer as silence replaced uncertainty. Acceptance showed in their eyes, and the distance between them disappeared. Under the soft glow of evening light, they shared a quiet kiss and held each other gently. Embarrassment colored their faces, yet neither pulled away. Night settled over the town as Rhaenyra admitted she wished to stay with Arios, hoping he would not refuse her feelings. Inside a quiet village inn, Arios lay awake beside Rhaenyra. Moonlight filtered through the window as she softly called his name, turning toward him. She mentioned that her grandfather had once said something important. According to him, if she and Arios stood together, even powerful bonds could be overcome. Arios reflected on the deep understanding between the older generation. Their connection had been built on trust and shared struggle. Rhaenyra admitted she felt the same way, drawing closer with shy honesty. As emotions rose, Arios moved instinctively, unsure of what to do next. Confusion mixed with tenderness in the stillness of the room. She insisted that they should fight side by side as the best possible pair. Arios listened, slightly overwhelmed by her confidence and closeness. Suddenly, a system message echoed in Arios's mind, activating his cheat code and transferring the First King's power. After the light faded, Arios checked on Rhaenyra. She admitted feeling different, yet not harmed, as if something within her had awakened. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him again, seeking reassurance and warmth. Arios remained flustered, but did not push her away. Outside, the quiet inn stood beneath the night sky, unaware that their bond had just grown stronger. At the inn, two women arrived and informed Arios and Rhaenyra that they would be staying the night due to important matters. One of them praised Arios as a sincere and admirable person. She declared that no matter what changed, her feelings toward him would remain the same. With cheerful determination, she even suggested joining them, showing bold confidence about staying close. Far away in the royal castle, a report reached the throne about strange interference during negotiations. Suspicion arose that magic might have distorted events. A young noble speculated that Arios could be linked to ancient forces. The possibility that he carried unusual power began to spread. In the royal chamber, the noble named Foms questioned whether Arios was truly acting with hidden intent. Concern deepened when he realized that if events continued unchecked, the royal capital could be breached. Alone in his seat, Foms wondered if Arios might already hold influence over the course of the world. Suspicion began to take root in his thoughts. Meanwhile, morning arrived at the inn. Arios sensed a strange shift within himself, noticing that new abilities had awakened after the previous night. Recognizing that the time for action had come, Arios prepared to depart. Rhaenyra stood beside him, ready to face the coming battle together. Inside a modest house, Arios gathered with his allies around a table. A detailed explanation was given about the operation connected to the royal capital. Attention shifted to a hidden underground route leading toward the castle. A mysterious red door along that path was said to connect directly inside. Rhaenyra revealed that the mechanism had been prepared long ago by the First King and the goddess. She added that her brother was advancing his own plans within the castle, and the 19th Division had already been drawn into the conflict. In conclusion, three main enemies were identified: the kingdom's 19th Division, the Arceus faction, and their hidden supporters. Rhaenyra identified the second prince, Leif Arceus, as a key threat. She explained that powerful royal factions still supported him. Soon after, Arios met with guild leaders who placed their expectations on him. They acknowledged his growing influence and prepared to decide their next course of action. With firm resolve, Arios accepted the responsibility to confront Arceus and protect the kingdom from corruption. Inside the royal castle of Arceus Kingdom, a knight reports to the commander about the underground investigation 3 days earlier. Reports stated that several adventurers, including Leifa, had been captured in the underground ruins. Believing Arios lacks the strength to overcome the iron walls, the commander remains confident. He assumes the sealed underground passage will prevent any escape. Suddenly, urgent news arrives that Arios and his group have appeared. Another report follows, stating the soldiers are being defeated one after another. Reports reach the commander that Arios has attacked using instantaneous movement. Within the royal underground passage, soldiers surround Arios. Expecting an easy capture, they advance together while he runs forward without hesitation. Arios activates his skill and nullifies the principles that bind the space. His expression remains steady as the power takes effect. In the next moment, he vanishes. Confusion breaks out among the soldiers as they search for his position, reappearing above them. Arios increases his attack power and strikes down multiple soldiers in rapid succession. Raising his hand, Arios activates cheat code manipulation and prepares water magic for immediate use. A barrier forms as enemy mages deploy their teamwork strategy. Transparent walls rise between the pillars while knights charge forward to pressure him from the front. Observing the defense, Arios analyzes the structure and recognizes the strength of the protective spell. Suddenly, he transfers position again. The soldiers lose sight of him as his movement breaks their coordinated attack. Water surges around his outstretched arm, gathering into a powerful upper-tier spell ready to strike. Arios releases the completed water spell, sending a violent surge through the corridor. The current crashes into the soldiers, sweeping them off their feet and breaking their formation. After the passage falls silent, a heavy door opens nearby. Arios steps forward and his companions gather behind him, confirming their successful advance. The group acknowledges that the enemy resistance was stronger than expected, yet Arios remained decisive throughout the battle. Calmly, Arios states their objective: rescue Leifa and stop the second prince's interference within the kingdom. Dividing into teams, they move deeper into the underground, advancing without hesitation. The team engages another group of soldiers in the corridor. Arios enhances their attack power through his rewritten skill, allowing everyone to strike with greater force and coordination. Lightning surges from a raised blade as a powerful technique tears through enemy ranks. The reinforced attacks overwhelm the defenders, who fall one after another under the combined assault. With the immediate threat cleared, Arios reflects briefly on how his companions have grown stronger during their journey. Their teamwork now matches seasoned adventurers. Soon, they arrive before a massive ornate door deep within the underground structure. Concluding that Leifa and the prince must be beyond it, the group prepares to split and proceed carefully. Arios and his companion acknowledge the danger ahead, aware that invading the royal castle carries serious risk. Despite the tension, they remain committed to their mission. Before separating, the B team expresses trust in Arios and promises to return safely. With determination, they run down the underground passage to draw attention away. Standing before the massive ornate door, Arios reassures the others while they notice it has no visible handle or lock to open it. Calmly, Arios produces a glowing gemstone and raises it toward the entrance, activating his skill once more. The sealed door responds and slowly opens, revealing the path beyond as the group steps forward. Beyond the open door, Arios and his companions enter a long corridor filled with faint light. The unfamiliar passage causes unease among them. Although none of them have been there before, a strange sense of calm surrounds the area. Arios realizes their strength is gradually recovering, as if the place was designed to restore those who pass through it. He considers that it may be a hidden route prepared in advance. Continuing forward, they notice the corridor brightening toward an exit ahead. Stepping outside, the group arrives in the castle's rooftop garden, surprised by the sudden change in scenery. Standing in the rooftop garden, Arios realizes they have reached the inner area of the castle near the second prince's private quarters. Before they can move further, a voice calls out from behind the hedges, demanding to know their intention. The group turns toward the source in surprise, recognizing the voice. Arios identifies it as belonging to the commander of the 19th Order. The situation immediately grows more serious. A noblewoman steps forward from concealment, revealed as Princess Euralia, the second prince's sister and a candidate for the throne. Arios concludes that the commander intends to eliminate a rival successor within these walls. Hearing that Princess Euralia is in danger, Arios immediately agrees to help. Determination replaces hesitation as he prepares to intervene. Moving through the garden, he spots a group of armed soldiers surrounding the princess near the fountain. The princess kneels on the ground while the commander raises his weapon, intending to eliminate her to secure the prince's position. Without delay, Arios rushes forward and blocks the strike, forcing the commander back and shielding the princess from harm. Steel clashes in the garden as Arios confronts the commander directly, stopping the attempted assassination. Arios checks on Princess Euralia's condition, while the commander shouts his name in anger. The tension in the garden sharpens as their confrontation becomes unavoidable. The princess recognizes Arios and expresses relief at his arrival. In response, he vows to protect her with everything he has. Soldiers close in once more, surrounding them near the fountain. Arios positions himself in front of the princess as additional allies rush to support. Suddenly, a new figure leaps into the garden, declaring his intent to kill Arios. His presence shifts the atmosphere instantly. With a confident grin, the newcomer boasts of his strength, challenging Arios without hesitation. The commander mocks Arios, exposing details about his painful childhood and isolation. He claims to understand the loneliness Arios endured and uses it to provoke him. Continuing his taunts, he speaks of family bonds and suggests that Arios never truly experienced happiness. Instead of reacting blindly, Arios analyzes the commander's behavior and recognizes the twisted jealousy behind his accusations. Anger finally surfaces as Arios points his blade forward, declaring that he will defeat the man standing before him. Laughing confidently, the commander boasts about his strength and challenges Arios to prove himself in battle. Fueled by anger, the attacker charges forward, declaring his certainty of victory. Arios recognizes the threat but remains composed. The opponent unleashes a strengthened sword technique, claiming he trained solely to surpass Arios. Arios studies the movement, noting the increased speed and power. Their blades collide in a sharp exchange, sparks bursting between them as both push with full force. Attacker boasts of inheriting a superior sword style and presses the assault with rapid slashes. Arios evaluates the refined technique while holding his ground. Seeing soldiers approach from behind, Arios prepares to confront them as well, ready to handle multiple enemies at once. Commander dismisses the rumors about Arios being an outcast with a useless skill. Arios calmly observes that the underground soldiers differ from ordinary troops. Recognizing their unusual coordination, Arios activates his ability and increases his attack power step by step. The soldiers sense a sudden shift in pressure, with cheat code manipulation active. Arios advances into their formation. Even as they shout threats, he cuts through their strikes without slowing. Switching tactics, he unleashes a sweeping ice blade technique, freezing the ground and trapping multiple enemies at once. Watching from a distance, the commander acknowledges Arios' talent while preparing to rejoin the fight himself. Arios of being someone he never wanted to stand beside. His blade points forward as he vents long-held resentment. The commander laughs at the exchange, mocking their hesitation. Arios dismisses the taunts and keeps his focus on ending the fight efficiently. Dark energy begins to gather around the commander's body. He claims he is finally revealing power that surpasses normal limits. Arios studies the phenomenon and realizes the strength comes from an external enhancement. He questions why the commander possesses such forbidden power. Shadowy force swells in the commander's hands as he prepares to unleash it, refusing to explain its origin. The commander's body shifts as dark energy spreads across his arm and chest. Arios observes carefully, sensing that the change is not a simple increase in strength, but something unnatural. Black power intensifies around the commander, distorting the air between them. In the courtyard, Arios confronts a single opponent while his ally watches from behind. The blade cuts through the air at high speed, yet the enemy calmly intercepts it. A sharp impact follows, and Arios is forced backward as his attack is cleanly deflected. A faint glow surrounds the opponent as he reveals an ancient ability known as reflection. Realizing the threat too late, Arios launches another blow. The force rebounds and wounds him instead, giving the enemy control of the battle. Despite the setback, determination drives him forward once more as he charges, seeking a way to overcome the overwhelming skill. Kneeling on the stone floor, Arios steadies his breathing while facing his opponent. The man studies him calmly and explains that Arios' attacks are predictable and easily read. Arios rushes in again, swinging repeatedly. Each strike is intercepted, and the enemy counters with a heavy slash that sends Arios crashing down. Struggling to stand, Arios realizes the opponent's reflection skill is far stronger than expected. Memories of his goal to become a sword saint push him forward. He grips his weapon tightly and forces himself back into the fight. As the enemy moves to finish him, Arios suddenly shifts his stance and prepares a new approach, ready to change the flow of battle. Wounded and exhausted, Arios lowers his head while his opponent advances. The enemy mocks his past and reminds him of being abandoned. Lifting his face, Arios steadies himself and entrusts the rest to his ally. Confidence replaces hesitation as he prepares to act without fear. The opponent activates reflection again, convinced no attack can reach him. Arios calmly declares that he possesses a similar ability and steps forward. In a sudden burst of speed, Arios moves within a brief opening and strikes at close range. Shocked and enraged, the defeated man struggles to rise, unable to accept that his absolute defense has been broken. Enemy raises his hand and unleashes a destructive skill that shatters the courtyard floor. Debris erupts upward as Arios watches closely, remaining calm amid the blast. Using cheat code manipulation, Arios alters the flow of the attack and avoids direct damage. He observes that even advanced magic cannot strike him as expected. The opponent refuses to retreat and launches himself into the air. Confident in his speed and power, both clash mid-air. Exchanging rapid strikes, steel collides repeatedly while each searches for a decisive opening. Seeing a moment of overconfidence, Arios shifts his stance and delivers a precise counterattack, driving his blade forward with full commitment. But his reflection collides with its force. Energy turns back on him, and he realizes too late that his own power has been redirected. Arios activates a transfer ability and shifts position in mid-air. The crystal changes course under his control, slipping past the enemy's guard, landing smoothly. Arios catches the object and steadies his breathing. He notes that the goddess's protection has calmed the unstable energy inside it. The opponent stares in disbelief as the crystal's movement stops responding to him. Control over the shadow stone has completely vanished. Holding the gem close, Arios studies its structure and senses a deeper quality within, preparing for what comes next. Arios raises his hand and signals for a pause. Across the courtyard, the battered opponent steps forward again, refusing to withdraw, despite his injuries. An ally approaches Arios and questions his condition, ready to take over the fight. Though wounded, Arios grips his sword and insists on continuing. Activating his cheat code manipulation, Arios rewrites the enemy's attack parameters. The opponent's offensive power is quietly multiplied beyond its normal limit. Confusion spreads across the man's face as he feels his strength surge unnaturally. The sudden increase overwhelms his control and destabilizes his stance. Calmly watching, Arios reminds him that reckless power, without balance, leads to self-destruction, leaving the outcome sealed. Arios stands firm, aware that his own invincible moment is limited and that he must rely on allies if needed. A battered companion steps closer and admits he misjudged Arios from the beginning. Regret shows clearly as he forces himself to remain standing, reveals the pain of being cast aside by his family and raised away from them. The weight of resentment has shaped his actions until now. He listens in silence, understanding that they are brothers divided by circumstance rather than fate. Setting emotions aside, Arios refocuses on the battlefield and advances, determined to end the fight before speaking further. Overcome with emotion, the opponent releases a violent surge of power that tears through the courtyard. Allies rush forward to shield the princess and others nearby. Arios remains steady, observing the change in his brother's aura. The uncontrolled force grows stronger, surpassing even previous limits. Lightning-like currents twist around his body as reason fades. Arios steps beside him, recalling how teamwork once gave them an advantage. Now the situation has shifted, and hesitation could cost lives. Gripping his sword firmly, Arios declares his resolve and advances, prepared to confront the rampaging power head-on. Arios studies the raging figure and admits that his brother's strength surpasses even their former rival. Despite that difference, he steps forward and tells his ally to guard his back. Facing such power alone would be impossible, but together they still have a chance. He reflects on the battlefield and concludes that only one swordsman can finish this clash. That responsibility must fall to him. Recalling the previous exchange, Arios realizes the reflection ability activates only when his brother consciously selects the attack to return. With a plan forming, Arios decides to trigger his brief invincible moment first, creating an opening for the decisive strike. Arios moves forward with steady resolve, refusing to let despair decide the outcome. Dark energy surges from his brother as rage consumes him. Seizing the moment, Arios dashes in at full speed, closing the distance before another attack can form. Flames spiral around Arios' blade as he unleashes his strongest technique. The strike cuts through the air with precise control and unwavering focus. Reflection activates, but Arios triggers his brief invincibility at the same instant. The counter fails to stop him, and his attack lands cleanly, blasting his brother backward. Without hesitation, Arios pursues and prepares a final decisive blow to end the battle. Steel collides as Arios and his brother exchange rapid slashes. Sparks scatter across the courtyard while both struggle to overpower the other. Mocking laughter rises from his brother, who presses forward with relentless force. Arios steadies his breathing and refuses to yield despite the pressure. Suddenly, his brother boosts his attack power beyond its limit. The surge shocks Arios, who realizes the strength has doubled. Even so, Arios counters with a fierce swing that strikes cleanly and sends his brother skidding across the stone floor. Without pause, both raise their blades again, each preparing a final technique as they charge straight toward one another. Both brothers unleash their ultimate techniques at the same instant. Blades flash past each other, and a violent shockwave erupts behind them. A moment later, the courtyard falls silent. Arios remains standing while his brother collapses, the decisive strike having landed cleanly. Exhausted but steady, Arios confirms the victory. Relief replaces tension as his allies rush forward in celebration. She approaches and offers sincere gratitude for protecting the kingdom. Her words carry recognition of his growth during the battle. Embarrassed by the praise, Arios turns slightly away, still processing the outcome, and the new title others now associate with him. After the battle, Arios stands quietly while the princess reflects on the duel. He admits that he once believed strength alone defined justice. Doubt now lingers as he reconsiders that simple belief. Turning to his brother, Arios acknowledges that what he dismissed as a flawed skill had grown into real power. Determination fills his expression as he declares he will not remain as he is. One day, he intends to surpass every limit before him. The two brothers clasp fists in mutual respect, agreeing to walk the same path of the sword without losing to each other again. After the duel, the group gathers in the courtyard. The tension fades, and the princess quietly observes the two brothers standing side by side. A sudden presence spreads across the area, sharp and unfamiliar. Arios senses it immediately, unable to identify its source. He descends from above, floating effortlessly in the air. Dark robes sway as the stranger reveals overwhelming pressure. The knights recognize the figure as a high-ranking member of the enemy faction. Weapons are raised at once, as the threat becomes clear. Shock crosses the princess's face when she realizes the newcomer is someone she knows, leaving Arios alert for what will happen next. Inside the royal courtyard, a hooded man hovers above a stone platform. Arios steps forward with his companion while three others remain behind. Memories of the capital return to the princess as she studies the masked figure. Recognition unsettles her because Arios had once defeated him during a past conflict. His identity as a high-ranking member of a dangerous faction confirms the seriousness of the situation. Calmly, the cloaked figure claims he holds no hostility and has come to offer information. Doubt fills Arios as he listens carefully. Finally, the stranger reveals that their ally entered another dimension with the Demon Lord. Determination forms as Arios prepares to follow. The hooded figure assures Arios that he senses no hostility in him. Although wary, Arios listens as the stranger insists the captive will be taken away safely. Dark smoke suddenly surrounds a bound nobleman standing beside the cloaked man. In an instant, both vanish from the courtyard, leaving only fading shadows behind. Without hesitation, the masked figure raises his arm and releases a swirling force into the sky. Confusion spreads among the group as they struggle to understand his true identity and purpose. Later, Arios turns toward her with concern. Determination replaces doubt, as he reassures her through steady resolve and silent support. Instead of dwelling on confusion, she decides to focus on what stands before them, and move forward with determination. Turning to Arios, she mentions the mysterious ally who once helped her brother. Gratitude softens the tension between them, as they consider their next step. Arios suggests visiting the king first, concerned for the ruler's safety after the recent disturbance. At that moment, the king himself appears and praises Arios for his bravery. Surprised, Arios kneels out of respect while the princess watches anxiously. With a calm smile, the king speaks of a vision involving Arios. His words hint at destiny, leaving both youths thoughtful about what lies ahead. The king explains that in a dream he was told to dismiss the guards and wait. He believed that doing so would allow Arios and the princess to meet him safely. Calmly he adds that the vision felt vivid, as if someone close to death had shown him a guiding spirit. After a brief silence, Arios questions the meaning of the message. He suggests that the being in the dream may not have been a ghost, but something far more real. Confusion spreads among the others as they struggle to follow his reasoning. With steady resolve, Arios concludes that the presence was likely the creator of the skill system. King praises Arios for his growth and acknowledges the weight he carries. Arios responds modestly, while the princess and her companion listen with quiet approval. Shifting his tone, the king admits his own failure regarding Lifida. He recognizes that he overlooked the darkness surrounding her and accepts responsibility as her father. With steady resolve, he declares that once the current crisis is resolved, he intends to pass the throne to Arios. Shock overtakes the princess as she questions the sudden announcement. She cannot understand why Arios would be chosen over other royal heirs. Regaining composure, she confesses her own fault in pushing Lifida forward. The princess admits her flaws and states that Arios surpasses her in judgment. Despite her pride, She recognizes that her constant hesitation has limited her growth. Hearing this, the king gently reveals that she was originally his first choice as heir. Confidence in her ability still remains in his heart. He explains that if she can prove herself worthy, the path to the throne is not closed. Looking directly at her, the king emphasizes that trust matters more than rigid tradition. Leadership, in his view, depends on conviction rather than bloodline alone. With humility, he asks both youths for continued support in guiding the kingdom forward together. Arios kneels before the king and declares his resolve to protect the princess and the kingdom. Moved by his words, the princess accepts her role, despite lingering fear. She chooses to shoulder the future of the kingdom and stand firm as its leader. Pride softens the king's expression as he thanks them both. Relief settles briefly over the chamber. Suddenly reports arrive that enemy forces have begun advancing. The king orders the others to stay back and prepares to confront the threat himself. Alarmed, Arios protests as the king steps forward alone. Tension rises while danger closes in around them. The princess steps forward, insisting she will fight as well. The king refuses, reminding her that their enemy was once a loyal minister who loved the kingdom. He explains that strong defensive magic surrounds the castle, and that Leifa remains his responsibility. Turning to Arios, the king entrusts the nation's future to him and urges him to go. Gratitude shows in Arios' expression as he accepts the command. Without delay, Arios runs through the corridor with his companions, determined to stop Lefasa before greater harm spreads. As they rush ahead, Arios presses forward with unwavering resolve, focused only on ending the crisis. Racing through the corridor, Arios swears he will not forgive the one responsible. Footsteps echo behind him as a young girl keeps pace. Surprised, Arios questions why she continues following, despite the danger closing in. The girl explains that she simply wants to know his name. Confusion crosses Arios' face as he struggles to understand her calm curiosity in such a tense moment. She introduces herself politely and smiles, calling him unusual. The unexpected comment leaves him stunned, mid-stride. Embarrassment mixes with urgency as he tells her to stop joking. Even so, he cannot ignore her presence running faithfully beside him. Group stops before an ornate door inside the palace. After confirming the location, Arios reaches out and opens it without hesitation. They step into a quiet room that appears completely ordinary. Furniture stands undisturbed, giving no sign of struggle or intrusion. Sensing something wrong, Arios activates his cheat code manipulation skill. Power gathers around his blade as he targets the space ahead. With a powerful strike, he shatters the wall. Debris explodes outward, revealing a swirling distortion hidden behind the surface. A dark portal spins within the broken wall. Arios studies it carefully, realizing it must be the doorway to the other dimension where Leifa disappeared. Arios turns from the shattered wall as his companion questions what he just did. While he tries to clarify, the two girls misunderstand and begin praising him in simple admiration. Despite the danger, both insist they will follow him. Fear shows in their eyes, but their determination to stand beside Arios remains firm. He protests at being called strange, and insists he cannot leave Leifata alone. Resolve hardens as he accepts that they will fight together. Facing the swirling portal, Arios declares they will jump in. One by one, they prepare to enter the dark passage. The group emerges into a cavern filled with strange machines and floating lights. Emma suddenly clutches her head, fragments of memory flashing before her eyes. Glass capsules nearby resemble something she once saw, stirring fear and recognition. Pain forces her to her knees while Arios steadies her. She struggles to explain that this place feels like something she created long ago. As the others guard their surroundings, EM recalls a forbidden objective once spoken by the Demon Lord. Silence falls after her confession. Arios senses the gravity of the truth and prepares himself for the battle waiting deeper within the cavern. Inside the cavern, hooded figures block the path, confirming they expected intruders. Arios senses distorted space shifting around them as the enemies prepare to engage. M steps forward cautiously, while Arios studies the silent girls standing behind the cloaked men. One hooded leader explains that beings with emotions are unnecessary for their objective. He claims the artificial humans were created only to serve a greater design. With pride, he declares these creations superior in intelligence and combat ability. Obedience to their command, he insists, represents true perfection. When M questions her own existence, the leader coldly labels her a failure. The cruel judgment deepens the tension before battle erupts. The hooded leader questions M's identity and mocks her origins. His words drip with contempt as he treats her existence as a mistake. Fury erupts from Arios as he rejects the accusation. He declares that no one else has the right to define her worth or decide her future. M looks shaken, but Arios continues firmly, telling her not to let those insults take root. Pointing his blade forward, he insists that outside opinions do not control their path. Standing together, they affirm that M is not a failure, but part of their family. Unity strengthens their stance as battle draws near. Arios answers M's gratitude with a confident grin, reinforcing that he meant every word across the cavern. The hooded leaders command their artificial soldiers to engage. The emotionless fighters raise their weapons without hesitation. M steps forward and vows she will not lose. Energy surges around her as she prepares to stand beside Arios no matter the cost. Observing the enemy's strength, Arios activates his cheat code manipulation again. A glowing panel appears as he rewrites parameters to enhance their power. With a firm command, he multiplies M's attack strength. Power gathers around her blade, signaling the beginning of a fierce counterattack. Arios tells M that she will not fight alone and promises full support. Strengthened by his resolve, she charges toward the enemy line while he prepares to assist from behind. M clashes with the artificial soldiers head-on. Her blade moves swiftly as she cuts through their formation, forcing them onto the defensive. Enhanced power overwhelms the enemy forces. Several opponents fall at once. Bodies of defeated men were scattered across the ground, their swords thrown aside. An injured hooded fighter forced himself up, shocked by how easily his group had fallen. Uncertainty appeared on the boy's face as he questioned his own ability. Refusing to accept the outcome, the hooded fighter stepped forward once more and prepared to continue the battle. Calm determination filled the girl as she resolved to avoid further mistakes. Gathering her strength, she charged at full speed and brought the conflict to a swift end. With overwhelming speed, the girl cut through multiple enemies at once. Her blade moved in wide arcs, striking from every direction, landing lightly. She slid across the ground and steadied herself. Behind her, several bodies crashed into a rocky wall and collapsed. She stood over the fallen opponents while the boy and his companions watched in silence. Although she had won easily, she admitted inwardly that she still lacked experience. The boy reflected that their enemies were trained adventurers, yet her single strike had decided the outcome. Stepping closer, he gently patted her head, praising her effort and strength. As she processed his words quietly, a gentle smile appeared on the boy's face as he encouraged her to believe in her own strength. Standing close, he assured her that she was not a failure. Confidence, he felt, would allow her to move forward without doubt. Hearing his support, she thanked him sincerely. Their companions also expressed gratitude, recognizing her effort in the battle. With one hand over her chest, she admitted how happy she felt to receive such praise. Meeting them had changed her outlook. She expressed relief at finding allies she respected, while the boy laughed modestly, brushing off the credit and easing the mood. The girl spoke earnestly about how meeting him had changed her. She admitted that fighting beside him and their companion had helped her overcome part of her fear. Excitement suddenly filled her expression as she expressed a wish to stay close to him and his ally. Gathering her courage, she revealed her true desire to become like a younger sister within his family. Surprise spread across his face at the unexpected request. After a brief pause, he accepted her feelings, deciding that supporting her growth was the right choice. He gently placed a hand on her head and welcomed her as his sister, and she embraced him with relief and gratitude. After the emotional moment, the group gathered themselves. The girl with long hair stood calmly beside the others, while the boy looked ahead with renewed focus. As they moved through the rocky area, he sensed multiple enemy presences nearby. Caution spread among the team, and they prepared for another encounter. Turning to his companion, he acknowledged that her strength had grown significantly. She listened closely, encouraged by his recognition. She reminded him that his steady courage during every battle had inspired her. Hearing that, he seemed slightly embarrassed, but accepted her words. In his thoughts, he reviewed each member's abilities and roles, carefully assessing their overall combat power before the next fight. A confident smile formed on the boy's face as he reflected that, although each of them had walked different paths, their teamwork was not weak. Suddenly, loud noises echoed through the rocky chamber. He quickly encouraged everyone, believing that with their combined strength, the group gathered near a strange pillar while defeated foes lay nearby. The structure appeared to be part of the facility, drawing their attention. She quietly considered her brother's true objective, sensing something unusual behind his actions. They discussed the possibility that ambition for the throne had driven recent events, connecting it to the royal family's decisions. With arms crossed, the boy analyzed recent events. Suspicion grew in his mind, as certain actions seemed too obvious to ignore. Thoughtful silence followed, while he considered alliances and military power. Relying on national forces might provide greater security than trusting uncertain agreements. Conversation shifted toward Princess and her true position. Doubt surfaced about any rebellion scheme, since such a move lacked logic and clear motive. Sharp resolve replaced uncertainty. Protecting her from danger became priority, and reckless ambition would not be allowed to continue unchecked. Decision made, group advanced deeper into cavern, determined to confront older brother and uncover truth behind unfolding conflict. Inside, a vast chamber, two figures stood before a raised platform holding a strange stone device. Man with sharp eyes and dark hair greeted them calmly, impressed that they had passed every obstacle. Facing group directly, Mastermind admitted seizing control of noble house and manipulating events to bring them here. Blonde Prince spoke with unsettling composure, describing twisted circumstances that had shaped his path. Anger rose within young swordsman as he demanded clear answers. In response, Prince declared ambition openly, claiming he would reshape nation by his own will. As accusations flew across chamber, young swordsman shouted in anger, refusing to accept claim that cruelty was justified. Standing before raised platform, Prince declared nation had grown stronger under his control. Fear, he argued, was necessary to remove doubt and silence fragile hearts. Cold ambition surfaced without restraint. In his view, guiding every citizen as obedient subjects was only rational path toward order. Long-haired girl stepped forward, voice firm, rejecting that distorted belief. She defended her brother's kindness and true wish to protect future of kingdom. Memories of gentler days lingered as she pleaded for different path, urging him to become ruler, who saves rather than dominates. Calm expression on his face hardened while he dismissed her words, claiming their elder sibling had abandoned ideals of justice long ago. Young swordsman stepped forward and addressed party leader directly. Dark gem floated in his thoughts as he questioned why such an object was left behind. Leader answered vaguely, insisting truth would reveal itself in time. Frustration surfaced when swordsman accused them of using stone to provoke terror. Determination sharpened his voice as he demanded clear explanation. Shock flickered across leader's face at sudden accusation. Momentum shifted when swordsman pressed further. Spread across young swordsman's face when party leader denied knowing anything about missing comrade. Princess stepped in firmly, reminding him that comrade A had always acted as right hand within rescue group. Sweat formed along leader's brow, anger burst out as he tried to maintain authority, yet hesitation betrayed his confusion. Calm focus returned to swordsman as scattered clues aligned in his mind. Strange behavior from both prince and princess now carried deeper meaning. Realization struck hard. Missing comrade had never been true ally but hidden manipulator, using memory tampering to control events from shadows. Panic overtook party leader as he clutched his head, realizing hidden mastermind had abandoned him. Blonde Prince remained composed, admitting parts of his own memory were missing. Even so, he acknowledged Shadowstone remained in his possession, without understanding full reason. Young swordsman urged everyone to stay calm. Shock lingered among companions as truth grew heavier. Accusations followed, exposing how manipulation and ambition had pushed events toward chaos. Prince accepted that his reckless path carried great risk. Quiet deduction continued, as swordsman connected past incidents, including surveillance and interference. Anger sharpened his voice as he accused the prince of manipulating events and staining entire kingdom with a reckless scheme. Calm smile answered him. Love for nation, the prince claimed, justified any sacrifice, even if countless lives were placed at risk. Trembling slightly, the young girl questioned her own worth within such sacrifice. Doubt weighed heavily on her heart. Princess stepped forward and rejected that, insisting no innocent life should be discarded. Fury returned to young swordsman as he declared Prince's path unforgivable. Shock crossed companions' faces, knowing confrontation had reached its breaking point. Resolve hardened within young swordsman as he questioned whether Prince truly intended to continue down this path. Even if memories had been altered, determination would not fade. Across chamber, Prince drew his blade while dark stone pulsed behind him, signaling start of battle. Energy surged around swordsman as he activated cheat code manipulation. Strength increased instantly, pushing his attack power beyond normal limits. Prince answered with steady confidence, channeling Shadowstone's power into his sword. Pressure filled air as overwhelming force spread across platform. Compared to earlier fights, gap in raw power felt far greater, forcing swordsman to brace for decisive clash. Princess stepped beside young swordsman and offered her support. Trust flowed between them as she chose to guard his back. Across chamber, enemy raised his blade while dark energy gathered around him. Close by, young girl struggled with lingering doubts, questioning her purpose. Resolve replaced uncertainty. With twin daggers drawn, she charged forward, determined to prove her will to live and fight. Shadow power flared in enemy's hand as he mocked their resistance, yet confidence answered him, and blades were lifted without fear. Despite overwhelming aura, pair advanced together, refusing to yield as clash erupted at center of chamber. Both fighters lunged forward simultaneously, blades colliding midair as shockwaves burst outward across the shattered chamber floor. Inside a wooden hall, Arios crosses blades with a long-haired female knight. Her rapid strikes crash against his guard, yet he withstands every blow. Without hesitation, she accelerates and swings in a wide arc. Arios pivots aside and deflects the attack at the last moment. Careful observation reveals her controlled breathing and precise rhythm experience in real combat is evident in her stance. She retreats a step and steadies her grip, lowering her weapon. The knight recognizes the results of his disciplined training. Calm analysis runs through Arios's mind as he considers his strength, equipment, and inherited sword skill. The female knight steps forward and reveals her true ability, declaring it as wisdom that allows her to instantly comprehend any phenomenon. Arios studies her calmly and evaluates the nature of her skill. He concludes that in terms of knowledge, she may surpass even the kingdom's scholars. Distance separates them inside the hall. She observes his stance and notes the slight tension in his posture, recognizing the pressure building within him. A sharp smile forms as she explains that including past battles, she has already grasped the limits of his strength. Suddenly, she launches forward at high speed, closing the gap in an instant as the next exchange begins. The knight bursts forward with overwhelming speed, her blade crashing against Arios's guard. A fierce grin spreads across her face as her power rises further. Dark energy thickens around Arios, and their blades continue to clash in rapid succession across the hall. Spinning strikes rain down from every angle, yet she pushes through without hesitation. Magic aimed at her proves ineffective, and she advances steadily despite the resistance. Arios realizes her wisdom skill allows her to analyze and absorb his attacks. Understanding the danger, he considers a different approach. Raising his hand, he activates cheat code manipulation and unleashes multiple fire spheres, surrounding the battlefield with controlled explosions. Dark energy coils around the knight as she cuts through the incoming fire spheres. Her blade surges forward with amplified force, but the strike loses balance before reaching him. Arios calmly increases his own output, altering the flow of power between them. Suddenly, the redirected energy gathers above and crashes down in a massive explosion. The hall trembles as flames erupt outward from the impact point. Smoke clears to reveal the knight injured and forced back, her uniform scorched by the blast, turning slightly. Arios explains that he simply rewrote her attack power, proving she cannot replicate his ability. Arios reveals that his ability is cheat code manipulation, a skill granted by royalty. Shock spreads across her face as she realizes her attack was rewritten. She grips her sword tightly, unable to accept that her strength was modified so easily. Despite her injuries, determination remains in her eyes. She acknowledges that his power surpasses normal limits and reaches a higher domain standing across from her. Arios calmly questions whether she will continue. The damaged hall surrounds them, scattered with fading embers. Even in her condition, the knight steadies her blade and refuses to yield, prepared to fight regardless of the outcome. Dark energy surges as the knight begins absorbing power from the cursed gem within her. Arios senses that the same force once connected to the instructor is now consuming her body. A young girl rushes forward, pleading desperately and recalling their shared memories. The knight trembles while shadow thickens around her armor. Rage and pain twist her expression as the corruption deepens. Seeing her struggle, the girl steps in front of Arios and asks him to trust her. He hesitates, recognizing the dangerous rise of power. Arios activates cheat code manipulation once more, initiating a transfer of authority as glowing panels appear before him. She activates the panel Arios summoned, declaring the full use of sacred magic. A brief vision appears of two legendary First Kings, warriors who once fought and were acknowledged as unmatched in battle. Arios realizes that together they may recreate that historic partnership. He steps forward with resolve while she stands beside him, ready to combine their strength. Power gathers around the girl as unfamiliar energy rises from within her. Even she seems surprised by the force awakening in her body. With steady confidence, Arios entrusts the next move to her, believing she alone can wield this new power properly. The girl steps forward with firm resolve, promising victory as Arios stands behind her. A massive wave of shadow surges from the knight's outstretched hand, tearing through the air toward them. Before the blast can reach him, the girl raises her hand and forms a radiant barrier. The black torrent crashes against her defense and disperses outward in fragments. Shock spreads across the knight's face as the reinforced magic fails to break through. Arios watches calmly, recognizing the overwhelming stability of her protection. Trusting his sister completely, he allows her to advance while the knight struggles against the reflected darkness. Standing firm, the girl declares that no matter how strong the cursed gem becomes, its influence will not fully consume him. In a sudden burst, the corrupted knight lunges forward and strikes her directly. The blow lands with force, sending shock through her body. Despite the hit, she steadies herself and assures Arios she can endure the pain because his earlier support reduced the attack's power. With determination, she raises her voice and calls for him to awaken and focus. Gripping her weapon tightly, she urges him to remember his true self and resist being swallowed by evil. Sweat runs down the knight's face as she struggles against the corruption, admitting that the pressure of the gem is overwhelming her. Energy explodes outward from the knight's body, shaking the hall. Arios realizes the knight's consciousness is being consumed. The girl remembers a past moment when she was saved in a similar crisis and gathers her courage. She recalls the sacred magic once witnessed in the divine village and understands its significance. With steady resolve, she explains that sacred magic is a power granted only to chosen individuals, and she prepares to use it to save the knight. With steady determination, the girl explains that if she can draw out the curse, she may be able to save the knight. Arios listens carefully, as she insists that even if the gem has consumed her, its power can still be extracted. In the distance, the corrupted knight releases another surge of dark energy. The hall trembles as the pressure builds once again, deciding quickly. Arios tells her to focus on pulling the curse out while he handles the force that erupts. Both step forward in sync. She spreads her hands and forms a sacred magic circle, while Arios stands ready behind her, prepared to provide support. Dark smoke rises violently as lightning binds the knight's body. She screams while the curse gathers above her, forming a dense mass of shadow. Black cloud condenses into a grotesque creature covered in countless eyes. It hovers overhead, pulsing with hatred and unstable power. Recognizing the true source of corruption, Arios leaps forward and strikes the monster directly. His blade cuts through the floating mass with decisive force. Creature disperses into fragments of smoke, its form collapsing as the hall grows quiet. Elsewhere, as the battle between Arios and Rai nears its conclusion, another figure observes the aftermath, watching their strength with measured attention. As the previous battle settles, Arios steps forward with confidence, determined to finish the conflict himself. The man with glasses smiles calmly and draws his blade. He claims that from his perspective, Arios lacks true killing intent. Dark energy lingers around the scene while the man declares he cannot lose to someone inexperienced. Suddenly, Arios feels pressure in his body and drops to one knee, surprised by the shift in momentum, questioning whether Arios can still fight in his current condition, and suggesting he grow stronger before challenging him again. Arios rejects the idea of relying on others, and declares he will defeat the enemy with his own strength. He charges forward with determination, while his ally moves in coordination beside him, launching a synchronized assault against the waiting opponent. Inside a stone hall, Arios and his ally engage a caped swordsman in close combat. Blades strike again and again as sparks scatter across the floor. Despite visible injuries, Arios remains upright, gripping his sword while tension fills the space between them. With sudden resolve, Silver Sword Saint is activated. Strength and speed surge through Arios, sharpening his movements and intensifying his presence on the battlefield. Driven by this power, he rushes forward and unleashes a fierce barrage that shatters the man's defense. One decisive strike cuts across the swordsman's chest. Blood sprays outward, and his body falls back, defeated by overwhelming force. The wounded swordsman stands trembling as a dark aura begins to gather around him. Black shadows swirl through the air and drift toward the man. Arios's companion steps closer, explaining that the stone absorbs surrounding magic and corrupts its host. She continues, warning that overwhelming power without reason leads to madness. Arios listens, trying to understand the danger forming before them. Suddenly, the swordsman lifts his blade with a distorted grin as dark energy surges violently around him, with unstable strength. He advances again, forcing Arios and his ally to brace for another desperate battle. Dark energy coils around the corrupted swordsman as he lunges toward Arios with a twisted smile. Without hesitation, Arios charges in and swings his blade. The enemy counters instantly, and a heavy strike crashes into Arios's side. The caped man presses forward and unleashes another blow. Arios's ally moves to defend, but the force of the attack overwhelms her guard and drives her down. Seizing the moment, the corrupted swordsman grabs the girl by the throat and lifts her off the ground. Held captive, she weakly signals Arios to retreat. He refuses, staring at the enemy while preparing himself for one final attempt to save her. Frustration fills him as he questions his own weakness and wonders why he cannot protect even one person important to him. A noble swordsman once stood before him in a grand hall, praising the potential of the Silver Sword Saint while observing him with calm confidence. The man explained that the blade carried a true purpose passed down through the McBaugh family. He spoke about righteousness and the duty tied to the sword, urging Arios to understand its meaning rather than chase strength alone. Back in the present, Arios steadies his breathing. Remembering those words, he gathers resolve, determined to stand again with a clearer heart. Doubt weighs on him as he questions why he sought strength in the first place, and whether his resolve was selfish. Tears mix with blood on his face while he grips his sword. Even with a wounded body, he decides that protecting someone precious matters more than his own safety. Silver Sword Saint responds to his will, releasing a radiant force that surrounds him and sharpens his stance. Energy flares beneath his feet as he commands the enemy to release her, standing firm despite exhaustion. The corrupted swordsman tightens his grip, but Arios launches forward, arm extended, driven solely by the resolve to save her. With renewed resolve, Arios dashes forward and unleashes a fierce sword technique. His blade cuts through the air and collides directly with the corrupted man's body. A violent explosion erupts from the impact. Dark energy bursts outward as the enemy screams, his chest struck at the core where the stone is embedded. The blast throws both fighters across the hall. Arios quickly regains his footing and rushes to his ally, as the smoke clears. Arios realizes the explosion harmed the corruption without damaging its host. Clenching his fist, he understands that his power manifests to counter darkness itself, not to destroy blindly, but to strike only what is evil. Arios lowers his blade and apologizes to his ally, admitting he finally understands the true purpose of his power. Dark energy continues to leak from the corrupted swordsman in the distance. Arios tells his ally to stay back while he handles the threat alone. Facing the enemy, he realizes the spreading corruption must be cut off at its source. The shadows gathering around the man confirm that the battle is not over. Raising his sword, Arios declares his intent to sever the darkness completely. Power gathers around him, controlled and focused. He meets the assault head-on, blocking each strike with precise movements. As the final clash begins, Arios meets the enemy's charge with a direct strike. His blade pierces through the dark aura and detonates at the core embedded in the man's chest. Without hesitation, he follows with another attack, driving purified energy into the corruption. Explosion tears the darkness apart, and the corrupted power disperses into the air as the man collapses. Breathing heavily, Arios turns to his ally and checks her condition. She reassures him while sensing that the Shadowstone's influence has vanished. Standing quietly, she reveals that the fallen man was the source of her existence, neither fully human nor monster, but someone she had always sought to confront. After the battle, the girl explains that the fallen swordsman was not merely a puppet of darkness. She declares her intent to confront her past and move forward without running. Determination settles between them as they prepare for another clash. The remaining darkness begins to gather once more, responding to their presence. Side by side, they step forward in unison, combining their strength to cut down the source of corruption. With a decisive technique, Arios strikes through the enemy's defense, his blade carving away the last remnants of darkness in a final sweeping blow. Arios drives his blade forward, releasing a final surge that erupts against the corrupted swordsman. From the scattered shadows, a strange black mass forms, covered in glaring eyes and swirling smoke. She dashes across the stone floor and slashes through the floating creature. Her strike disperses the mass, cutting apart the condensed darkness before it can regenerate. With the last remnants fading, the battlefield grows quiet. Their companions gather nearby as Arios steadies himself, sword still in hand. A faint smile crosses his face as he acknowledges the victory, confident that the darkness they faced has finally been defeated. After the battle, Arios speaks confidently about the strength of the Silver Sword Saint. Another swordsman acknowledges how much he has grown through their struggle. Two exchange competitive smiles, tension briefly rising as they compare their abilities. The other swordsman extends his hand and expresses sincere gratitude, admitting that Arios' presence made the difference in the fight. Arios reacts with surprise, but listens as he is told that his strength was essential to their victory. The praise catches him off guard. With a firm handshake, Arios insists he fought to protect his ally. The group stands together, their bond strengthened after overcoming the darkness. Nearby, a silver-haired warrior slowly regains consciousness beside a strange stone structure within the ruined hall. Recognizing Arios, the warrior smiles faintly and admits he was saved. Arios looks around in confusion, trying to understand where they are. Still seated on the floor, the warrior explains that even skilled adventurers of the highest rank struggled against the threat they faced. Curious, Arios asks about their objective and the nature of this place, seeking clarity after the chaos of battle. The warrior responds that the space remains largely unknown, hinting at a deeper path ahead that has yet to be fully explored. Group listens as the silver-haired warrior explains the scale of the structure around them. Another man reveals that only he can hear the inner voice guiding them. Though its origin remains unclear, the voice led him to the Shadow Stone. Arios considers the possibility that deeper layers of this place still remain. His companion suggests their mission may not be finished yet. The warrior describes an ancient plan involving a massive Shadow Stone and a ritual meant to seal a powerful enemy long ago. Hearing this, Arios realizes the darkness they fought might be connected to a calamity from centuries past, and the true threat may not yet be over. Arios rushes toward the massive Shadow Stone as it begins to pulse violently. Dark energy spreads across the chamber. He freezes, as a presence declares the return of a world-ending calamity. Shock fills his expression, realizing the sealed disaster has awakened once more. Inside the vast hall, a gigantic sealed door shakes violently as dark energy seeps from its center. Without warning, the door swings open, and a thick shadow floods the chamber. Shock spreads across their faces as the pressure in the air suddenly intensifies. From the darkness, a towering demon emerges with claws raised and wings stretched wide. Its roar echoes through the hall, forcing the group to brace themselves. Observing the creature closely, Arios understands that its strength surpasses their expectations. Despite her wounds, the princess advances with resolve, choosing to confront the demon alone so the others may escape. The demon lunges forward and grabs the princess in its massive hand. Arios turns in shock as her sword slips from her grasp, and her body is lifted into the air. Desperation fills Arios as he realizes his usual strength will not be enough. With steady focus, he triggers the skill. Symbols and unknown characters flash across his vision as the cheat code manipulation begins to operate. Light gathers nearby, revealing the figure of a former king. The presence radiates authority, surprising Arios. As the summoned power takes form, empowered by the activation, the princess breaks free and counters with force. The princess cries out as the former king stands beside Arios. With calm authority, he tells Arios to leave the battle to him. Demon tightens its grip, crushing its captive. At that moment, the king charges forward, cape flowing behind him, as he closes the distance. Confidence fills his expression as he prepares a decisive strike. Determination drives him to stake everything on one attack. A powerful slash cuts across the demon's body, forcing it backward. The impact shakes the hall, yet the king is thrown down from the recoil. Arios runs toward him, shocked to see the legendary figure wounded, despite his overwhelming strength. After the clash, Arios faces the former king and explains that a greater enemy stands behind the incident. Stepping forward, Arios urges him to survive and continue guiding the kingdom. His expression shows firm resolve as he entrusts the nation's future to him. The former king lowers his gaze, burdened by guilt and doubt. Though wounded, he listens carefully to Arios' words. With renewed spirit, Arios declares that he and his allies will handle the demon threat themselves. Standing together, the group prepares to fight as one, determined to defeat the enemy and protect the kingdom, blaming himself for allowing danger to reach the kingdom's future leaders. Though injured, he forces himself upright while the demon still looms nearby. He refuses to fall into despair, insisting that his wounds are not fatal. Arios kneels with his companions and forms a plan together. They decide to combine their strength and strike with everything they have. The demon steps forward again, roaring as it prepares another assault. Its massive frame blocks their path. Calmly, the king explains the creature's true nature and overwhelming power, warning that even a small nation could vanish in moments against such a being. With firm resolve, he raises his weapon and prepares to defeat it as a warrior of the world. His companions react with surprise, yet courage replaces their fear. Even in a serious moment, their determination strengthens as they choose to stand beside him. Watching them, the former king smiles with approval. He recognizes their growth and begins to place his trust in their generation. Turning slightly, he reassures Arios that his presence alone brings confidence to the battlefield, activates his cheat code skill once more, deciding to use every ability available as he readies himself for the final clash. Arios studies the floating interface and rewrites the battle's balance, amplifying his attack power while reducing the demon's strength. Energy surges through his body as he grips his sword and charges forward. His allies watch in surprise as the pressure in the hall shifts in their favor. Taking the lead, Arios dashes straight at the demon. The monster reacts, but its movements appear slower under the altered conditions. His blade strikes deeply into the creature's torso, releasing a violent shockwave that shakes the chamber. Without hesitation he follows, with a relentless series of slashes. driving the demon backward as its roar echoes in pain. Arios presses the attack, overwhelming the demon with rapid strikes. For a brief moment, he enters a state where its counterattacks fail to reach him. Raising his hand, he unleashes multiple advanced spells at once. Fire, water, and pure destructive energy crash down together. When the smoke clears, his companions stand ready behind him. The former king watches with clear satisfaction at Arios' growth. Suddenly, the demon rises from the rubble, its body still intact. Though damaged, it continues moving forward. Checking the status through his skill, Arios realizes the creature had been sealed for years and weakened over time. Arios scratches his head, while the former king remarks that the demon's power had once been far greater in the past. The king reflects that even with the cheat code in use, stopping such a devastating enemy so quickly is remarkable. Arios listens, slightly embarrassed by the praise. When asked how he managed to cast multiple spells at once, Arios casually explains that he simply adjusted the settings and tried it. Impressed, the former king acknowledges the sharp instincts and natural strength within his descendant. As the group regathers, they remain alert, aware that carelessness or excessive power could still invite unexpected trouble. The former king presents a radiant red gemstone, explaining that it is a divine gift. Arios watches closely, surprised by the object's presence. As the gem glows softly, the king assures them that their battle injuries will be fully restored. He gestures toward the massive door, and explains that this chamber once served as the prison where a great enemy had been sealed long ago. Questions arise about whether defeating the demon truly solved everything. Doubt lingers in their expressions. Pointing beyond the open door, the king directs their attention to a giant crystal deeper inside, its power seemingly diminished yet still significant. The former king explains that the massive red crystal was created by a goddess to seal away great enemies. He reveals that the barrier's power weakened because someone deliberately interfered with the seal. Considering the scale of the plot, Arios concludes that powerful allies and vast resources must have supported the scheme. King confirms that the enemy's goal was to restore the demon's strength and fulfill a long-held ambition. Finally, he states that the true mastermind is an otherworldly invader, a being from beyond their world seeking conquest. Overwhelmed by the explanation, Arios struggles to grasp the idea of countless worlds beyond their own. The former king explains that the invader once acted alone, which is why its presence went unnoticed at first. That timing allowed it to move in secret. With a calm gesture, he describes the enemy's ambition to break through dimensions and unleash chaos upon their world. Although the seal weakened both sides, he assures them the invader cannot immediately return. Recovery will take time. Suddenly, footsteps echo as new allies rush in, relieved to find Arios and the others safe. A young woman suddenly rushes forward and throws her arms around Arios. The sudden embrace catches him off guard as she clings tightly to him. Tears gather in her eyes while she admits how worried she had been. Facing such a powerful enemy left her anxious, despite his strength. Another companion steps in with a playful smile, easing the tension. Arios awkwardly explains that the enemy had only seemed overwhelming at first. Two women exchange firm words, each insisting her concern was justified after the dangerous battle. Their discussion ends with light teasing, and the group relaxes slightly, now that the crisis has passed. The former king greets a small mechanical being that appears in the chamber. He notes that it has changed after many centuries, observing it with calm interest. Arios turns to a young woman and asks how she managed to reach this sealed place. She explains that finding the hidden entrance had not been easy. Behind them, a hooded figure suddenly emerges. The unexpected presence shocks Arios and his companions. In the courtyard, Arios faces his companions as they question him about the location Yushi mentioned. Uncertainty crosses his mind as he wonders if Yushi truly meant to help them. Reaching out, the girl takes Arios' hand and explains her thoughts. Initial suspicion fades as she concludes the disturbance has likely ended. From the doorway, an exhausted priest steps forward and addresses Arios directly. He reports that the rescue unit's control system has collapsed. With a stern warning, the priest urges immediate preparation for combat. Realization settles in as Arios tightens his grip on his weapon. An unknown intruder appeared without warning while he was still in discussion, leaving behind a dark presence. After that moment, his memory became unclear. He admits he accepted the stranger too easily, and failed to notice the shadow manipulating events, until it was too late. Facing Arios, the priest confesses that from the beginning, trusting such convenient circumstances was a mistake. Arios considers the mention of a shadow stone, and the control of the rescue unit's seal. The situation now seems connected to the strange activity in the courtyard. Nearby, nobles exchange uneasy glances. Suspicion grows as Arios turns toward them. sensing that someone among them may be involved. He admits some truths must wait until they meet again, leaving Arios and the princess watching him carefully. Soon after, the figure begins to fade, explaining that although confusion remains, Arios and the others will likely return safely to their original world. Back inside the palace, Arios steps through a dark portal. He reviews the cheat code he used during the battle, checking the new ability he tested moments earlier. Later, everyone gathers in a grand room before the king. Relief spreads as it is confirmed that Arios and the others are safe. With calm authority, the king expresses gratitude and recognizes Arios as a true hero of the kingdom. Around the long table, Arios explains that their victory was only possible because everyone combined their strength. The princess responds firmly, stating that the one who endured the greatest danger was Arios. Her steady gaze makes the others reconsider his modest claim. A younger girl eagerly agrees, praising Arios as the most courageous among them. Embarrassment shows on his face as attention shifts back to him. The king calmly reports that order has been restored and the captured archbishop has been restrained. With hands clasped, the king reflects on the heavy damage and admits the mastermind behind the incident was the first prince. Princess demands to know what will happen to her brother. The king admits that the betrayal by the man once chosen as crown prince has placed the kingdom in a serious position. With a grave expression, the king declares that imprisonment is unavoidable. Arios reflects on the possibility that the prince had been manipulated. The princess lowers her gaze, understanding that returning to the past is impossible. Shifting the mood, the king dismisses naive sympathy and praises the kingdom's hero. Finally, the king announces that the one who stopped Leifa's conspiracy will be named the next crown prince. The king calmly explains that although the matter of Leifa is regrettable, the kingdom must move forward. Shock spreads across Arios and the princess as they realize Leifa will be removed from succession. The weight of the decision settles heavily in the room. Without hesitation, the king reveals his choice. He formally proposes Arios as the princess's fiancé and future royal consort, believing him worthy of the position. Turning away, the king states that despite the unusual path that led here, Arios and the princess are the most suitable pair to guide the kingdom. He urges them to rest and consider the future carefully, leaving both standing in stunned silence. Alone in an ornate guest room, Arios looks around at the luxurious furniture and tall windows. Lying back on the bed, he reflects on the king's proposal and wonders whether he is truly capable of standing beside the princess as her protector. After a moment of hesitation, he decides that the final choice should belong to her. Gathering his resolve, he prepares to speak with her directly. A soft knock interrupts his thoughts, and the princess enters the room. Surprise flickers across his face as she steps inside. Sitting together on the bed, they recall their childhood memories in the castle, sharing a calm moment before facing the uncertain future. Silence lingers as Arios and the princess sit apart on the ornate bed, both unsure how to begin. Nervous tension shows in their stiff posture as she quietly asks if she may move closer. He allows it, though uncertainty remains in his eyes. Gathering her courage, the princess states that she intends to accept her father's proposal. Determination replaces hesitation as she reveals her decision. Turning toward him, she struggles to continue, unsure how he truly feels. Arios listens calmly, absorbing every word. With steady resolve, he promises to protect her for life, declaring that his commitment has never changed since childhood. Arios promises that he will do his best from now on. Though he admits he is still inexperienced, he vows to support her with everything he has. Overcome with emotion, the princess suddenly throws herself into his arms. Startled at first, Arios carefully wraps his arms around her. He steadies her trembling shoulders, unsure yet determined not to let go. Through tears, she confesses that she had feared losing him and believed someone greater would stand beside her. Holding her close on the bed, Arios thanks her quietly, admitting that her presence has restored his confidence. The princess smiles softly, saying that if this is his sincere decision, she no longer needs reassurance. Arios admits that traces of anxiety remain, yet his resolve does not waver. Embracing her gently, he reveals that standing beside her has always been his long-held dream. After a moment, Arios pulls back and mentions there is still time before the evening banquet. A thought crosses his mind, drawing his attention elsewhere. He promises to return soon and steps out onto the balcony, leaving the princess watching his back as he departs. Under the open sky, Arios steadies himself, gripping his weapon and sharpening his focus for what lies ahead. On the balcony, Arios is confronted by a familiar figure who asks whether he truly intends to accept the princess's proposal. Leaning against the railing, Arios admits that part of him once considered abandoning everything. He confesses that being cast aside by his real parents left wounds that never fully healed. Even so, he understands that someone like Leon treated him as true family, Memories of his companions and their faith in him strengthen his resolve. Their encouragement reminds him he is no longer alone. With renewed determination, Arios declares that he will search for Leon and prove how far he has grown. Arios laughs lightly when his companion calls him strange. He admits their paths may differ, yet their goals remain the same. With steady confidence, Arios declares that he will become the princess's guard and travel across the lands to defeat powerful enemies. The companion responds with a grin, accepting that they are alike in spirit. Mutual respect forms between them as tension fades. Suddenly, the friend draws his sword and challenges Arios to a match. The playful mood shifts into focused rivalry. Under the night sky, both raise their blades and rush forward, ready to test each other's strength. Facing each other beneath the night sky, Arios and his rival declare their resolve. Both swear to protect the princess in their own way, entrusting her safety to their strength. Determination sharpens their expressions, while the challenge between them becomes real. Without further delay, they lunge forward at the same instant. Their blades swing with full force, neither willing to yield. Techniques of their respective sword styles collide in a burst of impact. The clash sends shockwaves through the air as sparks scatter around them. Sliding back across the stone floor, both regain their footing. Despite the strain, their eyes remain locked, ready for the next exchange. The duel ends abruptly when Arios' strike sends his rival crashing to the ground. Shock flickers across Arios' face as he steps closer to check on him. Lying on his back, the defeated swordsman laughs weakly and insists he is only exhausted from swinging his blade for too long. Through heavy breaths, the rival admits that Arios has surpassed even the level Leon once reached. Footsteps approach, and the princess arrives on the balcony. Arios turns toward her while asking if healing magic should be used. Kneeling beside the fallen swordsman, she casts her spell. Moments later, he regains consciousness, embarrassed but relieved as the tension fades into laughter. After the duel, the mood lightens as Arios laughs in relief. The princess teases him gently, and he quickly thanks her again for healing their friend. As they settle down, she suddenly remembers the time and asks about the evening banquet. Realization dawns that it is already late. Footsteps echo from the corridor as two familiar allies rush onto the balcony. Arios turns in surprise when they call out to him. The newcomers excitedly mention seeing both the princess and the rival swordsman together. Flustered, the rival scratches his head and attempts to explain the situation. His embarrassment obvious, while the others watch curiously. Teasing continues as Arios tries to explain himself, while his companions call him strange with amused smiles. Suddenly, a knight interrupts and apologizes for intruding. His serious tone shifts the mood at once. The knight reports that an unusual phenomenon has been discovered in the outskirts of the capital. Moments later, they stand before a swirling dark portal embedded in a wall. Arios studies the distortion carefully, sensing something unnatural within. Beyond the entrance, rows of strange capsules line a hidden chamber, each containing a human figure. The shocking sight leaves the group staring in stunned silence. Inside the capsules, artificial humans created by the fallen rescue organization remain suspended, revealing the remnants of a forbidden experiment. Inside a cavern filled with tall pillars, Arios and his companions discover rows of identical girls suspended between the structures. Carefully, he lifts one girl from her place. Her body remains limp, showing no response. Close inspection makes it clear she was manufactured, not naturally born. Soon after, a report states these creations had fought beside the Royal Rescue Unit. Some soldiers recommend disposing of them to avoid future threats. After receiving life, one girl slowly opens her eyes. Movement begins awkwardly, marking her first moment of awareness. Witnessing her awakening, Arios concludes they cannot be treated as mere objects and decides they deserve protection. Arios faces the soldiers inside the cavern and argues that destroying the artificial humans may seem safest. Turning to his companion, he reassures her that there is no need for fear. Confidence shows in his expression as he prepares to explain his reasoning, calmly. He warns the soldiers that this incident may not be over. Future threats could arise, and relying on the kingdom's strength alone may not be enough. Gesturing toward the silent figures in the pods, he suggests that the awakened girls could become allies. When questioned about handling 100 artificial humans, Arios remains steady, convinced he can manage them under his command. Arios explains that he once defeated a monster powerful enough to destroy a small nation. His record proves he is capable of handling greater threats. Hearing this, the soldier begins to understand Arios' strength. Respect replaces doubt as he acknowledges the young hero's ability. Soon after, the soldier apologizes for his earlier hesitation, and promises to report everything to the knight commander. Later, a grand banquet is held at the castle. Long tables are filled with luxurious dishes while attendants serve the guests. During the feast, one girl reacts with amazement at the splendid meal. Arios watches calmly, pleased to see everyone safe and welcomed. At the banquet table, Arios and his companions enjoy the lavish meal alongside the king. Laughter and satisfaction spread as the dishes are served one after another. After some time, the king turns serious and raises an important topic. His attention shifts toward Arios, signaling a formal request. The princess speaks firmly, expressing her long-held thoughts. She declares her wish to dedicate herself fully to supporting Arios. In response, Arios respectfully states that he is still inexperienced, but promises to protect her with all his strength. Grateful for his sincerity, the king offers his thanks. The evening continues with a new understanding formed between them. She promises to support him from the royal capital and asks him to continue moving forward without worry. As the banquet continues, a knight recalls the unforgettable battle against a giant ogre. Laughter spreads, and the tense atmosphere from earlier fades. Closing his eyes, Arios reflects on the time he was driven from the Machba family. Memories of meeting strong allies and facing danger return to him. The king acknowledges that Arios has inspired many people, feeling humbled. Arios responds modestly, while the ruler offers an apology for past hardships. When the celebration nears its end, the king requests a private conversation, signaling that another important matter awaits discussion. Arios agrees to remain and listen as the king prepares to speak further. His expression shows calm attention, ready to hear whatever request follows. Inside a quiet chamber, the king and princess sit across from him. The atmosphere shifts from celebration to serious discussion. The princess asks why her father suddenly looks so determined. The king hints that an important matter must be addressed, raising a magical device. The king explains that new defense measures have finally been completed. He studies the artifact carefully, while the king states it is one of the kingdom's strongest magical tools, capable of deploying a powerful barrier. King shifts the discussion to a more serious matter, and states that it concerns Arios directly. With steady eyes, the king asks whether Arios and the princess truly understand the identity of a certain person connected to them. The princess gestures calmly and asks Arios if he knows about her mother's past. The question deepens the tension in the room. Arios recalls faint memories of a village and tries to piece together what he knows. The king admits that the full truth remains unclear. Finally, the king reveals that the princess's mother was attacked and later disappeared, with no proof of her death ever found. The king declares that he believes the missing woman may still be alive. He presents new information and asks Arios to examine it carefully. A letter is handed over, containing a message that speaks of leaving this world and entrusting the princess to someone else. Arios reads it with confusion, explains that the handwriting belonged to the princess's mother, a wise and capable woman, adds that a member of the same organization may actually be her, though the truth remains uncertain. Arios struggles to accept that an ally could truly be the princess's mother, yet he cannot ignore the evidence placed before him. He admits that the explanation could make sense, yet he still feels a deep connection between the princess and the missing woman. Suddenly, dark energy gathers in the chamber and a hooded figure appears before them. The king demands to know how the figure bypassed the kingdom's barrier. The cloaked stranger dismisses the question and claims human defenses are insignificant. Arios steps forward, recognizing the threat. The intruder mocks humanity and questions whether he truly understands the power of beings from another world. Without hesitation, the hooded figure raises a hand and prepares to demonstrate overwhelming power, forcing Arios to ready himself for battle. In an instant, a crying infant appears on the table before Arios. Shock spreads across the room as no one understands how the child arrived. The hooded intruder reveals that this transformation is part of his power. He explains that he can rewrite information about a target. Realizing the danger, Arios concludes that memories and records have been manipulated. The enemy's ability far exceeds simple sealing magic. With a cold gesture, the intruder claims he can return the king to his original state at any moment. As the effect reverses, the princess rushes to her restored father. Arios stands ready, understanding that this battle now threatens everything around them. Hooded figure declares that this overwhelming power belongs to someone from another world. Across the long chamber, Arios confronts the intruder and demands to know if he remembers rewriting the princess's identity as the first prince. He accuses the enemy of exploiting a young heir who once admired him and wished to protect the kingdom's future. Drawing his sword, Arios states that even if the opponent is far stronger, he will fight to defend the princess from further manipulation. The cloaked enemy smiles with interest, intrigued that Arios would challenge such power after witnessing its true extent. Dark energy surges around the hooded enemy as he declares himself the only one in this world who can manipulate the code. Blades collide across the long table. Arios braces himself and counters, but the intruder blocks each strike with unnatural precision. In an instant, the enemy vanishes and reappears behind him. Arios barely reacts as the space around them distorts from the sudden movement. The cloaked figure floats above the floor, lifting his weapon while Arios steadies his stance. Realizing the technique resembles spatial transfer, Arios understands his opponent wields a power similar to logical rewriting, making the battle even more dangerous. Enemy declares that fighting properly inside the royal castle would cause too much destruction. Arios studies the intruder's movements and realizes his strength is beyond ordinary limits. He silently asks that the castle remain unharmed during the clash. Understanding that holding back is useless, Arios decides to fight at full power. Determination fills his eyes as he prepares to use his unique ability. Summoning his cheat code interface, he rewrites his own attack power and multiplies it several times over. Energy surges around him as he charges forward. The cloaked figure observes the sudden increase in strength with interest, impressed that Arios can challenge him directly. Energy bursts outward as the duel resumes. A sharp thrust cuts through the air, forcing the hooded enemy to dodge while laughing at the challenge. From behind, a worried voice urges him not to lose. Excitement flickers beneath the enemy's mask, impressed by such fearless resolve. Steel clashes in mid-air, a powerful charge drives forward, creating a violent shockwave that rattles the chamber. Landing lightly, the intruder praises the strength of that strike, yet claims it is still simple power. Without hesitation, another fierce combination follows, blades flashing in rapid arcs. Sparks scatter as both fighters exchange relentless blows, neither willing to yield. Explosive impacts erupt across the hall as blades carve sweeping arcs through smoke and debris. Rubble settles briefly, revealing cracked stone between them. Praise comes from behind a mask, impressed that such power exceeded expectations. A single raised finger signals another shift. Confidence radiates from the cloaked figure, certain that sword skill alone cannot decide this clash. Dark distortion suddenly engulfs the young warrior's body. Black energy coils around his limbs, freezing movement and swallowing the enhanced strength he summoned. Calm laughter echoes as the intruder declares that every move had already been anticipated, leaving his opponent trapped within rewritten rules. Dark energy gathers around the hooded figure as he explains that no matter how strong a sword is, he can rewrite the target's information. He states that he will not kill his opponent, only alter him like before. Anger rises, but resistance grows harder. Black distortion tightens around the young warrior's body, restricting movement. Across broken stone, Arios confronts a hooded enemy. Black energy surges around both fighters, shaking the ground between them. Sweat forms on his face as he senses interference with his red code. Control slips from his grasp, and the advantage he relied on vanishes. Attempting to trigger cheat code manipulation again, he finds no response. The masked figure remains steady, while Arios struggles to access his ability. Instead of forcing it, he calms his breathing and sharpens his focus. A subtle shift occurs in his awareness. Memory of the Oracle's blessing surfaces, revealing a hidden condition behind the enemy's strength. Behind him, the former sword saint and the Oracle goddess observe calmly. Their past preparation for conflict in another world now becomes clear in Arios's mind. The masked enemy acknowledges the goddess's involvement, recognizing the depth of her arrangement. Without hesitation, he launches forward, gripping his sword tightly. Determination overtakes doubt as he closes the distance in a direct charge. A swift upward strike cuts through the air. Steel meets resistance as his blade lands cleanly against the opponent. Cracks spread across the enemy's mask and chest armor. Fragments break apart, exposing damage that cannot be ignored. A hooded woman steps forward as her disguise falls away. The princess reacts in shock, while the woman reveals a calm and confident expression. Arios realizes the true identity of the enemy standing before him. The name confirms his suspicion, linking the battle to a larger scheme. The woman admits her plan has been disrupted, and accepts that the situation has changed. She explains that the seal on Vanius has been undone, and that the otherworlders have already been sent back. With her back turned, she declares her decision to greet them properly after abandoning the plan for human subjugation. The woman lightly snaps her fingers, smiling as if the outcome is obvious. The princess protests, unable to accept talk of humanity's subjugation so casually dismissed. Without further explanation, the woman turns and walks down a grand corridor. While moving ahead, she explains that many centuries have passed, and that those who once interfered are gone. She stops briefly and states that Arios must protect the kingdom. Confidence in his resolve appears to guide her decision. With a final glance over her shoulder, she tells them to prepare for what is coming before quietly taking her leave. Light gathers around the woman as she prepares to depart. She assures them that Arios's father still lives and tells them to look forward to their next meeting. Silence follows her disappearance. Arios lowers his sword and admits that their opponent was far stronger than expected. Concern spreads among the group as they process what just happened. The princess calls out softly, still shaken by the revelation. Overcome with relief, she rushes forward and embraces Arios tightly. Tears fall as she admits how frightened she had been. An older man enters the room, observing their closeness with calm approval, recognizing the bond that has only grown stronger. Arios reflects on the emperor's earlier decision, realizing the weight placed upon the princess was never simple. The emperor turns away and invites them to continue the discussion privately. His calm expression suggests long-held burdens. He explains that even the first king had been warned about visitors from another world. Preparations had always existed, though outcomes did not unfold as planned. Regret surfaces as he admits that freedom was lost through those strategies. The cost of protecting the kingdom was greater than expected. Finally, he states that the future now rests with the next ruler, entrusting the responsibility to them. The emperor formally names Arios as the princess's knight, explaining that protecting her is vital in the coming conflict. Praise follows as the emperor offers him a respected military position. Arios reacts with surprise, feeling unprepared for such recognition. Calmly, the emperor clarifies that this is not about reward but duty. He expects Arios to act at a level equal to a seasoned commander. Further expectations are revealed, including leadership of the royal army when necessary. The scale of responsibility continues to grow, though overwhelmed. Arios listens as the emperor asks for his decision, understanding that his path is changing. Arios formally accepts the emperor's offer, acknowledging his inexperience but promising to grow into the role. Later that night, Arios lies on his bed, exhausted from the day's events. The princess sits beside him as the castle stands quiet under the dark sky. She reminds him that preparations for the upcoming ceremony must begin soon. Despite the praise he received, responsibilities are already waiting. Staring at the ceiling, Arios reflects on how distant the position of vice commander feels from his former life. Beside him, the princess declares that she will remain at his side, facing whatever future awaits them together. Lying side by side, the princess admits her fear of becoming queen and how a single decision could change the nation. She stares upward and declares that protecting the kingdom is her chosen duty. Determination replaces hesitation in her expression. Turning toward him, she insists they will safeguard everything together. Though uncertainty remains, she believes their combined strength will be enough. Gentle calm settles between them as they share a quiet smile. The tension of the day softens for a moment. Suddenly, others intrude, exposing the private atmosphere. Embarrassment spreads as the peaceful scene is abruptly broken. A pillow suddenly strikes the nobleman in the face, cutting off his explanation. He stumbles back, flustered as the quiet room turns chaotic. The princess charges after him, furious and unwilling to tolerate his teasing. He retreats while trying to defend himself, insisting it was only a misunderstanding. Elsewhere in the room, Arios stands beside another officer, watching the scene settle. The earlier tension fades into awkward silence. The mustached commander apologizes for the interruption, admitting he sensed something unusual earlier. With a light tone, the commander asks for understanding, explaining that his daughter means no harm despite her impulsive behavior. Arios listens as the two officers argue about influence and experience. One accuses the other of being swayed too easily, while Arios quietly observes their exchange. Calmly raising a finger, Arios explains his view, suggesting that charm alone is not enough to move someone's heart. The princess steps closer, questioning him, while the nobleman smirks at the developing tension. Confusion crosses Arios's face as the pair bicker, again, each claiming shared hardship. He struggles to follow their emotional argument. At last, one officer concludes that the recent threat truly involved otherworlders and orders everyone to rest, warning that stricter measures may follow. Morning arrives quietly in the castle. Arios acknowledges the princess with a steady smile before parting ways. Back in his room, he stretches and exhales deeply, letting the tension of recent battles fade. The night has passed, and routine begins to return. Dressing before the mirror, he considers his next steps. With the princess occupied by official duties, he decides to move independently for the day. He walks through the corridors alone, planning to visit the guild and gather information. Servants and guards step aside as he passes, noticing the intense stares of soldiers around him. Arios senses that his position within the kingdom has clearly changed. As Arios walks through the corridor, an armored soldier rushes toward him in a panic. Gathering courage, the soldier blurts out an offer to buy bread for him. His exaggerated politeness only deepens Arios's confusion. Watching the man hurry off, Arios begins to understand. The sudden respect from the vice commander's men is spreading quickly. He recalls how he defeated powerful enemies and protected the kingdom. Those achievements have elevated him in the eyes of the troops. When the soldier returns with food, Arios gently refuses, assuring them he can manage on his own while sensing their lingering awe. A nervous soldier approaches Arios while holding a small box. With visible tension, he explains that he prepared a lunch for him after hearing about his preferences. Sweat runs down the soldier's face as he insists he only wants Arios to be satisfied. Arios smiles gently, assuring him there is no need to worry so much. Accepting the box, Arios thanks him and advises that constant self-sacrifice is unnecessary. As Arios walks away, more soldiers cheer for him from behind. Their admiration echoes through the corridor, praising his name. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Arios reflects that he must become someone worthy of risking their lives for. Stepping into the city street, Arios notices townspeople whispering as he passes. Their glances carry a mix of curiosity and admiration. Two young women recognize him and speak excitedly from a short distance. Arios turns slightly, unsure whether they are addressing him. One of them approaches with a bright smile, claiming they met years ago in this very place. Arios struggles to recall her face. She insists their encounter was meaningful, and describes it as fate. Her enthusiasm contrasts with his growing discomfort. As her friend interrupts and argues beside her, Arios quietly slips away, leaving the two still bickering over the introduction. Arios hurries through the city street, while two girls chase after him. He keeps moving, avoiding further attention and holding a document close to his chest. While running, he recalls the cheat code interface in his mind. The pursuit distracts him, but he focuses on selecting a safer option. He considers using a combat ability but rejects it as too dangerous for a public area. Instead, he searches for a more subtle method. Activating a transformation technique, he changes his appearance. In an instant, a different figure stands in his place, stopping the chase. A young woman walks along a stone path while light sparkles around her body. She studies her hand with concern, sensing a strange change in her ability. Another woman approaches her from behind, noticing her troubled expression. The first woman holds a folder tightly, distracted by her thoughts and unsure of her next step. They speak briefly, and the second woman glances around as if searching for someone important. The two women hurry away in that direction, leaving her standing alone. She watches them disappear, then exhales and continues forward by herself, watching people pass. Men nearby glance at her more than before, yet their eyes slide away as if they barely recognize her presence. Rising from her seat, she adjusts her outfit and confirms her skill is active. The manipulation of perception has altered how others see her, proving the power works as intended. A man calls out after being ignored. She turns calmly, realizing he can no longer clearly perceive her identity. Recognition dawns on her as she remembers his past actions and reputation as a reckless adventurer. When he steps closer with bold intent, she shifts aside, avoiding his reach while remaining composed. The man suddenly grabs her arm and pulls her closer, trying to lead her away. She stiffens in surprise, but does not panic. He tightens his grip and boasts about his strength. She studies his arm calmly, noticing the lack of real training behind his confidence. With a small shift of balance, she drops her weight and forces his hold to loosen. His control slips as her body moves with precision. Anger flashes across his face as he reaches again. Ignoring her discomfort, her expression hardens, patience running thin. In one swift motion, she pivots and delivers a clean kick. The impact sends him crashing away, ending the confrontation instantly. Her kick launches him across the plaza, smashing him into a wall. Dust and debris scatter as bystanders stare in shock. Whispers spread through the crowd while he struggles to stand. She lowers her gaze, aware that the scene has drawn attention she did not want. Rage twists his face as he cracks his knuckles and steps forward again. Onlookers hesitate, unsure who should intervene. He charges straight at her and throws a heavy punch. She remains still, watching his movement closely. Impact knocks her backward across the ground. Sliding to a stop, she quickly reassesses the situation and prepares to respond. She lies on the ground after the heavy blow, eyes closed as if defeated. For a moment, the plaza grows quiet, and it seems the fight has ended slowly. She rises and brushes off the dust. A faint smile appears as she acknowledges his strength, masking her true condition. Dropping to one knee, she pretends the pain is overwhelming. Her breathing looks uneven, creating the impression that she can no longer continue. Before he can celebrate, a young man rushes in and confronts him, anger clear in his stance. The newcomer checks on her with concern while the attacker retreats under pressure. He studies her carefully, sensing something unusual about the earlier clash. She laughs lightly and downplays the situation, insisting it ended well enough. Suspicion lingers in his eyes as he reflects on the strange feeling surrounding her presence. The atmosphere from before does not sit right with him. Before he can question further, she abruptly excuses herself and runs off through the street, leaving him calling after her. Later, he stands alone in a quiet alley, thinking through what he witnessed. Meanwhile, she appears composed, her expression confident as she considers future plans. He walks back into town, concluding that her ability to alter perception could be useful. Later, the young man walks through town, deciding to head out for training and clear his thoughts after the earlier disturbance. He arrives at a wooded area outside the city and pauses, sensing movement among the trees. Without hesitation, he rushes forward as several wolf-like monsters surround someone deeper in the forest. A female adventurer bursts into motion before he can interfere, cutting through the beasts with swift, precise strikes. Within moments, the monsters fall. He watches quietly, recognizing her skill as that of a seasoned rank adventurer, far beyond ordinary fighters. After defeating the monsters, the female adventurer approaches him with a bright expression. She recognizes him immediately, and seems pleased that he witnessed her battle. He praises her swift movements, and admits her strength has grown since they first met. She listens with visible satisfaction. Memories of past fights surface between them, recalling the first time she saw him overcoming powerful enemies despite the odds. Gathering her courage, she reveals her feelings openly, her face slightly flushed as she confesses her admiration. Reacts with surprise, uncertain how to respond, while she clarifies that her affection is sincere and directed at him as a man, not just a fellow adventurer. Standing close to him, she speaks with warmth and steady eyes. Gratitude fills her expression as she recalls how he once risked himself to save her life. Turning slightly away, she admits he carries important goals that reach far beyond her. From her gloved hand, a small crystal pendant appears. Its surface catches light even under forest shade, sparkling softly. The pendant is offered as a personal gift and a promise before temporary parting. Leaning closer, she asks him to keep it as proof of their bond. Surprise lingers on his face while she smiles with quiet confidence. Unable to hold back, she steps forward and wraps her arms around him. Looking up at him from close distance, she asks him to stay safe no matter what lies ahead. Devotion shows clearly in her eyes. Gratitude softens his expression as he thanks her. With a final request to remember her, she turns and runs, leaving him standing quietly among the trees. Sometime later, he appears dressed in formal attire inside a grand hall, confused by the sudden luxury surrounding him on Celebration Day. A stern attendant scolds him for his posture and attitude, reminding him that important guests are already present. Dressed in formal uniform, he adjusts his collar despite discomfort with such refined clothing. Determination sharpens his gaze as he reminds himself that yesterday's hesitation no longer matters. Fingers brush against pendant resting on his chest. Memory of her confession strengthens his resolve. Breathing out slowly, he acknowledges duty to protect nation and its people. Weakness must be cast aside from this moment forward. After thanking attendant for assistance, he composes himself and walks down grand corridor, lined with armored guards, ready to face whatever challenge awaits beyond doors. Inside a quiet room in First Prince's residence, a young woman lies face down on her bed. Turning her head slightly, she stares ahead with troubled eyes. Doubt about herself lingers, and frustration over her own feelings weighs heavily. Door suddenly opens, and her friend steps in with surprise. Concern replaces confusion as she notices unusual behavior. Rather than answering properly, she presses her face deeper into mattress. Celebration outside has already begun, yet she refuses to move. Her friend sits beside her and gently urges her to explain. Realization dawns that matter is not exhaustion, but complicated emotions she can no longer ignore. Lying on her side, she finally admits how deeply she admires him. Strength, kindness, and courage drew her in long ago. Her friend sits beside her and gently asks if those emotions were rejected. A quiet nod confirms heartbreak she tried to hide. After a brief silence, her friend stands and heads for door, reminding her that others are waiting and celebration will not pause. Before leaving, she adds that his presence would make the event brighter. With a firm tone, her friend points out that both of them care for him, and wishing to stand beside him openly is nothing to be ashamed of. She hesitates at the doorway, still uncertain about stepping outside. Encouragement from her friend pushes her forward. After a brief sigh, resolve replaces doubt. She agrees to prepare, though faint embarrassment lingers on her face. Soon lively streets filled with banners and cheering crowds greet them. Music and chatter echo between buildings as celebration spreads across town. Excitement surrounds them, and her friend beams with delight. Though flustered, she cannot deny the energy in the air. Confidence slowly returns as she walks through the main avenue. A quiet smile forms, imagining how it would feel to share this moment beside him openly. Her friend hands her a sweet snack, insisting that good food eases heavy feelings. She accepts it reluctantly, still wrestling with doubt. One careful bite melts on her tongue. Surprise softens her expression, and a small smile replaces earlier gloom. While walking through lively street, her friend mentions that the royal procession will soon begin. Mention of him makes her tense again. After a brief pause, determination rises in her eyes. Running away would only deepen regret. Moving forward with crowd, she presses a hand against her chest and steadies her breathing. Grand castle towers over gathered citizens, its walls echoing with cheers. She stares at the scale of the event. Excited voices ripple through the crowd as people anticipate his appearance. Some whisper about seeing him up close and capturing a glimpse of his charm. Embarrassment flickers across her face, yet pride rises as she admits she noticed his brilliance long ago. With steady breath, she smiles and offers quiet congratulations to both of them, accepting reality with surprising calm. High above, he steps onto the balcony beside another figure and raises his hand. Thunderous applause surges upward as celebration reaches its peak. From the palace balcony, Arios and Princess Layla greet the citizens below. Their raised hands draw loud cheers as the crowd celebrates their safe return and recent victories. Within the gathering, a young noblewoman observes them carefully. The intense atmosphere surrounding the pair catches her attention. A closer look reveals a subtle glow near the princess's chest ornament. Surprise crosses her face as she senses an unusual force connected to him. Quietly, she considers how he once dominated battles alone. Doubt forms as she rethinks the source of that strength. Calmly, another woman reveals that a special accessory from the princess enhances Arios beyond ordinary limits. The noblewoman softly calls Arios' name, while another woman explains that he carries strong feelings for Princess Leela. A faint smile forms on the noblewoman's face. She realizes she once stood closest to him, yet he has chosen a path that leads farther away from her. Determination replaces hesitation. With firm resolve, she decides to continue supporting Arios no matter how distant he becomes. Up on the balcony, Arios waves again to the roaring crowd. The princess watches the people with calm composure, while he struggles to match her ease. Teasing lightly, she points out his stiffness. Embarrassed, Arios laughs awkwardly as she reminds him that she will guide him properly. Facing the roaring crowd, Arios reflects that this moment represents the path he once aimed for. With eyes closed, he recalls his true dream. Becoming a sword saint was never only about strength, but about standing behind her and protecting her future. Resolve fills his expression, though he admits he has not yet reached the level of a true master. He swears to continue forward regardless of hardship. Leela answers with quiet gratitude. Encouraged by his determination, she promises to do her part as well. Their exchange is interrupted when the king appears behind them, acknowledging their growth with visible pride. The king speaks gently to Layla, expressing pride in her growth as both a princess and his daughter. She answers with humility, crediting her progress to his guidance and support. Standing between Arios and Layla, the king prepares to address the nation. He reminds Arios to remain calm and follow the planned proceedings. Arios stiffens when asked if he is ready. After a brief pause, he steadies himself and declares that his heart is prepared. Facing the citizens, the king introduces himself formally and greets the gathered crowd with dignity. He continues by reflecting on recent events, admitting his own failures and promising to lead the kingdom with renewed resolve. The king raises his hand and announces that two promising young figures have stepped forward to protect the kingdom. With pride, he presents Princess Layla as the brave second princess, who stood against danger and prepared to defend the realm. After a brief pause to gather herself, Layla steps ahead. Strength fills her expression as she formally introduces herself and pledges to serve the nation faithfully. Cheers erupt from the people below, welcoming her with excitement and renewed trust. The king continues, explaining that another young hero has also risen to support her, no longer dismissed by his former title, but recognized for his true worth. With a steady posture, the young knight stands tall as his name is declared before the nation. Recognition spreads through the crowd. Citizens shout in excitement as they realize the once dismissed noble has returned in honor. Closing his eyes briefly, Arios reflects on the past. The day his family cast him aside feels distant compared to the overwhelming celebration before him. Stepping forward, he introduces himself formally and thanks the people for gathering in such numbers. Firm resolve fills his voice as he vows to devote himself to the role of royal knight, promising to fulfill his duty despite his remaining shortcomings. Arios finishes his formal greeting, expressing his wish to serve the people faithfully. Thunderous applause rises from below the balcony. the king and Princess Layla stand beside him while countless hands lift in celebration. Emotion settles within him as he reflects on the long road behind him. Though far from becoming a true sword saint, he feels grateful to be accepted by the kingdom. A nearby attendant nervously signals that it is time to proceed. Arios gathers himself and turns forward once more. Placing a hand over his chest, he announces that he has one more important matter to share with everyone. Arios announces the formation of a new order to support the Royal Knights, rather than replacing existing members. This group will strengthen the kingdom by using their unique abilities together. He then reveals the appointed leader. The chosen captain, a young woman named Eam, bows nervously as the responsibility is placed upon her. Behind his calm smile, Arios recalls how he once encountered many artificial beings and struggled to decide their future. Those girls, created for specific roles, had accepted him without hesitation. Their trust convinced him that they deserved a place in the world. Now, with quiet confidence, he declares that Eam will stand at the front and guide them forward. Arios pauses as thunderous cheers rise from the crowd below. From the balcony, he watches countless hands stretch upward in support of his name. Among the citizens, many call out encouragement. Young and old alike express admiration, their voices blending into a powerful wave of approval. He listens quietly, realizing how deeply the people have accepted him. The weight of their expectations settles on his shoulders. Through the sea of faces, one determined girl raises her voice higher than the rest, declaring unwavering support for his path. Her conviction strengthens his resolve. Thinking of the future they all share, Arios steels himself to move forward without hesitation. With eyes closed, Arios accepts that from this day forward, he will live as a royal knight. Thoughts of the village he once knew pass quietly through his mind. Holding the pendant at his chest, he reflects on the path he chose. Gratitude fills him as he acknowledges the bonds that guided him here. Raising his hand high, he vows that he and his allies will protect the kingdom and ensure lasting prosperity for Arceus. The crowd answers with overwhelming cheers, their voices shaking the palace walls in unified celebration. Several days later, life resumes at the castle, and a lively invitation signals the beginning of a new journey. Later, inside a quiet dining room, Arios sits across from the king, while Layla leans forward over the table. The king gently reminds him that serving the nation is serious work, not something to treat lightly. Arios listens carefully, understanding the weight of his new position. Advice continues as the king encourages him to balance duty with moments of rest, warning that constant tension will only wear him down. Layla proposes a brief trip to the nearby coast, suggesting a short escape to clear his mind. After a moment of thought, Arios agrees and decides to invite their companions, believing everyone deserves time to relax together. At the seaside, Arios stands with a male companion under the bright sky. The calm waves and rented beach space make the royal title feel distant and unreal. His friend jokes about the unexpected trip, while Arios admits he never imagined having such a day. The tension from recent duties begins to ease. Suddenly, two girls approach from behind, calling out for them to hurry. Both young men turn in surprise at the lively voices. Layla and another companion appear in swimsuits, drawing Arios's stunned gaze. For a moment he struggles to respond. Noticing his reaction, the girls tease him playfully before gathering together, encouraging one another with cheerful confidence. Shock spreads across the boy's face as he reacts loudly, flustered by the sudden sight. Beside him, another grins and boldly praises Eam, leaving her confused by the attention. Arios studies his friend carefully, sensing that his excitement hides another intention. The change in his expression makes him wary. Leaning closer, Arios questions him directly. The teasing tone fades as he tries to understand what he truly wants. Soon, the real motive appears when the boy points toward a nearby ice cream stand along the shore. With forced casualness, he invites Eam to visit the stall together, while she stares at him in mild surprise. Eam hesitates at first, surprised by the invitation, but quickly gathers her courage and agrees to go together, without wasting time. The two of them run toward the ice cream stand near the stairs. Arios watches from behind, amused by their sudden burst of energy. Layla observes the scene calmly and comments that the boy is more straightforward than expected. Arios exhales, admitting the boldness caught him off guard. From a distance, the pair reach the vendor and begin ordering, their figures small against the bright shoreline. Chie adds that, despite his pushiness, he does not seem like a bad person, while Arios listens with a thoughtful expression. A teasing remark draws a wry smile from him as he recalls how stubborn his friend can be. Realization settles in as he considers how closely those two resemble each other. Shared rejection may be reason enough for understanding to grow between them. From nearby, Layla quietly agrees that both carry emotional scars. Perhaps this meeting at the shore could help ease those wounds. By the ice cream stand, awkward conversation turns lighter while flavors are chosen and paid for. Smiles replace tension as sweetness softens earlier nerves. Watching from a short distance, two companions seem satisfied with how smoothly things unfold. In a distant port town, ships rest quietly along the harbor, while armored guards move through the streets. A sense of change begins to spread in the shadows. Inside, a nearby building, a lively young woman works behind a counter, unaware that larger events are slowly unfolding beyond her view. Far away, a confined figure sits behind iron bars as the tide turns. Meanwhile, at the beach, carefree moments continue. Not knowing the story is about to shift dramatically. In the courtyard, Arios practices alone, repeating his sword swings with steady focus. A week has passed since his return to the capital. The next morning, Maria, the maid, who followed him from the old castle, approaches with breakfast. She carefully sets down a large meal prepared for his recovery. After training, he eats quietly and restores his energy. Satisfaction shows in Maria's expression as she observes him. Discussion turns to recent battles and unknown enemies moving in the shadows. Determination fills Arios as he resolves to protect everyone and remain undefeated. Maria reminds Arios of a promise and speaks seriously about his connection with the princess. Without warning, she reaches up and presses his cheeks firmly. Shock spreads across his face as he freezes in place, unsure how to react to her sudden action. After releasing him, Maria smiles calmly and remarks that even if he becomes stronger, his nature will not change. Embarrassment lingers as he rubs his face. Composure returns as she advises him to stay cautious, warning that danger could appear anywhere. He listens carefully, suddenly sensing movement. Arios reacts instantly and blocks an incoming attack aimed toward them. Maria stares in shock after Arios stops her attack with precise timing. He explains that carelessness is dangerous and that she must sharpen her awareness. The girl who challenged him steps forward confidently. She is introduced as Anne, one of the most talented individuals among those once summoned from another world. Confidence surrounds Anne as she declares she has been watching Arios closely. Her competitive spirit becomes clear, and she prepares to prove her strength. With swift movement, Anne launches a focused strike. Arios blocks calmly, recognizing that she still has not drawn out her full ability. Mutual respect forms between them, and both agree to continue their training to protect the kingdom. Anne falls back onto the stone pavement after their clash, admitting that Arios has grown far stronger. While catching her breath, she insists that against ordinary soldiers, she would still win easily. Arios counters lightly, pointing out that real combat is never so simple. Excitement returns to Anne's eyes as she rushes him again, driven by her competitive nature. He drops low and stops the exchange, reminding her to focus. Seriousness replaces his calm tone as he explains that raw talent alone is unreliable. Overconfidence, he warns, creates small openings that enemies exploit. Hearing this, Anne lowers her gaze and accepts the lesson, resolving to improve. After the lesson, Arios kneels beside Anne and places a hand gently on her head. He tells her not to rush, assuring her that she is steadily improving. Blushing, Anne admits she struggles to control her growing feelings toward him. Confusion mixes with embarrassment as she wonders how she should handle them. Before Arios can respond, Maria suddenly appears between them. With a bright smile, she interrupts the moment and lightly pulls Anne closer. She then turns to Arios and reminds him that after sweating from training, he should head to the bath. As she leans against him, Maria hints that meeting someone new can be stimulating, leaving Arios tense and uncertain. Maria and Anne cling to Arios at the same time, pressing close from both sides. Caught between them, he stiffens, unsure how the situation escalated so quickly. Their playful struggle continues until a soldier rushes into the courtyard with urgent news. Embarrassed, Arios pulls himself together while the messenger apologizes for intruding. The atmosphere shifts from personal confusion to official duty. Attention turns to a strange incident near the southern harbor of the capital. Arios listens carefully as details are explained. Concern replaces hesitation. Realizing the matter may involve powerful outsiders, he prepares to investigate without delay. After hearing the report, Arios decides to head to the harbor himself. Although he senses something unusual about the situation, the messenger salutes and rushes to carry out the order. Maria watches Arios closely, asking whether he truly intends to go alone. She declares that she is prepared and will wait for his return if necessary. Gratitude softens his expression as he thanks her for the support. Turning to Anne, he announces that it is time to depart. Surprised but hopeful, she asks if she may accompany him. With quiet resolve, Arios reflects that the journey may broaden her understanding of the world beyond the castle walls. Before leaving, Arios reminds Anne that the trip is not a game, but part of her training. She nods brightly and promises to do her best. Later, inside a grand room, Arios prepares his belongings for departure. Suddenly, Ray rushes in, her expression troubled as she calls out to him. Without hesitation, Ray steps forward and wraps her arms around him tightly. The unexpected embrace leaves him stunned as she presses close. She reveals her fear of him leaving the capital and facing danger far away. Arios gently steadies her, listening to her worry. With calm reassurance, he promises to return safely, hoping to ease her anxious heart. Holding Ray gently, Arios reassures her that everything will be fine. Though she tries to appear strong, her hands tremble as she clings to him. Pressed against his chest, Ray warns him that strange incidents are occurring across small kingdoms. He answers calmly, telling her he understands the danger. His voice remains steady, despite the growing uncertainty. Images of chaos fill his thoughts as he imagines powerful creatures attacking without warning. With a serious expression, Arios considers that these events may be connected to otherworldly forces and prepares himself for what lies ahead. Arios promises Ray that he will investigate the movements of those from another world. In return, he asks her to continue fulfilling her duties within the palace. Emotions overcome restraint, and they exchange a brief kiss. The moment is soft but firm, sealing their mutual trust before parting. Soon after, the castle stands silent under the night sky as preparations conclude. Departure becomes inevitable. By the next day, Arios studies documents about the harbor town, reviewing reports of recent disturbances with careful attention. A carriage rolls along the road toward the port, deciding that further investigation must wait until arrival. He calls Anne's name as the journey continues. Inside the carriage, Anne struggles to lift an oversized bag packed with supplies. Arios stares at the luggage, wondering if she has brought far too much for a simple investigation. With confidence, she explains that the items are essential for completing an important mission. Trying to reason with her, Arios suggests they could manage with less. Anne argues that proper preparation prevents trouble later. Suddenly, the carriage jolts violently. Losing balance, she falls forward and crashes directly into him, forcing him back against the seat. Pressed awkwardly against her, Arios feels an odd sense of familiarity in the flustered silence. As the carriage continues onward, flustered from the fall, Anne apologizes softly while still close to Arios. He tells her not to worry, though the awkward tension lingers between them. Regaining composure, Arios decides to step outside the carriage to check the situation. He mentions that something feels off and leaves Anne inside. Outside, he calls to the driver and asks if anything unusual has happened. The man hesitates, clearly unsettled by what lies ahead. From the bridge, an overwhelming sight spreads before them, an unnatural mass covering the landscape beyond the river. Sensing danger, Arios jumps down for a closer look, realizing the disturbance is far from ordinary. From the broken edge of the bridge, Arios studies the surface carefully. The cut is unnaturally smooth, as if sliced cleanly by a blade, rather than shattered by force. The driver explains that no one noticed anything unusual until the collapse occurred. While the man suggests turning back to avoid delay, Arios reflects on the events of the past week. None of it feels coincidental. Calmly, he dismisses the idea of retreat. Producing a small item from his belongings, he prepares to act without hesitation. In an instant, the broken section of the bridge is restored. What seemed like destruction reveals itself as an opportunity for him to test his growing power. Activating his ability, Arios focuses and prepares to move ahead alone. He tells the driver to remain where he is while he heads toward the opposite side. In an instant, his body vanishes and reappears across the gap. The repaired bridge and the carriage remain behind as he lands smoothly beyond the broken section. Stunned, the driver tries to understand what he just witnessed. Arios calmly explains that it was a form of spatial transfer, nothing more. The man praises him, saying the rumors of his strength were true. Arios responds lightly, treating the feat as ordinary. As he looks ahead, thoughts turn to a missing individual connected to earlier events, whose current whereabouts remain unknown. After crossing the bridge, Arios speaks briefly with the driver. The man expresses gratitude and relief, explaining that no one in his family supports the opposing faction. Deciding not to use the carriage any further, Arios instructs the driver to return and report to the capital. Anne steps out with her heavy luggage and asks about the situation. Arios informs her that they will proceed by walking from here. Together they head down the open road toward the distant port, continuing their training as they travel. Arios enters the coastal town alongside his companion. Neat buildings and open streets stretch before them. Moving further inside, the two continue along the stone road. She glances around at the surroundings while he carries their luggage without complaint. Because the town lies near the sea, Thick fog often forms across the streets. Arios explains this natural condition while she listens, noticing how visibility remains limited. Concern rises as she realizes the fog could disrupt their plans. Arios understands the possible danger and considers their next step. Suddenly, a knight approaches and formally offers to escort them to the 3rd Division headquarters. Arios responds modestly to the knight's praise, feeling uneasy about being treated with excessive respect. Discussion shifts to a report about a suspicious shadow seen in town. Arios asks for details regarding the investigation. Attention turns to damaged infrastructure within the city. Arios questions whether a stone bridge has been destroyed. Realization settles in as Arios concludes that the road has become impassable. The knight admits that nothing unusual had occurred until recently. Determination replaces uncertainty. The knight decides to dispatch soldiers to inspect the bridge, while Arios and his companion prepare to follow the situation closely. Arios explains that he and his companion crossed the valley by using a transfer ability. Hearing this, the knight expresses admiration for the rare skill. Arios remains composed while his companion smiles proudly beside him, clearly amused by the reaction. They proceed along the street, as Arios calmly asks to be guided to an inn. The knight accepts the request and leads the way. As they walk through town, whispers spread among the citizens. People recognize Arios as the vice commander known for heroic deeds. Attention from the crowd increases. His companion cheerfully notes his popularity, while Arios grows uncomfortable under the public gaze. A tense scene unfolds in the street as members of the Adventurer Guild stand facing a royal soldier. The atmosphere suggests conflict between the guild and the kingdom's forces. Large gathering fills the background in Arios' thoughts, reminding him of past unrest in another village. After the guild members withdraw, Arios discusses the destroyed stone bridge with the knight. Soon, they arrive at a well-prepared residence arranged for their stay. The building stands neatly maintained, reflecting careful planning. Inside, a line of staff members bow deeply to welcome Arios as vice commander, formally pledging dedicated service during his visit. The residence, several young attendants gather around Arios, offering to carry his luggage. One attendant steps forward, holding a sheet of paper, shyly requesting his signature. Arios hesitates at the unexpected request, unsure how to respond to such admiration. Realizing refusal would disappoint them, he signs the paper despite mild embarrassment. The attendants beam with joy, grateful for the keepsake from someone they admire. Later, Arios rests in his room while his companion stands by the window, gazing at the distant sea. She explains that leaving the capital for the first time fills her with happiness, while Arios listens, reflecting on how new experiences continue to shape her outlook. In the quiet room, Arios prepares to discuss the situation. His companion cheerfully mentions they are sharing the same room. Seated across from the knight, Arios listens to the initial report. Current information suggests a suspicious white figure, seen wandering the streets at night. A mental image forms of a white silhouette, moving through thick fog. The knight explains that whenever visibility turns completely white, the figure disappears from sight. Further explanation reveals that anger has recently surged in certain areas, allowing them to narrow down possible locations. Finally, the knight identifies the suspected site as an abandoned school building, leaving Arios and his companion surprised by the unexpected location. The knight explains that the abandoned building was once a prestigious magic academy known for gathering talented students. Sitting inside the room, he continues describing how incidents among teachers began increasing at that time. Eventually, the situation escalated beyond control. The teachers unleashed their magic, causing a massive explosion that destroyed the school building. Although the truth of the incident remains unclear, the headmaster and several staff members disappeared afterward. Only part of the ruined structure still stands today. Arios considers the story carefully, suspecting that the current disturbances may be connected to someone linked to that past tragedy. He stands from his seat and decides to investigate immediately. He suggests that confirming the situation in person may reveal important clues. They arrive before the abandoned magic academy. The massive structure looms behind locked gates, its damaged exterior creating an uneasy atmosphere. As they approach, his companion hesitates, sensing something unusual. Arios calmly explains that the presence feels like a lingering spirit rather than a living person. Focusing on the building, Arios detects unstable magical energy gathering near a specific section. After assessing the risk, he concludes that the strange disturbance likely originates from within the old school building and prepares to move closer. His companion straightens her posture and declares her determination to act bravely as a member of the 3rd Division. Arios glances at her with concern and suggests she return if the situation becomes dangerous. Two unfamiliar women suddenly appear near the academy grounds. Their presence surprises the group, and the atmosphere tightens immediately. Observing their stance and equipment, Arios recognizes them as capable fighters. The knight questions their purpose for being there, sensing tension rising between both sides. One of the women firmly declares that protecting the town is their responsibility, insisting that the royal army has no authority to interfere. Tension rises as the knight insists that cooperation is necessary. Arios remains calm, recognizing that open conflict between the army and adventurers would only worsen the situation. One of the women mocks the idea of working together, questioning the army's intentions. The knight responds firmly, arguing that unity is required to face the unknown threat. Seeing the exchange turning hostile, Arios reflects that arguing further would be pointless. Stepping forward, Arios politely introduces himself and points out the strange presence surrounding the academy. He states clearly that uncovering the identity of the suspicious figure troubling the town is his priority, hoping to shift their attention toward solving the crisis together. Arios and his companion watch as they head toward the academy entrance, without waiting for approval. Frustration shows on his companion's face as she worries about reckless action. Arios remains composed and studies the tension between the adventurers and the royal forces. He reflects that hostility between both sides has been building for some time. After sensing a strong wave of unease, Arios decides they should follow. The knight and his companion move with him, aware that something unpleasant may happen. As they approach the academy building, a strange sound echoes from within, confirming that the disturbance inside is growing stronger. Arios hears a scream from inside the academy and immediately rushes forward. Realization strikes him that the voice belongs to the adventurers who entered ahead of them, reaching the damaged interior. He stops in disbelief as cracks spread across the walls. The atmosphere feels unstable, and tension rises sharply. Beyond the broken hall, numerous horned monsters surround the two women. Their weapons are raised, and a dark aura fills the room as the creatures close in. The adventurers struggle to defend themselves. One has already fallen, and the other fights desperately despite exhaustion. Observing the scene carefully, he notices strange shadows cast along the floor. Arios realizes the monsters were not present moments ago. He concludes that they must have been transferred through the power of the Shadow Stones. Sensing danger, he moves in front of his companion and the knight. All three brace themselves as heavy footsteps approach from within the hall. Large horned creatures surround them on the staircase. Weapons clash as the group prepares for direct combat inside the ruined academy. The fierce woman swings her blade to protect the fallen adventurer, while Arios evaluates the situation. Activating his cheat code manipulation skill, Arios summons an ancient weapon to shift the battle and calls for support as light bursts across the chamber. A small mechanical figure emerges from the burst of light. It hovers in the air and formally addresses Arios, identifying itself as the ancient weapon he summoned. Arios quickly explains that it is under his control, though the sudden appearance leaves everyone tense. After receiving permission to engage, the mechanical entity's expression changes. Its eyes glow sharply as it prepares to act. Energy surges through its compact body as it shifts into battle mode. The air vibrates from the power released inside the ruined hall. In a flash of speed, it launches forward and strikes the giant orcs with overwhelming force. The mechanical warrior expands into a massive armored form, crushing surrounding orcs and forcing the remaining monsters back in fear. Inside a shattered hall, a towering armored warrior faces a group of orcs. Steel flashes as the massive blade swings downward, breaking their formation. Without hesitation, the armored figure advances and drives a heavy slash into a giant orc, hurling it into a wall. He reacts instantly, stepping in to block the attack before cutting the enemy down with a clean counter. Additional orcs close in, attempting to overwhelm them. Calm determination settles over the boy as he steadies his breath and faces the threat head-on. After the final foe falls, he lowers his weapon and looks back at the girl, confirming that she remains unharmed. Arios studies the battlefield and realizes they cannot win by force alone. On the ground near a fallen body, a red gemstone catches Arios' attention. He recognizes it as a rare stone connected to summoning heroes from another world. Understanding its value, he concludes the gem must have been carried by the orcs. Kneeling quickly, Arios grabs the gemstone and focuses his skill. Energy gathers around his hand as he activates cheat code manipulation. A strange interface appears before him. Surprised but steady, Arios examines the floating panel, realizing a new power has just been unlocked. He focuses on one option labeled transformation into a hero from another world, realizing it may break the desperate situation. Arios activates the selected skill, and power erupts around his body, cracking the ground beneath his feet as his presence sharply intensifies. The girl watches in shock as Arios stands transformed. his strength now resembling that of a summoned champion. Another interface appears, warning of changes within his cheat ability. Even so, he prepares to push further against the towering enemy. Lightning-like veins spread across his eye as a new power awakens, signaling the activation of a deeper control beyond the original skill. Dozens of orcs suddenly collapse forward, their massive bodies crashing onto the ground as if pressed down by invisible force. Realization dawns on him as he studies the frozen enemies. The newly awakened eye has completely sealed their movements, leaving the monsters unable to resist. Taking advantage of the opening, Arios leaps ahead and swings his blade in a wide arc. The strike tears through the immobilized orcs, so only a few remain standing, trembling as they witness their allies fall without being able to fight back. Breathing steadily, Arios decides to end the battle quickly before the unstable power causes further destruction. After the battle, Arios kneels beside the injured girl and offers a healing potion. Her companion watches anxiously as he carefully hands it over. The woman supports the unconscious girl and gently pours the potion between her lips. Relief settles over them when Arios confirms that the injuries are not fatal. The woman bows her head in gratitude, acknowledging that his intervention saved their lives. While the girl rests, the woman explains that she has traveled with her for a long time as fellow adventurers, facing dangers together. Soft expressions replace the tension of battle, and a quiet understanding forms between Arios and the woman as the crisis finally passes. Injured girl regains consciousness and introduces herself as Daria Nielsen. Weak but determined, she asks Arios to take her to a healer before her strength fades again. Understanding the urgency, Arios agrees immediately. Daria lifts the smaller girl onto her back and begins walking through the damaged hall while he follows close behind. Suddenly, another girl rushes forward and throws herself into Arios's arms, overwhelmed with relief at seeing him safe after the battle. Concern replaces excitement as she checks his body for wounds. Arios reassures her with a calm expression, insisting he is unharmed. A knight approaches and acknowledges Arios's feat of defeating a giant orc instantly. Small floating spirit appears beside Arios and introduces itself as a messenger of the goddess. The spirit explains that the stone grants users overwhelming strength but also consumes their reason. Visions of destruction flash through his mind, including a mysterious explosion tied to similar energy. He realizes someone may be exploiting the stones for dangerous purposes. Before he can think further, a massive orc suddenly attacks inside the hall. Arios steps forward, ordering the others to stay back. With a swift charge, he swings his blade in a powerful arc, striking the towering enemy and forcing it backward. The fallen orcs lie scattered across the floor, while Arios and the others regroup. The knight questions how the giant enemy was defeated so quickly. Turning toward a damaged wall, Arios senses something unusual beyond it. The spirit mentions a suspicious presence connected to the Shadow Stone. Without delay, Arios swings his sword and smashes through the cracked surface. Stone bursts apart, revealing a hidden space behind the hall. Dust settles to expose a dark corridor, stretching deep underground. The air feels heavy as fragments continue falling from above. Staring into the passage, Arios senses energy similar to the one controlling the orcs. Realizing the source lies ahead, he prepares to move forward standing before the dark corridor. Arios tells the others to stay close and not leave his side. The atmosphere feels heavy, and tension rises as they prepare to advance. He activates cheat code manipulation again, selecting full use of all elemental magic. A bright fireball forms and floats above them, lighting the passage. The small spirit hovers nearby as the group steps forward cautiously. The knight expresses surprise at the display of magic, realizing Arios can even borrow another person's technique through his unusual skill. Suddenly, Arios senses danger. He raises his sword and warns everyone to take a defensive stance, as something approaches from deeper within the corridor. From the depths of the corridor, shadowy figures emerge. Their bodies resemble horned demons, formed from swirling darkness and carrying large curved blades. Arios studies them carefully, while the small spirit identifies the creatures as beings from another world. Without warning, the dark entities dash forward at incredible speed. Arios and the spirit block the first assault, metal clashing against shadow as the corridor shakes. Even the knight admits he could barely follow their movements. Arios realizes these enemies possess overwhelming physical strength. Calmly, he activates cheat code manipulation and rewrites their attack parameters. Arios and the small spirit launch forward together, their blades cutting through the shadow creatures. Dark smoke bursts apart as he amplifies their combined attack power. With precise timing, Arios executes a swift sword technique that slices through multiple enemies in a single motion. The remaining shadows stagger and dissolve into black mist. Silence gradually returns to the corridor as fragments of darkness fade away. Lowering his sword, Arios reflects on the scale of the battle. He wonders how many such threats once appeared during the Great War. Though he can win individual fights, he realizes the kingdom must grow stronger to withstand dangers of this magnitude. After clearing the corridor, Arios asks the spirit to explain what is happening across the wider region. The explanation shifts to the neighboring kingdom of Arceus, long locked in tension with the Vargand Empire. Nearly 1,000 years earlier, both lands were united under one empire. A rebellion led by a powerful sword, Saint split the realm and created lasting hostility. As a result, a massive war spread across the region, devastating countless territories and leaving deep scars. Although the conflict eventually ended in a fragile draw, both sides claimed victory, and the distrust between the two nations never truly disappeared. The spirit reveals that the true mastermind behind the unrest is a hidden figure manipulating events within the Arceus kingdom. Images of monstrous beasts empowered by corrupted stones appear in his mind. Those creatures once invaded the kingdom, throwing the land into chaos and ending a fragile peace. When disaster struck, the goddess descended and stood alongside powerful warriors. Her presence united the divided nations against a common enemy. Explains that beings from another world also interfered, bringing unknown powers into the struggle between realms. In the end, even the goddess could not win alone, and the knights fought desperately at her side. The spirit explains that it was created by the goddess to support chosen heroes. Arios thanks it quietly, realizing their meeting was not a coincidence. He reflects on the many abilities he has borrowed so far. A serious resolve forms within him as he acknowledges that even greater enemies may appear. Floating proudly, the spirit recounts ancient history, speaking of heroes whose legends were recorded and passed down through generations. Arios responds thoughtfully, recognizing that every battle has been against forces tied to another world. Memories of the shadow creatures linger in his mind. As the knight expresses deep respect, Arios humbly insists he is still learning and far from complete. He moves forward with his companions, determined to grow stronger and confront the otherworldly threats awaiting them ahead. Arios fights inside a stone corridor, while a small mechanical companion moves beside him. Two female allies watch from behind as he swings his sword with steady control. After the clash, one girl clings to him in fear. A guard stands nearby, surprised by her reaction. Arios remains composed, holding his sword while assessing the surroundings. She explains that the air itself feels strange and unsettling. Arios listens carefully, realizing the danger may not be visible. He recalls that this world was artificially created and controlled. Understanding the threat, Arios prepares to confront the hidden force. A dark crystal device erupts with violent energy at the center of the chamber. Arios and his companions step back as cracks spread across the floor. Realization settles on Arios. The incident from decades ago may be connected to this device. He studies it carefully, sensing that someone has reactivated it. Suddenly, a fully armored knight rises from the structure below. Energy streams around the figure as it floats above the platform, radiating controlled power. The guard reacts in shock, recognizing the knight's presence. Arios remains steady, observing the enemy's unnatural movement. Armored figure turns toward Arios, revealing awareness and intent. The confrontation becomes inevitable. Mechanical companion identifies the armored figure as a divine execution unit. Arios studies the knight carefully, noticing precise movements and controlled energy. Hovering above the platform, the knight explains that it was created by a goddess to eliminate irregular beings. The chamber grows tense as its purpose becomes clear. Arios steps forward and questions the knight's objective in this land. Determination shows in his expression as he demands clarity. The armored figure declares this encounter a second trial. Arios absorbs the meaning, understanding that this battle is intentional. Energy intensifies around the knight, as it announces an approaching era of upheaval. Arios prepares himself to prove his strength. Armored knight calmly declares that future chaos in the world is already certain. The guard protests, but the knight remains unmoved, speaking as if events are predetermined. Arios studies the figure and senses no direct hostility. Though confused, he questions the purpose of this so-called trial while his companions wait anxiously behind him. Without warning, the knight signals the start of the final test. Dark creatures emerge from the tunnel, their bodies forming from black smoke as they block the exit. Tension spreads among the group as the creatures advance. Mechanical companion analyzes the enemies, identifying them as powerful minotaurs prepared for battle. Arios steps forward and tells his companions to leave the armored knight to him. Confidence replaces hesitation as he faces the floating warrior directly. The knight descends and draws its blade, declaring its role as a nameless sword serving a greater master. Steel gleams as it prepares to measure Arios' worth. Energy surges around the chamber as the knight announces the beginning of the duel. The atmosphere tightens with pressure. He activates his skill, altering his own parameters and reinforcing his body. Power gathers in his stance as he grips his sword firmly. Both fighters charge at once, blades colliding with force as the decisive battle begins. Steel crashes against steel as Arios blocks a powerful thrust. Sparks burst between the blades while both fighters strain for advantage. Arios senses a strange pressure in the air and realizes the opponent is testing his limits. While retreating briefly, Arios analyzes the situation. He concludes that his cheat code manipulation does not directly affect this knight as it would ordinary beings. Adjusting his stance, he unleashes a refined sword technique. Multiple rapid slashes converge, forcing the armored warrior backward. The knight skids across the stone floor from the impact. Arios steadies his breath, recognizing the battle has entered a new phase. Arios faces the armored knight again, and notices that his opponent bears no visible damage. The realization unsettles him, yet he keeps his stance firm and refuses to retreat. From across the circular chamber, the knight observes calmly. The atmosphere shifts as if the true trial is only beginning. A faint memory of his mentor's teachings guides his thoughts. He steadies his breathing and recalls disciplined sword training rather than relying solely on his special ability. The knight unexpectedly declares Arios the victor of the duel. Confusion crosses his face as he struggles to grasp the meaning. Without pause, a massive demon beast manifests behind them, towering over the group and unleashing a fierce roar. After the demon beast is subdued, Arios turns as his companions rush to his side. Armored Knight stands before the group and acknowledges their strength. It declares that Arios has surpassed expectations and announces their success in the test. The guard demands answers about the true purpose behind these ordeals. In response, the knight raises a hand and prepares to reveal hidden truths. Images of distant regions appear in the air, showing towns and forests across the kingdom. Arios recognizes familiar landscapes among them. Knight explains that the spreading black corruption is not limited to one land, but threatens every nation alike. Armored Knight reveals that everything will begin in this land, linking fate of the kingdom with a rival empire. Serious thoughts fill Arios' mind as he considers tension between nations and possibility of larger war. Weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. With calm certainty, the knight advises them to pay attention to events unfolding in the capital. A subtle motion suggests departure. Guard attempts to stop the figure, throwing his weapon forward in frustration. Blade cuts through empty space. In an instant, armored body vanishes and reappears elsewhere inside the chamber. Confusion rises as presence lingers beyond reach. Floating Knight admits that its ideals for world's future differ from theirs. It questions whether otherworlders truly stand as strong as they believe. Distance grows between both sides inside circular chamber. Calm words from armored figure suggest that stopping approaching turmoil may still be possible. After brief silence, glowing body begins to fade. Departure feels intentional, leaving warning behind rather than hostility. Silence returns to ruined room. Group confirms that strange presence has vanished, shifting attention toward remaining shadow device. Crystal hums again as energy gathers within. Arios steps closer, raising his hand carefully, preparing to dismantle source of corruption once and for all. Dark aura surrounding crystal fades as Arios places his hand near its surface. Energy stabilizes, and corrupted presence inside chamber finally disappears. Companions react with disbelief, learning that only someone carrying divine blood can neutralize such power. Serious concern replaces celebration when discussion turns to unrest within rival empire. Possibility of war now feels more real. Guard admits that troubling reports have already reached capital and promises to provide full details later. Situation clearly extends beyond this dungeon. Princess reminds him that otherworlders have appeared across nations before. Determination settles in his eyes as he resolves not to ignore gathering storm. Exhaustion shows after battle, and decision is made to return to town for rest. Tension eases slightly, though recent revelations still weigh heavily on everyone. Grand Capital comes into view, its clock tower rising above surrounding buildings. Mechanical Companion proudly announces arrival as they approach familiar streets. Within lively marketplace, a confident young woman notices their presence and calls out. Her stance suggests she has been waiting. She reminds them that she once offered assistance, hinting that their earlier refusal was unwise. Surprise flickers across their faces. Curiosity replaces tension as conversation shifts toward an unresolved suspect. Attention turns to what information she might possess. Young woman reflects on unexpected turn of events. Surprised that situation escalated so far. Concern shows in her eyes as she processes recent chaos. Arios calmly assures her that no new monsters should appear at the old school building. Still, he advises caution regarding the wandering sword knight. She praises his strength, noting that returning unharmed from such an opponent proves his skill. In return, he asks about Miru's condition. Relief follows when she explains that Miru's life is safe, though consciousness has not yet returned. With gentle confidence, she invites him to visit later, certain that Miru would be pleased. Gratitude is exchanged before parting ways in front of the building. Companions stand together as evening settles over the street. Later, Arios pauses by a quiet canal, reflecting on how much has happened in a single day. City lights shimmer across the water. From his pocket, he takes out a small crystal given by the king. Curiosity draws his attention to its purpose. Channeling magic into the device, he activates its function. Light gathers inside the crystal, forming a link to someone far away. A familiar voice calls his name through the artifact. Surprise crosses his face as unexpected communication begins. Voice from crystal sounds lively, teasing him for finally making contact. Relief softens his expression as familiar tone reaches across distance. Leaning against balcony railing, he reassures her that duties keep him busy but manageable. Night breeze moves quietly through city streets below. A small smile forms as he admits life here feels intense yet meaningful. Warmth replaces earlier tension from battle. Gratitude fills his voice while he thanks her for never forgetting him. Words carry sincerity shaped by shared past. Confidence returns to his eyes as he declares that distance changes nothing. Resolve strengthens, binding his promise to protect what matters most. In a distant room, a young woman listens through the crystal device, surprised by his steady voice. She quickly regains composure and hides her feelings, refusing to admit concern. Meanwhile, he notices the change in her tone but remains calm. Standing alone along the moonlit canal, he continues holding the crystal, unaware of her quiet reaction, as night deepens around him. Arios stands on a balcony at night, holding a small device. He senses something unusual and focuses on the signal coming from it. A young princess reports that near the royal capital, remnants of a terrorist group have started moving again. Arios listens carefully, understanding the threat may not be over. Several hooded figures gather in secret. Arios concludes the enemy survived and is preparing another operation. They review the situation and confirm the earlier suppression was incomplete. The princess determines their mission must continue. Arios lowers his gaze, reflecting on how even powerful allies once failed to stop the enemy completely. Inside the palace, the princess warns him that the remaining terrorists could be anywhere. Her expression shows concern, knowing the threat may surface without notice. He reassures her that she should rest while she can. He stands firm on the balcony, determined not to let the unfinished mission burden her further. Under the night sky, he prepares to meet someone named Ray, aware that waiting will not solve the problem. Later, Arios and his companion sit before a man reviewing documents, ready to discuss their next move. Arios turns as a girl leans close to him, suspicious of a scent clinging to his clothes. Her sharp stare makes him uneasy, though he insists nothing unusual happened. She demands to join him next time he goes out. He tries to explain himself, but her expression shows she is not convinced. A knight interrupts, teasing Arios about his popularity among women. The girl quickly denies any misunderstanding, while Arios lowers his head in embarrassment. Composing himself, Arios decides to move forward with the report, shifting the focus back to their mission. The knight reads from a document, confirming strange magical explosions have been recorded across regions for years. Arios reviews the document and notes that the Sword Saint sightings match a specific mining town. The report links recent disturbances to that location, suggesting a pattern. He considers the wider situation across the kingdom. Unrest has appeared in several regions, and the Sword Saint's claims can no longer be ignored. A sudden image comes to mind of a sealed being stirring after many years. The possibility of a powerful otherworldly force breaking free becomes a serious concern. The knight reacts with alarm, recognizing the connection to past conflicts involving another nation. News confirms increased military spending in Alcia's kingdom, signaling preparations for a growing threat. Arios listens as the knight explains that only their kingdom is currently maintaining a full military stance. Such preparations cannot continue without consequences. Curious, Arios asks when the Empire's suspicious movements first began. The knight checks the document, searching for a clear timeline. The answer points to events from 14 years ago. Reports show strange activity across multiple regions at that same period. Connection between the otherworldly threat and the Empire of Velgand raises concern. Arios realizes the pattern is unlikely to be coincidence. He concludes that something significant will soon unfold in Ankana. and they must be ready for whatever emerges. Far from ongoing discussions, Alcius Castle stands under a dark sky. Within its walls, daily duties continue, despite rising tension across nations. Inside her chamber, the princess stretches her arms and exhales deeply. After long hours of work, fatigue weighs on her, yet she tries to shake it off. Stacks of documents cover her desk as she smiles to herself, recalling a promise that the kingdom would be protected. Sudden movement at the doorway startles her. An armored woman steps inside, posture straight and expression. Serious embarrassment fades as urgent news is delivered. Military forces have begun to mobilize, signaling that events are finally set in motion. News reaches the princess that remnants of the Alcius Liberation faction have resurfaced. The armored knight delivers the report with a steady voice. Recent confusion began after their leader was captured by outside forces. Since then, smaller groups have started acting again in scattered areas. Concern appears on her face as she considers how unstable the remaining members must be. Without clear leadership, their actions could grow reckless. Responsibility weighs heavily, yet resolve strengthens within her. Protecting the kingdom and rescuing those taken by otherworldly beings remains a duty she cannot ignore. A bold idea forms in her mind, suggesting direct contact with the remnants before the situation spirals further. Determination fills her voice as she confirms the plan. The knight hesitates, questioning whether such direct action is wise. Soon after, both walk through a stone corridor toward the detention area. Guards step aside as word spreads that the princess herself is heading to the holding cells. Measured steps echo against cold walls. Admiration mixes with concern as the knight reflects on how bold this decision truly is. A soft smile appears on the princess's face. Believing dialogue may prevent further unrest, confidence in her duty strengthens her resolve. They stop before a heavy door deep underground, ready to face the captured remnants directly. Iron door opens with sharp sound as princess steps inside cell. Knight reminds her that magic restraints are ready and urges caution. Calm nod answers warning before she advances. Bound man looks up from stone seat, surprise flashing across his face. Chains rattle softly as he studies unexpected visitor. Recognition dawns quickly. He identifies himself as a regional member rather than core leader, hinting at deeper structure within faction. Question about planned unrest is met with mocking smile. Captive claims he holds no valuable information, insisting detention changes nothing. Composure remains steady. She challenges his words directly, refusing to accept dismissal, and pressing him for truth. Facing the prisoner, she states that even if they fail, belief in protecting their homeland will remain. Bound hands tighten as he listens in silence. Sudden laughter bursts from him, echoing against stone walls. Chains shake while he mocks her resolve. Composure does not break. She questions his reaction, standing firm. Despite ridicule, he declares that their faith will not change, even without their leader. Determination to reclaim Alcius burns in his eyes as he speaks of restoring what was lost. Anger rises in his voice as he claims many nations already suffer under current balance, insisting present order itself is mistaken. Memory surfaces of how Arios was once treated as useless within the kingdom. She reflects on that past while considering how harsh judgment can shape conviction. Prisoner shouts that wanting to change a flawed world is only natural. Anger fuels his claim that no one truly believes current peace is just. Cell door opens as another restrained figure is brought forward. Recognition spreads across faces, shifting tension inside the room. Shock overtakes the first, captive sweat forming, as he realizes events are no longer under his control. New arrival bows slightly and calmly admits guilt, denying any right to royal status while questioning why princess came personally. Bound prisoner leans forward with a faint smile, suggesting that they join forces again to guide Alcius' kingdom toward a different future. Silence follows. Calm gaze from the princess shows no sign of agreement, while another captive lowers his eyes, aware resistance will not be stopped easily. Question is directed at the first prisoner about his true objective. He answers without hesitation, declaring his aim is rebuilding the kingdom under new ideals. Past meetings between him and former leader are mentioned, revealing long-standing ties within the Liberation faction. Memories surface of earlier days when group appeared peaceful, attracting youths through speeches and gatherings before shifting course. Long-haired captive explains that 14 years ago, internal conflict split Alcius Liberation Group. Sweat forms on another prisoner's face as he hurriedly claims they never manipulated anyone through shadowed influence. He insists their loyalty now lies with current leadership. Uneasy tension fills cell. Princess studies him closely while he forces a strained smile, trying to justify his position. Calm voice cuts through confusion, stating that Liberation faction has already been officially dissolved. Firm gaze leaves little room for argument. Final words declare even former leader desires end of bloodshed. Shoulders of prisoner slump slightly as reality settles in. Long-haired captive lowers his gaze and admits dissolution of faction has shaken everything he believed in. Despair overwhelms. Second prisoner, he collapses forward shouting in frustration as chains scrape against stone floor. Guards step in to escort long-haired man away. Princess calls out softly, watching his back as he walks down dim corridor, before leaving. He turns slightly and praises her strength, expressing belief that kingdom will remain peaceful under her guidance. Emotion fills her eyes at those words, realizing conflict may finally be reaching its end. With fists clenched, she declares that affection as family has never changed. One day, she hopes they can guide the kingdom together again. A faint smile appears on his face. He admits he does not know whether he can atone for his sins, yet her words clearly reach him. Walking down the corridor, he gently rejects being called brother, insisting he lacks such qualification. Still, his voice carries less bitterness than before. At the heavy door, he pauses and offers a final respectful farewell before stepping toward his confinement. Emotion surges within her as she stops him, revealing she has something important she wishes to discuss. Late at night, Arios sits in his room when a strange message appears on his device. It claims to be a transmission from a goddess, instructing him to activate a coded command. He studies the screen carefully. Similar events happened before, so he decides to trigger the command and observe the result. A sudden reaction flashes across the display, startling him. Unexpected energy surges outward. Outside in town, a man suddenly starts running through the street without warning, drawing Arios' attention to a new unfolding incident. A man hurried across the empty street while breathing heavily. Anxiety covered his face as he searched for Arios during the late night. Moments later, he stopped before a servant and urgently asked about Ryan. Uneasiness increased after hearing the uncertain answer. Soon afterward, the man rushed toward a grand mansion at full speed. Every step carried more fear as he realized something serious had happened. The mansion door flew open the instant he arrived. Desperation controlled his actions while he looked around the room without stopping. Shock spread across his face after Arios was nowhere inside the mansion. Sweat dripped down while panic completely overtook him. Inside the quiet bedroom, the newborn child rested peacefully beside his mother. The middle-aged man standing nearby finally relaxed after the difficult birth ended safely. Soon afterward, the maid carefully placed the baby into his arms. Uncertainty appeared on the man's face because he was unfamiliar with holding infants. Meanwhile, the child's mother smiled gently from the bed, while reminding him that raising the baby would require patience and responsibility. Carefully, the middle-aged man adjusted his posture and supported the baby correctly. Nervousness remained visible, but he continued trying his best. At last, relief spread across his face after receiving praise from the others inside the room. A warm smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face, while he carefully carried the baby. Nearby, the mother and maid watched the peaceful moment with relief. Suddenly, loud cries filled the room and broke the calm atmosphere. Confusion immediately struck the man because he could not understand the baby's discomfort. Seeing the situation, the mother gently reached out her arms toward the child. Her calm expression showed she already understood the reason behind the crying. Without arguing, the man carefully returned the baby to her embrace. The crying slowly weakened, once the child rested against his mother again. Soon afterward, silence returned, as the baby finally slept peacefully in her arms. Frustration overwhelmed the middle-aged man after failing to calm the baby. Doubt filled his mind as he questioned whether he was worthy of becoming a father. Behind him, the child's mother remained calm while carrying the sleeping baby. She reminded him to continue pursuing his dream as a swordsman without worry. Hearing those words, the man slowly turned back toward her with surprise. Her understanding expression eased the pressure weighing heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, the mother explained that society often judged people unfairly because of their skills. Confidence shone in her eyes as she spoke about changing that future. Then the man quietly realized how important a person's skill could become later in life. The middle-aged man explained how people with unusual skills were often rejected and treated unfairly by society. Sadness appeared in his expression while thinking about that harsh reality. A gentle smile slowly returned to his face as he looked toward the sleeping child. Hope filled his heart after imagining Arios growing into a strong and respected man someday. Nearby, the child's mother calmly reassured him that everything would be fine in the future. Her comforting words slowly eased his remaining worries. Confidence shone in her eyes while she spoke about raising the child kindly, so he could change the world around him. The man quietly agreed with her thoughts. Finally, determination returned as he decided to continue training himself while helping care for the child. The middle-aged man spoke confidently while explaining that a father should never hide weakness from his child. Nearby, the maid listened carefully to his honest thoughts. Outside the mansion, Arios suddenly heard those words and froze in surprise. Curiosity quickly filled his mind after learning the conversation was connected to him. Sitting alone afterward, Arios quietly reflected on the stories surrounding his birth and childhood. Confusion remained visible across his face during the long silence. Gradually he realized Ryan had only become stronger because of the support he once received from others around him. Understanding slowly replaced his uncertainty. Determination soon returned, as Arios decided to keep moving forward without regretting the painful memories of the past. Arios suddenly opened his eyes after realizing someone was sleeping closely beside him. Surprise immediately appeared on his face when he noticed the woman holding him tightly. Confusion filled his mind while she continued sleeping peacefully without noticing his reaction. Embarrassment slowly grew as Arios struggled to understand the strange situation. Morning sunlight soon entered the room while the woman greeted him cheerfully. Meanwhile, Arios looked exhausted after dealing with the awkward moment since waking up. Concern appeared on her face after noticing his tired expression. However, Arios quickly avoided the topic and tried ending the conversation. Without wasting more time, Arios ordered preparations for their departure because he wanted to focus on the investigation ahead. Two women walked through the crowded street while discussing Arios's growing reputation. Concern appeared on their faces because too many people had started noticing him. Meanwhile, the younger girl openly admitted her admiration for Arios without hesitation. In response, the older woman calmly warned her not to attract unnecessary attention. A serious expression crossed the woman's face as she explained that Arios had become famous beyond expectations. Even outsiders from another world could already be watching him carefully. Soon afterward, they approached several townspeople and began gathering information about recent events. Curiosity filled the atmosphere during the investigation. At last, both women organized the collected information while quietly discussing the results inside a nearby tavern. The young girl carefully reviewed the gathered information while explaining how the swordsman suddenly disappeared from public sight. Suspicion slowly grew because his actions seemed unnatural. Meanwhile, the older woman analyzed every report with a serious expression. Doubt remained in her mind since none of the clues clearly revealed the truth. A cheerful laugh briefly lightened the atmosphere after the girl mentioned Arios by a nickname instead of his real name. The older woman quickly became confused by the strange habit. Soon afterward, both women returned to discussing their next move seriously. Concern filled the conversation as they wondered what Arios planned to do next. At last, they decided meeting the mysterious swordsman again was the only way to uncover the hidden truth. The two women decided to continue searching for information while resting inside the tavern. Soon afterward, a waiter arrived carrying a large stack of sweet pancakes. Excitement immediately filled the younger girl's face after seeing the dessert placed before her. Meanwhile, the older woman looked slightly surprised by the enormous portion. Without hesitation, the cheerful girl happily began eating while inviting the others to join her. Joyful energy quickly spread throughout the table. A satisfied smile appeared across her face after finishing several bites of the sweet meal. Happiness completely overtook her thoughts for a moment. Across the table, the older woman quietly observed her behavior, while continuing to think carefully about their mysterious journey and its hidden purpose. The cheerful girl noticed the older woman staring quietly at her during their meal. Confusion briefly crossed her face while she waited for an explanation. Soon afterward, the girl admitted that ordinary human emotions sometimes felt strange and difficult for her to understand completely. Uneasiness quietly appeared behind her smile. A heavy silence filled the table as she questioned why she had been born and who she truly was. The older woman listened carefully without interrupting her thoughts. Calm reassurance soon followed as the older woman explained that those fears were natural and understandable. Her gentle voice slowly eased the tension between them. Meanwhile, she revealed her own painful past about losing hope after being abandoned by her family. Support from others eventually helped her continue moving forward again. The older woman spoke gently about the people who had changed her life after she arrived in the village. Warm memories filled her heart while recalling their kindness and support. A sincere smile appeared on her face as she promised to become someone who could support the younger girl in return. Determination quietly strengthened her words. Hearing that promise, the cheerful girl froze in surprise. For a brief moment, emotion slowly appeared across her expression while she listened carefully. Embarrassment soon replaced her shock after realizing how deeply those words affected her feelings. Nervousness became impossible for her to hide anymore. She thanked the older woman sincerely and admitted she wanted to rely on Arios whenever worries troubled her heart again. The cheerful girl suddenly reached forward and grabbed the older woman's hand tightly. Warmth quietly passed between them during the unexpected moment. A confident smile appeared on the older woman's face as she promised to remain by her side no matter what happened next. Determination strengthened her gentle words. Relief slowly spread across the younger girl's expression after hearing that promise. Happiness became impossible for her to hide anymore. Soon afterward, teasing laughter filled the tavern as the others noticed the close atmosphere between them. Embarrassment quickly spread through the room. Outside the tavern, the cheerful girl happily held onto Arios's arm while walking beside him through the busy street. Arios and the cheerful girl arrived at a quiet house where another woman welcomed them calmly. Seriousness filled the atmosphere as they prepared to discuss an important matter. Soon afterward, the woman guided both visitors deeper inside the building. Arios carefully asked about Milia's current condition while following behind her. Inside the room, they discovered Milia lying unconscious in bed. Concern immediately spread across their faces after learning she still had not awakened. Shock filled Arios and the cheerful girl as they quietly stared at the sleeping woman. Uneasiness grew stronger while they tried understanding the situation before them. Arios and his companions visited Miria in a hospital room. She remained unconscious in bed while the doctor carefully examined her condition. After reviewing the situation, the doctor explained that Arios had acted correctly. The treatment given earlier had prevented her condition from becoming even worse. Despite that, the doctor discovered a serious problem. No abnormalities appeared in her body, yet her consciousness still had not returned. The explanation worried everyone. Without improvement, Miria might need to be transferred to a larger hospital in the royal capital. Hearing the news, the group grew uneasy. The doctor admitted that giant oink outbreaks were extremely rare, making the cause difficult to predict or understand. After hearing about Miria's condition, the young girl asked how the woman beside Arios was connected to her. The woman revealed that Miria was someone very important from her past. She regarded Miria as a benefactor who had greatly influenced her life. Recalling those days, she explained that she had once been an A-rank adventurer, while Miria had already reached the rare rank level. Arios learned that S-rank adventurers were extremely uncommon throughout the kingdom. The revelation surprised everyone in the room. Looking at the unconscious Miria, the woman remembered how Miria had protected her during a giant oink incident and helped her survive a dangerous ordeal. After hearing the story, the woman thanked Arios. Even powerful, S-rank adventurers would have struggled against several enhanced giant oinks, making his achievement remarkable. She considered Arios one of the people who could help Miria. Confident in his abilities, she believed Miria would recover soon. Arios quietly hoped for the same outcome. Trust grew between them. The woman accepted his determination and placed her faith in him. Before leaving, Arios mentioned that he wanted to discuss something important. Later they sat together inside the guild. The woman noticed the unusual silence and learned that many members were taking the day off after recent events. While talking at the guild, Arios asked whether there was any new information about the Sword Saint. She pointed out that Arios was already a candidate for the position of Associate Master. Because of that status, she felt he should be more aware of important matters within the guild. Embarrassment quickly replaced her calm expression. Realizing she had spoken too strongly, she tried to regain her composure. Arios accepted the reminder and returned to the main topic. He requested that any information related to the Sword Saint be shared with him whenever possible. The woman apologized, explaining that she still knew very little. Unfortunately, the guild had not gathered any useful information beyond what Arios already possessed. During the discussion, the woman admitted that she had become so focused on gathering information about the Sword Saint that she had overlooked something important. She explained that the situation had seemed ordinary at first. However, as events continued, it felt as though someone had been secretly guiding everything from the shadows. Those words immediately alarmed Arios. A troubling possibility formed in his mind as he recalled an old incident from years ago. Remembering the academy's collapse, Arios connected the strange behavior of teachers and students to the influence of a mysterious magic stone that had manipulated people. The realization shocked everyone at the table. If the same force was involved again, then adventurers throughout the region might already be under its control. A sudden communication interrupted the discussion. Arios received an urgent report from a member of the 3rd Division and immediately focused on the message. The report revealed that warnings of criminal activity had arrived from several military outposts at the same time. Arios quickly realized the situation was serious. As more details came in, multiple towns and cities were reported to be facing unrest. The disturbances had erupted almost simultaneously across different regions. Without hesitation, Arios prepared to leave. He informed the others that he would head to the affected area and investigate the situation personally. Concern spread through the guild as he departed, determined to stop the crisis before it worsened. Arios set out to search for the source behind the growing chaos. Upon arriving at the troubled area, Arios and his companions sensed that something was terribly wrong. Chaos filled the streets. Adventurers attacked civilians without reason, while dark energy spread through the area and drove people into violent frenzies. Arios immediately stepped in. With a swift strike, he knocked down one of the rampaging adventurers and stopped him from harming others. After rescuing a nearby woman, Arios urged her to flee to safety. The spreading corruption made the location far too dangerous to remain in. Watching the scene carefully, Arios reached a conclusion. The attackers were not the true enemy. Someone had manipulated them from the beginning to create this disaster. Arios examined the corrupted adventurers and concluded that the dark aura surrounding them resembled the effects of mind control caused by a shadow stone. Before he could explain further, a new presence appeared. The figure stepped forward, drawing Arios' attention and confirming his suspicions. Standing amid the chaos was Leon Makuba, the former sword saint. His sudden appearance revealed that he was connected to the incident. Shock spread across the group as the armored man calmly removed his helmet. Everyone waited for an explanation. The mystery deepened when the revealed man claimed a close connection to the mastermind. His confident expression showed that the disaster had been carefully planned from the start. Meanwhile, in Lastall village, a young woman returned after sensing something unusual. The dark aura surrounding the area immediately caught her attention. As she entered the village, she found people attacking one another without reason. Panic spread through the streets while black energy continued to consume the surroundings. Remembering Arios' warning about the Shadow Stone, she suspected the disturbance was caused by the same sinister influence. The situation matched his description too closely. A survivor explained that everyone had suddenly begun acting strangely. Only a few people had managed to keep their minds clear. Relief followed when she discovered familiar adventurers were safe, while chaos continued nearby. They prepared to resist the corrupted attackers and protect the village. The woman concluded that Arios' warning had been correct. Thanks to his efforts to weaken the Shadow Stone's influence, she and several others had avoided falling under its control. Determined to repay that protection, she declared that the village would not be allowed to suffer further losses. Inspired by her resolve, a veteran adventurer stepped forward. Proud of his warrior heritage, he promised to fight beside her and defend the village. Together, they charged toward the corrupted attackers. Their counterattack pushed back the advancing threat and restored hope to the frightened residents. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, another conversation unfolded. While chaos spread elsewhere, new tensions surrounding Arios quietly began to emerge. In the royal capital, a heated argument continued between two young men. One complained that Arios had received all the attention after a recent incident, while the other tried to end the discussion peacefully. Before the quarrel could continue, a distant commotion echoed through the streets. Rushing outside, they found the city in chaos. Corrupted adventurers attacked civilians as the same dark aura spread across another district. The young man quickly recognized the phenomenon. Remembering Arios' warnings, he suspected that the Shadow Stone was responsible for the outbreak. When a terrified girl was threatened, the argument vanished from his mind. Driven by determination, he charged forward to protect his sister and stop the attacker. In Port Bose, fierce battles continued across the streets. While villagers resisted the corrupted attackers, the dark aura still covered the area. Amid the destruction, Arios confronted the armored man directly. The enemy calmly admitted that Arios had uncovered part of the truth behind the incident. Arios reflected on the situation and realized the man's strength had increased far beyond normal limits. As the confrontation continued, Arios revealed his conclusion. The mastermind was not acting alone and had received support from forces beyond their world. With growing certainty, Arios rejected the enemy's claims. Leon was not an otherworldly being but an ordinary human, making large-scale mind control across the kingdom impossible without outside assistance. Arios pressed the armored man for answers. He was convinced that Leon alone could not have caused such a widespread disaster and demanded to know who stood behind him. The former sword saint finally admitted the truth. He revealed that he had merely followed the orders of a far greater master who had guided his actions. As the confession continued, Leon proudly described how conflicts between the royal army and adventurers had been manipulated to advance the hidden plan. Arios struggled to understand why an otherworldly figure would cooperate with Leon. In response, the man spoke of a grand scheme involving the future of humanity. Standing amid the ruined streets, Leon declared that everything he had done served his personal ambition, leaving Arios determined to stop him. Arios pieced together the truth. Only someone who had traveled across the continent and secretly contacted countless adventurers could have spread the Shadowstone's influence so widely. The realization struck him immediately. The hidden mastermind behind the incidents could only be Miria, the legendary Srank adventurer. Before anyone could react, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness. The woman beside Arios turned in shock as a mysterious figure stepped forward. The newcomer revealed herself with a playful smile. Her appearance was completely different, yet she addressed Arios as if they already knew each other. Arios studied her carefully. Although her clothes, demeanor, and presence had changed, he realized that the woman standing before him was the true mastermind behind the chaos. The mysterious woman finally revealed her identity. She introduced herself as Miria Crescent, one of the creators, and casually admitted that humanity and the Shadowstone experiment were merely sources of amusement to her. The confession stunned everyone. Daria could not accept that the person before her was truly Miria, demanding answers. Daria confronted her directly. However, the woman only responded with amusement and treated the situation lightly. Miria explained that Daria had escaped manipulation because Arios had remained by her side. His actions had prevented the mind control from taking hold completely. Even Leon seemed unsurprised by the revelation. Looking at Miria with respect, he acknowledged the overwhelming nature of the being who had once created everything behind the scenes. Miria listened to Arios' accusations without concern. Rather than denying them, she seemed amused that he had managed to uncover so much of the truth. Arios connected the remaining pieces together. By disguising herself as an ordinary adventurer, Miria had secretly spread the Shadowstone's influence and triggered unrest throughout the kingdom. Even while confronting the mastermind, Arios worried about his companions. The situation left him conflicted. Stopping the riots was important, but he could not ignore the danger threatening his friends. Sensing his concern, Miria revealed a knowing smile. Her reaction suggested that she already knew far more about his companion's fate than she was willing to admit. Miria finally revealed her intention. With complete confidence, she declared that Arios' companions would soon face death as part of her plan. Shock spread through the group. Arios and Daria immediately tensed, realizing the threat was real while Miria calmly watched from above.